Chapter 1. Civilizing Huck. Miss Watson, Tom Sawyer waits. You may know about me if you read a book called The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, but that is okay if you have not. Mr. Mark Twain wrote that book. He mostly told the truth. He did make some things bigger, but mostly it was true. That is fine. Everyone lies sometimes, except maybe Aunt Polly, the widow, or Mary. Aunt Polly, Tom's Aunt Polly, and Mary, and the widow Douglas are all in that book. It is mostly a true book, with some bigger stories, as I said. The book ends like this. Tom and I found money that robbers hid in a cave. It made us rich. We each got $6,000. It was all gold. It was a lot of money when it was in a pile. Judge Thatcher took the money and put it in the bank to earn interest. We got $1 every day, all year. It was more money than we knew what to do with. The widow Douglas took me in as her son. She wanted to make me more polite, but living in her house was hard. The widow was very proper and neat in everything she did. I could not stand it anymore, so I left. I put on my old clothes and went back to my old sleeping place. I was free and happy. But Tom Sawyer found me. He said he would start a group of robbers. He said I could join if I went back to the widow and acted politely. So I went back. The widow cried when she saw me. She called me a poor lost lamb and other names. But she did not mean any harm. She put me in new clothes again. I could only sweat and feel uncomfortable. Then the same old thing started again. The widow rang a bell for supper. You had to come on time. When you got to the table, you could not eat right away. You had to wait for the widow to bow her head and say a little prayer over the food. There was nothing wrong with the food. It was just that everything was cooked by itself. In a barrel of mixed things, it is different. Things mix together, and the flavors combine, and it tastes better. After supper, she took out her book. She taught me about Moses and the bulrushes. I really wanted to know about him, but after a while, she said that Moses had been dead for a very long time. So then, I did not care about him anymore. I do not care about dead people. Soon, I wanted to smoke. I asked the widow if I could, but she said no. She said it was a bad habit and not clean. She said I should try to stop. Some people are just like that. They do not like something when they know nothing about it. She was worried about Moses, who was not her family and was gone, so he was no use to anyone. But she found a lot of fault with me for doing something that had some good in it. She also took snuff. Of course, that was okay because she did it herself. Her sister, Miss Watson, had just come to live with her. She was a thin old woman who wore glasses. She started to teach me with a spelling book. She made me work pretty hard for about an hour. Then the widow told her to stop. I could not take it much longer. Then for an hour it was very boring. I was restless. Miss Watson would say, "Do not put your feet up there, Huckleberry." And, "Do not sit like that, Huckleberry. Sit up straight." Soon she would say, "Do not yawn and stretch like that, Huckleberry. Why do you not try to behave?" Then she told me about the bad place. I said I wished I was there. She got angry then, but I did not mean any harm. I just wanted to go somewhere. I just wanted a change. I was not picky. She said it was wrong to say what I said. She said she would not say it for anything in the world. She was going to live so she could go to the good place. Well, I did not see any good in going where she was going, so I decided I would not try for it. But I never said so. It would only cause trouble and do no good. Now she had started, and she kept telling me about the good place. She said all a person would do there was walk around all day with a harp and sing forever and ever. So I did not think much of it, but I never said so. I asked her if Tom Sawyer would go there. She said no, not at all. I was happy about that. I wanted him and me to be together. Miss Watson kept bothering me. It became tiring and lonely. After a while they brought in the black people for prayers. Then everyone went to bed. I went to my room with a candle. I put it on the table. Then I sat in a chair by the window. I tried to think of something happy, but it was no use. I felt so lonely. I almost wished I was dead. The stars were shining. The leaves in the woods made sad sounds. I heard an owl far away, calling about someone who was dead, and a whippoorwill and a dog were crying about someone who was going to die. The wind tried to whisper something to me. I could not understand what it was. It made me feel very cold. Then, out in the woods, I heard a sound like a ghost makes. It sounds like a ghost wants to tell something on its mind, but cannot be understood. So it cannot rest in its grave and has to make that sound every night, sad. I became so sad and scared. I wished I had some company. Soon a spider crawled up my shoulder. I flicked it off, and it fell into the candle. Before I could move, it was shriveled up. I did not need anyone to tell me that was a very bad sign. It meant I would have bad luck. So I was scared and almost shook my clothes off. I got up and turned around 3 times. I made the sign of the cross on my chest every time. Then I tied a small piece of my hair with a thread to keep witches away. But I did not feel confident. You do that when you have lost a horseshoe that you found, instead of nailing it over the door. But I had never heard anyone say it stops bad luck when you have killed a spider. I sat down again, shaking all over. I took out my pipe for a smoke. The house was very quiet now, like death, so the widow would not know. After a long time, I heard the town clock far away. It went boom, boom, boom 12 times. Then it was quiet again, even quieter than before. Soon I heard a twig break in the dark among the trees. Something was moving. I sat still and listened. I could barely hear a meow down there. That was good. I said meow as softly as I could. Then I put out the light. I climbed out the window onto the shed. Then I slipped down to the ground. I crawled among the trees, and there Tom Sawyer was waiting for me. Chapter 2. The Boys Escape, Jim, Torn Sawyer's Gang, Deep-Laid Plans. We walked quietly along a path among the trees, going back to the end of the widow's garden. We bent down so the branches would not hit our heads. As we passed the kitchen, I tripped on a root and made a noise. We quickly got down and stayed still. Jim. Miss Watson's large black servant was sitting in the kitchen door. We could see him well because there was a light behind him. He stood up and stretched his neck for about a minute, listening. Then he said, "Who is there?" He listened more. Then he came quietly and stood right between us. We could almost touch him. For many minutes there was no sound, and we were all very close. A spot on my ankle started to itch, but I could not scratch it. Then my ear began to itch. Next, my back, right between my shoulders, started to itch. It felt like I would die if I could not scratch. I have seen this many times since. If you are with important people or at a funeral or trying to sleep when you are not sleepy, if you are anywhere you cannot scratch, you will itch in many places. Soon Jim said, "Tell me, who are you? Where are you? I surely heard something. Well, I know what I will do. I will sit here and listen until I hear it again." So he sat on the ground between Tom and me. He leaned his back against a tree and stretched out his legs until one of them almost touched mine. My nose started to itch. It itched until tears came to my eyes, but I could not scratch. Then it started to itch inside. Next, it started to itch underneath. I did not know how I would stay still. This bad feeling lasted about 6 or 7 minutes, but it seemed much longer. I was itching in 11 different places now. I thought I could not stand it for more than another minute, but I bit my teeth together and got ready to try. Just then, Jim started to breathe heavily. Next, he started to snore. Then I was comfortable again very soon. Tom made a sign to me, a small sound with his mouth. We crept away on our hands and knees. When we were 10 feet away, Tom whispered to me. He wanted to tie Jim to the tree for fun, but I said no. He might wake up and make noise, and then they would find out I was not in my room. Then Tom said he did not have enough candles. He said he would go into the kitchen to get more. I did not want him to try. I said Jim might wake up and come out, but Tom wanted to risk it. So we went in there and got 3 candles. Tom left 5 cents on the table as payment. Then we got out, and I was eager to leave. But Tom insisted on crawling to where Jim was, on his hands and knees, to play a trick on him. I waited, and it seemed like a long time. Everything was so quiet and lonely. As soon as Tom was back, we went along the path, around the garden fence. Soon we arrived at the top of the steep hill on the other side of the house. Tom said he slipped Jim's hat off his head and hung it on a tree branch right above him. Jim moved a little, but he did not wake up. Afterward, Jim said that witches had put a spell on him and made him fall into a deep sleep. He said they rode him all over the state. Then they put him back under the trees and hung his hat on a branch to show who did it. The next time Jim told the story, he said they rode him down to New Orleans. After that, every time he told it, he added more details. Soon, he said they rode him all over the world and almost killed him from tiredness. He said his back was full of sores from the saddle. Jim was very proud of this story. He became so proud that he barely noticed the other black people. Black people would walk for miles to hear Jim tell about it. He was more respected than any black person in that area. Unknown. Black people would stand with their mouths open and stare at him as if he were amazing. Black people always talk about witches in the dark by the kitchen fire. But whenever someone was talking and pretending to know all about such things, Jim would come in and say, "What do you know about witches?" And that person would become quiet and sit down. Jim always kept that 5-cent coin around his neck with a string. He said it was a charm the devil gave him with his own hands. He said the devil told him he could heal anyone with it and bring witches whenever he wanted, just by saying something to it. But he never said what he said to it. Black people would come from everywhere and give Jim anything they had just to see that 5-cent coin. But they would not touch it because the devil had touched it. Jim was almost ruined as a servant because he became so proud of seeing the devil and being ridden by witches. When Tom and I reached the edge of the hilltop, we looked down into the village. We could see 3 or 4 lights twinkling where there might be sick people. The stars above us were sparkling very brightly. Down by the village, the river was a mile wide. It was very still and grand. We went down the hill and found Joe Harper and Ben Rogers, and 2 or 3 more boys hiding in the old tannery. So we untied a small boat and rowed 2.5 miles down the river to the big mark on the hillside. We went ashore there. We went to a group of bushes. Tom made everyone promise to keep the secret. Then he showed them a hole in the hill, right in the thickest part of the bushes. We lit the candles and crawled in on our hands and knees. We went about 200 yards, and then the cave opened up. Tom looked around among the paths. Soon he bent under a wall where you would not have seen a hole. We went along a narrow place and got into a kind of room. It was damp, sweaty, and cold. We stopped there. Tom said, "Now we will start this group of robbers and call it Tom Sawyer's Gang. Everyone who wants to join must take an oath and write his name in blood." Everyone was willing. So Tom took out a piece of paper where he had written the oath. He read it. It made every boy promise to stay with the group and never tell any of the secrets. If anyone did anything to any boy in the group, the boy who was told to kill that person and their family must do it. He must not eat or sleep until he had killed them and cut a cross into their chests. This was the sign of the group. No one who did not belong to the group could use that mark. If he did, he must be sued. If he did it again, he must be killed. If anyone who belonged to the group told the secrets, his throat must be cut. Then his body must be burned and the ashes scattered around. His name must be erased from the list with blood and never spoken again by the group. A curse would be put on it, and it would be forgotten forever. Everyone said it was a very good oath. They asked Tom if he made it up himself. He said some of it, but the rest came from pirate and robber books. He said every important group had it. Some thought it would be good to kill the families of boys who told the secrets. Tom said it was a good idea. So he took a pencil and wrote it in. Then Ben Rogers said, "Here is Huck Finn. He does not have a family. What will you do about him?" "Well, does he not have a father?" asked Tom Sawyer. "Yes, he has a father, but you can never find him these days. He used to be drunk with the pigs in the tannery, but he has not been seen here for a year or more. They talked about it. They were going to leave me out. They said every boy must have a family or someone to kill, or else it would not be fair to the others. No one could think of anything to do. Everyone was stuck and stayed still. I was almost ready to cry. But then I thought of a way. So I offered them Miss Watson. They could kill her. Everyone said, 'Oh, she will work. That is fine. Huck can join.' Then they all pricked their fingers to get blood to sign with. I made my mark on the paper. 'Now,' said Ben Rogers, 'what kind of work does this group do?' 'Only robbery and murder,' Tom said. 'But who will we rob? Houses or animals or—' 'No, stealing animals and such things is not robbery. It is breaking into houses,' said Tom Sawyer. 'We are not burglars. That is not our style. We are highwaymen. We stop stagecoaches and carriages on the road, wearing masks. We kill the people and take their watches and money.' 'Must we always kill the people?' 'Oh yes, always. It is best. Some people think differently, but mostly it is considered best to kill them, except some that you bring to the cave here and keep them until they are paid for.' 'Paid for? What is that?' 'I do not know, but that is what they do. I have seen it in books, so of course that is what we have to do. But how can we do it if we do not know what it is?' 'Why, come on, we have to do it. Did I not tell you it is in the books? Do you want to do something different from what is in the books and make things messy?' 'Oh, that is fine to say, Tom Sawyer. But how in the world will these people be paid for if we do not know how to do it to them? That is what I want to know. Now what do you think it is?' 'Well, I do not know, but maybe if we keep them until they are paid for, it means we keep them until they are dead. Now that is more like it. That will work. Why could you not have said that before? We will keep them until they are paid for to death, and they will be a lot of trouble too, eating everything and always trying to escape. How you talk, Ben Rogers. How can they escape when there is a guard watching them, ready to shoot them if they move at all? A guard. Well, that is good. So someone has to stay up all night and not sleep just to watch them. I think that is foolish. Why can't a person just hit them with a stick and pay them for as soon as they get here? Because it is not in the books that way. That is why. Now, Ben Rogers, do you want to do things properly or not? That is the point. Do you not think the people who wrote the books know the right thing to do? Do you think you can teach them anything? Not at all. No, sir. We will just go on and pay for them in the regular way. All right, I do not mind, but I say it is a foolish way anyhow. Say, do we kill the women too? Well, Ben Rogers, if I were as uninformed as you, I would not say anything. Kill the women? No. Nobody ever saw anything in the books like that. You fetch them to the cave, and you are always very kind to them. Soon they fall in love with you and never want to go home anymore. Well, if that is the way, I agree, but I do not believe it. Very soon the cave will be so full of women and people waiting to be paid for that there will be no room for the robbers. But go ahead, I have nothing to say. Little Tommy Barnes was asleep now. When they woke him up, he was scared and cried. He said he wanted to go home to his mother and did not want to be a robber anymore. So they all made fun of him and called him a crybaby. That made him angry, and he said he would go straight and tell all the secrets. But Tom gave him 5 cents to keep quiet. He said we would all go home and meet next week to rob someone and kill some people. Ben Rogers said he could not go out much, only on Sundays. So he wanted to begin next Sunday. But all the boys said it would be wrong to do it on Sunday. That settled it. They agreed to meet and pick a day as soon as they could. Then we chose Tom Sawyer as the first captain and Joe Harper as the second captain of the gang. Then we went home. I climbed up the shed and crawled into my window just before dawn. My new clothes were all dirty with grease and clay, and I was very tired. Would you like to hear what happens next? Chapter 3. A Good Going Over. Grace Triumphant. One of Tom Sawyer's lies. In the morning, Miss Watson was angry about my clothes, but the widow was not angry. She just cleaned the dirt from my clothes. She looked sad, so I thought I would be good for a while. Then Miss Watson took me to a room and prayed. Nothing happened. She told me to pray every day. She said I would get anything I asked for, but it was not true. I tried it. One time I asked for a fish line. I got the line, but no hooks. It was not useful without hooks. I asked for hooks 3 or 4 times, but it did not work. One day I asked Miss Watson to pray for me. She said I was a fool. She never told me why. I did not understand. I sat in the woods and thought about it. I asked myself, if you can get anything by praying, why did Deacon Wynne lose his money? Why did the widow lose her silver box? Why is Miss Watson not fat? I thought there was nothing to it. I told the widow. She said that praying gives you spiritual gifts. I did not understand this, but she told me what she meant. She said I must help other people. I must do everything for them. I must always think of them and never think of myself. This included Miss Watson, I thought. I went to the woods and thought about it for a long time, but I saw no good in it except for other people. So I decided not to worry about it. I would just let it go. Sometimes the widow talked about God's plan. It made me feel good. But the next day, Miss Watson would ruin it. I thought there were two kinds of God's plans. One was the widow's, which was good. The other was Miss Watson's, which was not good. If Miss Watson's plan got you, there was no help. I thought it all out. I decided I would follow the widow's plan if she wanted me. I did not know how I would be better off. I was not smart, and I was not important. My father had not been seen for more than a year. That was good for me. I did not want to see him. He always hit me when he was sober. I usually went to the woods when he was around. People said he was found in the river. He drowned about 12 miles from town. They thought it was him. They said the man was his size. He was wearing old clothes. He had very long hair. This was all like my father, but they could not see his face. It had been in the water for a long time. They said he was floating on his back. They buried him by the river, but I was not comfortable for long. I remembered something. I knew that a drowned man floats on his face, not on his back, so I knew it was not my father. It was a woman dressed as a man, so I was uncomfortable again. I thought my father would come back, but I wished he would not. We played robbers for about a month. Then I stopped. All the boys stopped. We never robbed anyone. We never killed anyone. We just pretended. We would jump out of the woods. We would run at people driving pigs or women in carts taking food to market. But we never took anything from them. Tom Sawyer called the pigs gold. He called the vegetables jewelry. We would go to the cave and talk about what we did. We talked about how many people we killed, but I did not see any good in it. One time Tom sent a boy to run in town with a burning stick. He called it a slogan. It was a sign for our group to meet. Then he said his spies told him secret news. The next day, many Spanish traders and rich Arabs would camp in Cave Hollow. They would have 200 elephants and 600 camels. They would have over 1,000 mules with diamonds. They would only have 400 soldiers. So we would hide and attack them. We would kill them and take their things. He said we must clean our swords and guns and get ready. He always wanted to clean the swords and guns, even for a vegetable cart, but they were just sticks. You could clean them forever, and they were still just sticks. I did not think we could beat so many Spanish people and Arabs, but I wanted to see the camels and elephants. So I was there the next day, Saturday, hiding. When we got the signal, we ran out of the woods and down the hill. But there were no Spanish people or Arabs. There were no camels or elephants. It was just a Sunday school picnic, and only young children. We broke it up. We chased the children up the hill, but we only got some donuts and jam. Ben Rogers got a doll. Joe Harper got a songbook and a religious paper. Then the teacher came. She made us drop everything and run away. I did not see any diamonds. I told Tom Sawyer. He said there were many diamonds there. He said there were Arabs, elephants, and other things. I asked why we could not see them. He said if I was not so foolish, I would know. He said I should read a book called Don Quixote. He said it was magic. He said there were many soldiers, elephants, and treasure there. But we had enemies he called magicians. They turned everything into a Sunday school. They did it to be mean. I said, okay, then we should go after the magicians. Tom Sawyer said I was stupid. He said, a magician can call many genies. They would destroy you very fast. They are as tall as a tree and as big as a church. I said, what if we get some genies to help us? Can we beat the others then? How will you get them? I don't know. How do they get them? They rub an old tin lamp or an iron ring. Then the genies come very fast. There is thunder and lightning and smoke. They do everything they are told. They can pull up a tall building by its roots. They can hit a Sunday school leader on the head with it, or any other man. Who makes them do that? Whoever rubs the lamp or the ring. They belong to whoever rubs the lamp or the ring. They must do whatever he says. If he tells them to build a palace 40 miles long with diamonds and fill it with chewing gum or whatever you want, and bring an emperor's daughter from China for you to marry, they must do it. And they must do it before the sun comes up the next morning. Also, they must move that palace anywhere you want in the country. Do you understand? I said, I think they are foolish for not keeping the palace themselves. Why would they give it away like that? And if I were one of them, I would not stop what I am doing to come when someone rubs an old tin lamp. Huck Finn, you talk crazy. You would have to come when he rubbed it, whether you wanted to or not. What? Even if I am as tall as a tree and as big as a church? Okay, then I would come, but I would make that man climb the highest tree in the country. Oh, it is no use talking to you, Huck Finn. You do not seem to know anything. You are a complete idiot. I thought about all this for 2 or 3 days. Then I decided to see if it was true. I got an old tin lamp and an iron ring. I went to the woods. I rubbed and rubbed until I was sweating a lot. I wanted to build a palace and sell it, but it was no use. No genies came. So I decided that all of it was just one of Tom Sawyer's lies. I think he believed in the Arabs and the elephants, but I think differently. It seemed like a Sunday school story. Chapter 4. Huck and the Judge. Superstition. 3 or 4 months passed. It was winter now. I went to school almost every day. I could spell, read, and write a little. I could say the multiplication table up to 6 times 7 is 35. I think I will never learn more than that. I don't like math anyway. At first, I did not like school, but after some time, it was okay. When I was very tired, I did not go to school. Then I got hit the next day. But this made me feel better, so school got easier over time. I was also getting used to the widow's ways. They were not so hard on me anymore. Living in a house and sleeping in a bed was hard for me most of the time. But before the cold weather, I sometimes went to sleep in the woods. That was a good rest. I liked my old ways best. But I started to like the new ways a little bit too. The widow said I was getting better slowly but surely. She said I was doing very well. She said she was not ashamed of me. One morning, I accidentally knocked over the salt at breakfast. I quickly tried to grab some salt to throw it over my left shoulder. This is to stop bad luck. But Miss Watson was faster than me. She stopped me. She said, "Take your hands away, Huckleberry. You always make a mess." The widow said something good for me, but I knew that would not stop the bad luck. After breakfast, I felt worried and shaky. I wondered what bad thing would happen to me. There are ways to stop some bad luck. But this was not one of them, so I did not try to do anything. I just walked around feeling sad and watchful. I went to the front garden. I climbed over the small gate in the tall wooden fence. There was 1 inch of new snow on the ground. I saw someone's footprints. They came from the stone quarry. They stood near the gate for a while. Then they walked around the garden fence. It was strange that they did not come in after standing there for so long. I did not understand it. It was very strange. I was going to follow the tracks, but first I bent down to look at them closely. I did not see anything at first, but then I did. There was a cross in the left boot heel. It was made with big nails to keep away the devil. I stood up quickly and ran down the hill. I looked over my shoulder sometimes, but I did not see anyone. I went to Judge Thatcher's house as fast as I could. He said, "Why, my boy, you are out of breath. Did you come for your money?" "No, sir," I said. "Is there some money for me?" "Oh, yes," he said. "You got money last night, over $150. That's a lot of money for you. You should let me put it with your $6,000, because if you take it, you will spend it." "No, sir," I said. "I don't want to spend it. I don't want it at all. Not the $6,000 either. I want you to take it. I want to give it to you, the $6,000 and all." He looked surprised. He did not seem to understand. He said, "Why, what do you mean, my boy?" I said, "Please don't ask me any questions about it. You will take it, won't you?" He said, "Well, I am confused. Is something wrong?" "Please take it," I said, "and don't ask me anything. Then I won't have to tell lies." He thought for a while. Then he said, "Oh, I think I see. You want to sell all your money to me, not give it. That is the right idea." Then he wrote something on a paper and read it. He said, "There, you see it says, 'for money.' That means I bought it from you and paid you for it. Here is $1 for you. Now, sign it." So I signed it and left. Miss Watson's helper, Jim, had a hairball as big as your fist. It came from an ox's stomach. He used it for magic. He said there was a spirit inside it. It knew everything. So I went to him that night. I told him my father was here again. I found his footprints in the snow. I wanted to know what my father would do and if he would stay. Jim took out his hairball and said something over it. Then he held it up and dropped it on the floor. It fell heavily and only rolled about 1 inch. Jim tried again. Then he tried another time. It did the same thing. Jim got on his knees. He put his ear to it and listened. But it did not work. He said it would not talk. He said sometimes it would not talk without money. I told him I had an old fake quarter. It was not good because the brass showed through the silver a little. It would not pass even if the brass did not show. It felt too smooth, like grease, so people would know it was fake every time. I decided not to say anything about the $1 I got from the judge. I said it was bad money, but maybe the hairball would take it. Maybe it would not know the difference. Jim smelled it and bit it and rubbed it. He said he would make the hairball think it was good. He said he would cut open a raw potato and put the quarter inside it all night. The next morning you would not see any brass. It would not feel greasy anymore. Then anyone in town would take it quickly, let alone a hairball. Well, I knew a potato could do that before, but I had forgotten. Jim put the quarter under the hairball. He got down and listened again. This time he said the hairball was okay. He said it would tell me my whole future if I wanted it to. I said, "Go on." So the hairball talked to Jim, and Jim told it to me. He said, "Your old father does not know what he will do yet. Sometimes he thinks he will go away, and then he thinks he will stay. The best way is to relax and let the old man do what he wants. There are 2 angels around him. One is white and shiny. The other one is black. The white one helps him do good for a little while. Then the black one comes in and spoils everything. So one can tell yet which one will win in the end. But you are okay. You will have a lot of trouble in your life and a lot of joy. Sometimes you will get hurt, and sometimes you will get sick, but every time you will get well again. There are 2 girls in your life. One is light, the other one is dark. One is rich, the other is poor. You will marry the poor one first and the rich one later. You need to stay away from water as much as you can, and do not take risks, because it is written that you will be hanged. When I lit my candle and went to my room that night, my father was sitting there. Chapter 5. Huck's Father, the Fond Parent. Reform. I closed the door. Then I turned around and he was there. I was always scared of him. He used to hit me a lot. I thought I was scared now too. But after the first shock, I saw I was wrong. I was not scared of him much. He was almost 50. He looked it. His hair was long, messy, and oily. It hung down. You could see his eyes shining through it, like he was behind plants. His hair was all black, no gray. His long, messy beard was also black. His face had no color. It was white. Not a normal white, but a sick white. It was a white that made your skin crawl, like a tree frog or a fish belly. His clothes were just rags. He had one ankle on his other knee. The shoe on that foot was broken. 2 of his toes were sticking out. He moved them sometimes. His hat was on the floor. It was an old black hat. The top was pushed in, like a lid. I stood looking at him. He sat there looking at me. His chair was tilted back a little. I put the candle down. I saw the window was open, so he had climbed in through the shed. He kept looking at me all over. After a while he said, "Fancy clothes, very. You think you are very important, don't you?" "Maybe I am, maybe I'm not," I said. "Don't talk back to me," he said. "You have changed a lot since I've been away. I will teach you a lesson. They say you are educated too. You can read and write. You think you are better than your father now, don't you? Because he can't. I will stop that. Who told you you could do such foolish things? Who told you you could?" "The widow," she told me. "The widow, huh? And who told the widow she could talk about something that is not her business?" "Nobody told her." "Well, I will teach her not to meddle. And listen here, you stop going to that school, do you hear? I will teach people not to raise a boy to act better than his own father. If I catch you near that school again, do you hear? Your mother could not read or write before she died. No one in the family could before they died. I can't. And here you are, acting so proud. I will not stand for it, do you hear? Say, let me hear you read." I picked up a book and started reading about General Washington and the wars. After about half a minute, he hit the book with his hand. It flew across the room. He said, "It's true, you can do it. I doubted you when you told me. Now listen here, stop acting fancy. I will not allow it. I will wait for you, my smart boy. And if I catch you near that school, I will hit you hard. Soon you will get religion too. I have never seen such a son." He picked up a small blue and yellow picture of some cows and a boy. He said, "What is this?" "It's something they gave me for doing my lessons well." He tore it up. He said, "I will give you something better. I will give you a beating." He sat there muttering and grumbling for a minute. Then he said, "Aren't you a fancy boy? A bed and blankets and a mirror and a piece of carpet on the floor. And your own father has to sleep with the pigs in the tannery. I have never seen such a son. I bet I will stop some of these fancy ways before I am done with you. Why, there is no end to your proud ways. They say you are rich. Hey, how is that? They lie. That's how. Listen here, be careful how you talk to me. I have had enough, so don't be rude to me. I have been in town for 2 days, and all I hear is about you being rich. I heard about it far down the river too. That's why I came. You get me that money tomorrow. I want it." "I don't have any money." "That's a lie. Judge Thatcher has it. You get it. I want it." "I don't have any money, I tell you. You ask Judge Thatcher. He will tell you the same." "All right, I will ask him, and I will make him pay, or I will know why. Say, how much do you have in your pocket? I want it." I only have $1 and I want that for. It doesn't matter what you want it for. Just give it to me. He took it and bit it to see if it was real. Then he said he was going to town to get some whiskey. He said he had not had a drink all day. When he was on the shed roof, he put his head back in. He cursed me for acting fancy and trying to be better than him. When I thought he was gone, he came back and put his head in again. He told me to remember about that school. He said he would wait for me and hit me if I did not stop going there. The next day he was drunk. He went to Judge Thatcher's house. He yelled at him and tried to make him give up the money, but he could not. Then he swore he would make the law force him. The judge and the widow went to court. They wanted the court to take me away from him. They wanted one of them to be my guardian, but it was a new judge who had just arrived. He did not know my father, so he said courts should not interfere and separate families if they can help it. He said he would rather not take a child away from its father, so Judge Thatcher and the widow had to give up. That pleased my father very much. He said he would beat me until I was black and blue if I did not get some money for him. I borrowed $3 from Judge Thatcher. My father took it and got drunk. He went around town yelling and cursing and making noise. He did this all over town with a tin pan until almost midnight. Then they put him in jail. The next day, they brought him to court. They put him in jail again for a week. But he said he was happy. He said he was the boss of his son, and he would make my life hard. When he got out, the new judge said he was going to make a better man of him. So he took him to his own house. He dressed him in clean, nice clothes. He had him eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner with his family. And he was very kind to him, you could say. After dinner, he talked to him about drinking and other things. My father cried. He said he had been a fool. He had wasted his life. But now he was going to start fresh and be a man no one would be ashamed of. He hoped the judge would help him and not look down on him. The judge said he could hug him for those words. So the judge cried, and his wife cried again. My father said he had always been misunderstood before. The judge said he believed it. My father said that a man who is down needs kindness. The judge said it was true. So they cried again. When it was bedtime, my father stood up and held out his hand. He said, "Look at it, everyone. Take it, shake it." This hand was the hand of a pig, but it is not anymore. It is the hand of a man who has started a new life, and he will die before he goes back. Remember these words. Don't forget I said them. It is a clean hand now. Shake it. Don't be afraid. So they shook his hand, one after another, all around, and cried. The judge's wife kissed it. Then my father signed a promise. He made his mark. The judge said it was the most special time ever, or something like that. Then they put my father in a beautiful spare room. Sometime in the night, he got very thirsty. He climbed out onto the porch roof. He slid down a post. He traded his new coat for a jug of strong alcohol, and he climbed back again. He had a good time. Towards morning, he crawled out again. He was very drunk. He rolled off the porch and broke his left arm in 2 places. He was almost frozen to death when someone found him after the sun came up, and when they looked at that spare room, they had to be careful where they stepped because it was so messy. The judge felt a little upset. He said he thought someone could make my father a better man with a gun, maybe, but he did not know any other way. Chapter 6. He went for Judge Thatcher. Huck decided to leave. Political economy, thrashing around. Soon my father felt better. He went to court to ask Judge Thatcher for his money. He also wanted me to stop going to school. He caught me 2 times and hit me, but I still went to school. I tried to avoid him or run away most of the time. Before, I did not like school, but now I decided to go to make my father angry. The court case was very slow. It seemed like it would never start. So sometimes I would ask the judge for a few dollars for my father. This was to stop my father from hitting me. Every time he got money, he got drunk. Every time he got drunk, he caused problems in town. Every time he caused problems, he went to jail. He liked this kind of life. My father spent too much time near the widow's house, so she told him to leave. She said she would cause him trouble if he did not. My father got very angry. He said he would show everyone who was my boss. One spring day, he found me. He took me 3 miles up the river in a small boat. We went to the Illinois side. It was a forest there with no houses. There was an old wood house in a very thick part of the forest. You could not find it if you did not know where it was. He kept me with him all the time. I could not run away. We lived in that old house. He always locked the door at night and put the key under his head. He had a gun that he stole. We fished and hunted for food. Sometimes he locked me inside and went 3 miles to the store by the river. He sold fish and animals for whiskey. Then he came home, got drunk, had fun, and hit me. The widow found out where I was later. She sent a man to get me, but my father chased him away with the gun. Soon after that, I got used to being there. I liked it, except for when he hit me. It was a lazy and fun life. I lay around all day, smoking and fishing. There were no books or studying. 2 months or more passed. My clothes became old and dirty. I did not know how I used to like living with the widow. There I had to wash, eat on a plate, comb my hair, and go to bed and wake up at set times. I also had to always read books, and Miss Watson bothered me all the time. I did not want to go back there. I had stopped using bad words because the widow did not like it. But now I used them again because my father did not care. Life in the woods was good, all in all. But soon my father hit me too much with his stick. I could not take it. I had marks all over my body. He also started going away a lot and locking me in. One time he locked me in and was gone for 3 days. It was very lonely. I thought he had drowned. I thought I would never get out. I was scared. I decided I would find a way to leave. I had tried to get out of that house many times, but I could not find a way. There was no window big enough for a dog to get through. I could not climb up the chimney. It was too small. The door was made of thick, strong wood. My father was careful not to leave a knife or anything in the house when he was away. I looked around the house 100 times. I was always looking because it was the only way to pass the time. But this time, I finally found something. I found an old, rusty wood saw without a handle. It was between a roof beam and the roof boards. I put grease on it and started to work. There was an old horse blanket nailed to the logs at the back of the house behind the table. It was there to stop the wind from coming through the cracks and blowing out the candle. I got under the table and lifted the blanket. Then I started to saw a piece of the big bottom log. It was big enough for me to get through. It was a long job, but I was almost finished when I heard my father's gun in the woods. I hid the signs of my work. I dropped the blanket and hid my saw. Soon my father came in. My father was in a bad mood, so he was acting like himself. He said he was in town and everything was wrong. His lawyer said He would win his court case and get the money if the trial ever started. But there were ways to delay it for a long time, and Judge Thatcher knew how to do it. And he said, people thought there would be another trial to take me away from him and give me to the widow as my guardian. They thought the widow would win this time. This made me very upset. I did not want to go back to the widow's house and be so controlled and civilized, as they called it. Then my father started to curse. He cursed everything and everyone he could think of. Then he cursed them all again to make sure he did not miss anyone. After that, he finished with a general curse. This included many people whose names he did not know. So he called them "What's his name?" and kept cursing. He said he would like to see the widow try to get me. He said he would be careful. If they tried to do that, he knew a place 6 or 7 miles away to hide me. They could look until they were tired, and they would not find me. This made me uneasy again, but only for a minute. I decided I would not wait for him to get that chance. My father told me to go to the small boat and get the things he bought. There was a 50-pound bag of cornmeal, a piece of bacon, bullets, a 4-gallon jug of whiskey, an old book, and 2 newspapers for stuffing, plus some rope material. I carried a load and went back. I sat down on the front of the boat to rest. I thought about it. I decided I would take the gun and some fishing lines. I would run away into the woods. I thought I would not stay in one place. I would just walk across the country, mostly at night. I would hunt and fish to stay alive. This way, I would go so far away that my father and the widow could never find me again. I thought I would saw my way out and leave that night if my father got drunk enough. I believed he would. I was so focused on this plan that I did not notice how long I was sitting there. Then my father yelled and asked if I was asleep or had fallen into the water. I took all the things to the house. It was almost dark. While I was cooking dinner, my father took a drink or two and started to feel better. He started to complain again. He had been drunk in town and slept in the street all night. He looked very bad. You would think he was made of mud. When he started drinking, he almost always talked about the government. This time he said, "They call this a government. Just look at it. The law is ready to take a man's son away from him, a man's own son whom he worked hard and spent money to raise. Yes, just when that man has raised his son and he is ready to work and do something for him, the law comes for him. And they call that government. That's not all. The law helps Judge Thatcher keep my property from me. Here's what the law does. The law takes a man worth $6,000 or more and puts him in an old bad house like this. It lets him wear clothes that are not even good enough for a pig. They call that government. A man cannot get his rights in a government like this. Sometimes I want to leave this country forever. Yes, and I told them so. I told old Thatcher to his face. Many people heard me. They can tell you what I said. I said, for very little money, I would leave this country and never come back. Those were my exact words. I said, look at my hat, if you call it a hat, but the top goes up and the rest goes down below my chin. Then it is not really a hat. It looks like my head is pushed through a stovepipe. Look at it, I said. Such a hat for me to wear. I am one of the richest men in this town if I could get my rights. Oh yes, this is a great government, great. Look here. There was a free black man from Ohio. He was mixed race, almost as white as a white man. He had the whitest shirt you ever saw and the shiniest hat. No man in that town had such fine clothes as he did. He had a gold watch and chain and a cane with a silver top. He was the most important old man in the state. And what do you think? They said he was a professor in a college and could speak all kinds of languages and knew everything. And that is not the worst part. They said he could vote when he was home. Well, that made me angry. I thought, what is happening to this country? It was election day, and I was about to go and vote myself if I was not too drunk to get there. But when they told me there was a state in this country where they would let that black man vote, I stopped. I said I would never vote again. Those are the exact words I said. They all heard me, and the country can fall apart for all I care. I will never vote again as long as I live, and to see that black man's calm way. He would not have moved for me if I had not pushed him out of the way. I asked the people, why is this black man not put up for sale? That is what I want to know. And what do you think they said? They said he could not be sold until he had been in the state for 6 months, and he had not been there that long yet. There, that is an example. They call that a government that cannot sell a free black man until he has been in the state for 6 months. Here is a government that calls itself a government and pretends to be a government and thinks it is a government, and yet it has to wait for 6 whole months before it can catch a sneaking, stealing, terrible, white-shirted, free black man. And my father was talking so much that he did not see where he was going. He tripped over a tub of salted pork and hit his legs. The rest of his speech was angry words. He mostly yelled at the black man and the government, but he also yelled at the tub a little. He hopped around the house a lot, first on one leg, then the other. He held first one leg, then the other. Finally, he suddenly kicked the tub with his left foot. But it was not a good idea. That was the boot where 2 of his toes were sticking out. So now he yelled so loud that it made a person's hair stand up. He fell down in the dirt and rolled there, holding his toes. The bad words he said then were worse than anything he had said before. He said so himself later. He had heard old Sowberry Hagan on his best days, and he said his own cursing was better than Hagan's. But I think he was just saying that. After dinner, my father took the jug. He said he had enough whiskey for 2 times getting drunk and 1 time having shaking and seeing things. That was always what he said. I thought he would be very drunk in about an hour. Then I would steal the key or saw my way out, one or the other. He drank and drank, then he fell down on his blankets. But I was not lucky. He did not fall into a deep sleep. He was restless. He made noises and moved around for a long time. Finally, I got so sleepy that I could not keep my eyes open. Before I knew it, I was fast asleep. The candle was still burning. I do not know how long I slept, but suddenly there was a terrible scream, and I woke up. My father looked crazy. He was jumping around and yelling about snakes. He said they were crawling up his legs. Then he would jump and scream. He said one had bitten him on the cheek, but I could not see any snakes. He started to run around the house. He yelled, "Take him off! Take him off! He's biting me on the neck!" I had never seen a man look so crazy in the eyes. Soon he was very tired. He fell down, breathing hard. Then he rolled over very fast, kicking things everywhere. He hit and grabbed at the air with his hands. He screamed and said there were devils holding him. He got tired after a while and lay still, making noises. Then he lay stiller and did not make a sound. I could hear the owls and wolves far away in the woods. It seemed very quiet. He was lying in the corner. After a while he sat up a little and listened, with his head to one side. He said very softly, "Tramp, tramp, tramp, that's the dead, tramp, tramp, tramp. They're coming after me, but I won't go. Oh, they're here. Don't touch me, don't. Hands off, they're cold. Let go. Oh, let a poor devil alone." Then he got on his hands and knees and crawled away. He asked them to leave him alone. He rolled himself up in his blanket and moved under the old pine table, still asking them to leave him alone. Then he started crying. I could hear him through the blanket. Soon he rolled out and jumped up. He looked crazy. He saw me and came at me. He chased me around the place with a pocket knife. He called me the angel of death. He said he would kill me. Then I could not come for him anymore. I begged him. I told him I was only Huck. But he laughed a very loud, sharp laugh. He roared and cursed and kept chasing me. Once I turned quickly and dodged under his arm. He grabbed me by my jacket between my shoulders. I thought I was dead. But I quickly slipped out of the jacket. I saved myself. Soon he was very tired. He fell down with his back against the door. He said he would rest for a minute and then kill me. He put his knife under him. He said he would sleep and get strong. Then he would see who was in charge. So he fell asleep soon. After a while, I got the old chair with the woven seat. I climbed up as quietly as I could. I got the gun down. I put the cleaning rod down it to make sure it was loaded. Then I put it across the turnip barrel, pointing at my father. I sat down behind it to wait for him to move, and how slow and quiet the time passed. Chapter 7. Laying for him, locked in the cabin, sinking the body, resting. Wake up, what are you doing? I opened my eyes. I looked around. I tried to see where I was. The sun was up. I had been sleeping deeply. My father was standing over me. He looked unhappy and sick. He said, "What are you doing with this gun?" I thought he did not remember what he had done, so I said, "Someone tried to come in, so I was waiting for him." "Why didn't you wake me up?" "Well, I tried, but I could not. I could not move you." "Okay, don't stand there talking all day. Go outside and see if there are any fish on the lines for breakfast. I will come in a minute." He unlocked the door. I went up the riverbank. I saw pieces of wood floating down. There was also some tree bark, so I knew the river was getting higher. I thought I would have a good time if I was in town now. The river getting high in June was always good for me. When the river started to rise, firewood and pieces of log rafts would float down. Sometimes there were a dozen logs together. All I had to do was catch them and sell them to the wood sellers and the sawmill. I walked up the bank. I watched for my father with one eye. With the other eye I watched for what the rising river might bring. Suddenly a canoe came. It was very nice. It was about 13 or 14 feet long. It floated high like a duck. I jumped into the water head first like a frog with all my clothes on. I swam to the canoe. I thought someone would be lying in it. People often did that to trick others. When someone pulled a small boat close, they would stand up and laugh. But it was not like that this time. It was truly a floating canoe. I climbed in and paddled it to the shore. I thought, my father will be happy when he sees this. It is worth $10. But when I got to shore, my father was not there yet. As I was pulling the canoe into a small, narrow creek covered with plants and willow trees, I had another idea. I decided I would hide it well. Then, instead of running away into the woods, I would go down the river about 50 miles. I would live in one place for good. This would be easier than walking all the time. It was very close to the small house. I thought I heard my father coming all the time, but I hid the canoe. Then I went out and looked around some willow trees. My father was down the path, aiming his gun at a bird, so he had not seen anything. When he came, I was busy pulling up a long fishing line. He told me I was too slow, but I told him I fell in the river. That was why it took me so long. I knew he would see I was wet. Then he would ask questions. We caught 5 catfish from the lines and went home. After breakfast, we lay down to sleep. We were both very tired. I started to think that if I could find a way to stop my father and the widow from trying to follow me, it would be more certain than just hoping to get far enough away before they missed me. Many things could happen, you see. Well, I did not see a way for a while, but then my father stood up for a minute to drink more water. He said, "Next time a man comes sneaking around here, you wake me up, do you hear? That man was not here for good reasons. I would have shot him. Next time you wake me up, do you hear?" Then he lay down and went back to sleep. But what he said gave me the idea I wanted. I said to myself, I can fix it now so no one will think of following me. Around noon, we got up and went up the river bank. The river was rising quite fast. Lots of floating wood was going by. Soon, part of a log raft came. 9 logs were tied together. We went out with the small boat and pulled it to shore. Then we had dinner. Anyone else but my father would have waited and stayed the whole day to catch more things. But that was not my father's way. 9 logs were enough for one time. He had to go straight to town and sell them, so he locked me in and took the small boat. He started pulling the raft around 3:30. I thought he would not come back that night. I waited until I thought he had gone far. Then I got out my saw. I started to work on that log again. Before he was on the other side of the river, I was out of the hole. He and his raft were just a small spot on the water far away. I took the bag of cornmeal to where the canoe was hidden. I pushed the plants and branches apart and put it in. Then I did the same with the piece of bacon. Then the whiskey jug. I took all the coffee and sugar there was, and all the bullets. I took the wadding. I took the bucket and the drinking container. I took a scoop and a metal cup, and my old saw, and 2 blankets, and the frying pan and the coffee pot. I took fishing lines and matches and other things. Everything that was worth money. I emptied the place. I wanted an axe, but there was not one, only the one at the woodpile, and I knew why I was going to leave that one. I brought out the gun. Now I was done. I had made the ground look worn from crawling out of the hole and taking out so many things, so I fixed that as well as I could from the outside. I scattered dirt on the spot. This covered up the smooth ground and the sawdust. Then I put the piece of log back in its place. I put 2 rocks under it and one against it to hold it. This was because it was bent up there and did not quite touch the ground. If you stood 4 or 5 feet away and did not know it was sawed, you would never notice it. Also, this was the back of the house. It was not likely anyone would be looking around there. It was all grass up to the canoe, so I had not left any footprints. I walked around to check. I stood on the bank and looked out over the river. All safe. So I took the gun and went a little way into the woods. I was looking for some birds when I saw a wild pig. Pigs soon became wild in those lowlands after they got away from the farms. I shot this pig and took it to the camp. I took the axe and broke in the door. I hit it and cut it a lot while doing it. I brought the pig in. I took him almost to the table and cut his throat with the axe. I laid him on the ground to bleed. I say ground because it was ground, hard dirt, no wood boards. Next, I took an old bag and put many big rocks in it, all I could drag. I started dragging it from the pig. I dragged it to the door and through the woods down to the river. I dropped it in, and it sank out of sight. You could easily see that something had been dragged over the ground. I wished Tom Sawyer was there. I knew he would be interested in this kind of plan. He would add fancy details. No one could do something like that better than Tom Sawyer. Finally, I pulled out some of my hair. I put a lot of blood on the axe. I put it on the backside of the axe. I threw the axe in the corner. Then I picked up the pig. I held him to my chest with my jacket so he would not drip blood. I carried him until I was a good distance below the house. Then I dropped him into the river. Now I thought of something else, so I went and got the bag of cornmeal and my old saw from the canoe. I brought them to the house. I took the bag to where it used to be. I made a hole in the bottom of it with the saw. There were no knives and forks there. My father did everything with his pocket knife for cooking. Then I carried the bag about 100 yards across the grass and through the willow trees east of the house. I went to a shallow lake that was 5 miles wide and full of tall grass, and ducks, you might say, in the right season. There was a small river or stream leading out of it on the other side that went for miles. I do not know where, but it did not go to the main river. The meal fell out and made a small path all the way to the lake. I dropped my father's sharpening stone there too. This was to make it look like it was an accident. Then I tied up the hole in the meal bag with a string, so it would not leak anymore. I took it and my saw to the canoe again. It was almost dark now, so I took the canoe down the river under some willow trees that hung over the bank. I waited for the moon to rise. I tied the canoe to a willow tree. Then I had something to eat. After a while, I lay down in the canoe to smoke my pipe and make a plan. I said to myself, they will follow the path of that bag of rocks to the shore. Then they will search the river for my body, and they will follow that meal path to the lake. They will go down the stream that leads out of it to find the bad people who killed me and took my things. They will never look in the river for anything but my dead body. They will soon get tired of that and will not bother about me anymore. All right, I can stop anywhere I want to. Jackson's Island is good enough for me. I know that island very well. No one ever goes there. And then I can paddle to town at night. I can sneak around and get things I want. Jackson's Island is the place. I was very tired. The next thing I knew, I was asleep. When I woke up, I did not know where I was for a minute. I sat up and looked around, a little scared. Then I remembered. The river looked miles wide. The moon was so bright I could count the logs floating by. They were black and still, hundreds of yards from shore. Everything was very quiet. It looked late, and it smelled late. You know what I mean. I do not know the words to explain it. I yawned and stretched. I was just about to untie the canoe and leave when I heard a sound far across the water. I listened. Soon I could tell what it was. It was that soft, regular sound that comes from oars moving in their holders when the night is still. I looked through the willow branches, and there it was, a small boat far across the water. I could not tell how many people were in it. It kept coming closer. When it was next to me, I saw there was only one man in it. I thought, maybe it is my father, though I was not expecting him. He went downstream past me with the current. Then he slowly came swinging toward the shore in the calm water. He went by so close I could have reached out the gun and touched him. Well, it was my father for sure, and sober too by the way he was rowing. I did not waste any time. The next minute I was moving quickly and quietly downstream in the shadow of the bank. I went 2.5 miles. Then I went 1/4 of a mile or more towards the middle of the river. This was because I would soon pass the ferry landing. People might see me and call out to me. I got among the floating wood. Then I lay down in the bottom of the canoe and let it float. I lay there and had a good rest and smoked my pipe. I looked up at the sky. There was not a cloud in it. The sky looks so deep when you lie on your back in the moonlight. I had never known that before, and how far a person can hear on the water on such nights. I heard people talking at the ferry landing. I heard what they said, too, every word of it. One man said it was getting closer to the long days and short nights. The other one said this was not one of the short ones, he thought. Then they laughed. He said it again, and they laughed again. Then they woke up another man and told him, and laughed. But he did not laugh. He said something quickly and told them to leave him alone. The first man said he wanted to tell it to his old woman. She would think it was funny. But he said that was nothing compared to some things he had said in his time. I heard one man say it was almost 3 o'clock. He hoped daylight would not wait more than about a week longer. After that, the talking got further and further away. I could not make out the words anymore, but I could hear the quiet talking, and now and then a laugh too, but it seemed a long way off. I was now far below the ferry. I sat up, and there was Jackson's Island. It was about 2.5 miles downstream. It had many trees and stood up out of the middle of the river. It was big and dark and solid, like a steamboat without any lights. There were no signs of the sandbar at the top of the island. It was all under water now. It did not take me long to get there. I went past the top of the island very fast. The current was so strong. Then I got into the calm water and landed on the side facing the Illinois shore. I pulled the canoe into a deep, curved part of the bank that I knew about. I had to push the willow branches apart to get in. When I tied it, no one could have seen the canoe from the outside. I went up and sat on a log at the top of the island. I looked out at the big river and the black floating wood. I looked far over to the town, 3 miles away, where there were 3 or 4 lights twinkling. A very big raft of logs was about a mile upstream, coming down. It had a light in the middle of it. I watched it come slowly down. When it was almost next to where I stood, I heard a man say, "Back oars there. Turn her front to the right." I heard that as clearly as if the man was next to me. There was a little gray in the sky now, so I stepped into the woods. I lay down for a short sleep before breakfast. Chapter 8. Sleeping in the Woods, Raising the Dead, Exploring the Island, Finding Jim, Jim's Escape, Signs, Balaam. The sun was high when I woke up. I thought it was past 8 o'clock. I lay there in the grass and the cool shade. I was thinking and feeling rested and happy. I could see the sun through 1 or 2 holes in the leaves. But mostly there were big trees all around, and it was dark inside the woods. There were spots of light on the ground where the sun came through the leaves. The spots moved a little, showing there was a small breeze. 2 squirrels sat on a tree branch and chattered at me in a friendly way. I was very lazy and comfortable. I did not want to get up and make breakfast. I was almost falling asleep again when I heard a deep boom sound from up the river. I woke up. I rested on my elbow and listened. Soon I heard it again. I jumped up. I went and looked out through a hole in the leaves. I saw a lot of smoke on the water far up the river near the ferry, and the ferry boat was full of people floating down. I knew what was happening now. Boom! I saw white smoke come out of the side of the ferry boat. They were firing cannons over the water. They were trying to make my body come to the top. I was quite hungry, but I could not start a fire because they might see the smoke. So I sat there and watched the cannon smoke and listened to the boom. The river was a mile wide there. It always looks nice on a summer morning. So I was having a good time watching them look for my body, if only I had something to eat. Then I remembered how they always put mercury in loaves of bread and float them. This is because they always go right to the drowned body and stop there. So I said, I will watch. If any of them are floating near me, I will show them. I moved to the Illinois side of the island to see what I could find. I was not disappointed. A big double loaf of bread came along. I almost got it with a long stick. But my foot slipped and it floated further away. Of course, I was where the current was closest to the shore. I knew enough for that. But soon another one came. This time I got it. I took out the cork and shook out the small bit of mercury. Then I bit into it. It was baker's bread, what rich people eat, not cheap cornbread. I found a good spot among the leaves. I sat there on a log, eating the bread. I watched the ferry boat and felt very happy. Then something hit me. I said, I think the widow or the preacher or someone prayed that this bread would find me. And it did. So there is something to that idea. That is, it works when someone like the widow or the preacher prays. But it does not work for me. I think it only works for the right kind of people. I lit my pipe and had a long smoke. I kept watching. The ferry boat was floating with the current. I thought I would have a chance to see who was on board when it came close, because it would come close, just like the bread did. When it got pretty close to me, I put out my pipe. I went to where I got the bread. I lay down behind a log on the bank in a small open area. Where the log split, I could look through. Soon the boat came along. It drifted so close that they could have put out a plank and walked ashore. Most everyone was on the boat. My father, and Judge Thatcher, and Bessie Thatcher, and Joe Harper, and Tom Sawyer, and his old Aunt Polly, and Sid, and Mary, and many more. Everyone was talking about the murder. But the captain interrupted and said, Look carefully now. The current is strongest here. Maybe he washed ashore and got stuck among the bushes at the water's edge. I hope so, anyway. I did not hope so. They all gathered and leaned over the sides of the boat, almost in front of my face. They stayed quiet, watching very closely. I could see them very well, but they could not see me. Then the captain yelled, Stand back! And the cannon fired such a loud shot right in front of me that it made me deaf from the noise and almost blind from the smoke. I thought I was dead. If they had put bullets in, I think they would have gotten the body they were looking for. Well, I saw I was not hurt, thankfully. The boat floated on and went out of sight around the side of the island. I could hear the booming sometimes, further and further away. After an hour, I did not hear it any more. The island was 3 miles long. I thought they had reached the end and were giving up, but they did not yet. They turned around the end of the island and started going up the river on the Missouri side, using the engine. They fired the cannon now and then as they went. I crossed to that side and watched them. When they got to the top of the island, they stopped shooting. They went over to the Missouri shore and went home to town. I knew I was safe now. No one else would come looking for me. I took my things out of the canoe. I made a nice camp for myself in the thick woods. I made a kind of tent from my blankets to put my things under. This was so the rain could not get to them. I caught a catfish and cut it open with my saw. Towards sunset, I started my campfire and had dinner. Then I set out a fishing line to catch some fish for breakfast. When it was dark, I sat by my campfire smoking. I felt quite happy, but soon it got a little lonely. So I went and sat on the bank. I listened to the current washing along. I counted the stars and the logs and rafts that came down the river. Then I went to bed. There is no better way to pass the time when you are lonely. You cannot stay lonely. You soon get over it. And so it was for 3 days and nights. No change, just the same thing. But the next day, I went exploring around the island. I was the boss of it. It all belonged to me, you could say. I wanted to know all about it, but mainly I wanted to pass the time. I found many strawberries, ripe and good, and green summer grapes and green raspberries, and the green blackberries were just starting to appear. I thought they would all be useful later. I walked around in the deep woods until I thought I was not far from the end of the island. I had my gun with me, but I had not shot anything. It was for protection. I thought I would kill some animals near my camp. Around this time, I almost stepped on a large snake. It slid off through the grass and flowers. I went after it, trying to shoot it. I moved quickly. Suddenly, I jumped right onto the ashes of a campfire that was still smoking. My heart jumped up into my chest. I did not wait to look further. I put the safety on my gun. I crept back on my tiptoes as fast as I could. Every now and then, I stopped for a second among the thick leaves and listened. But I was breathing so hard I could not hear anything else. I crept along a little further, then listened again, and so on, and so on. If I saw a tree stump, I thought it was a man. If I stepped on a stick and broke it, it made me feel like someone had cut my breath in half, and I only got half, and the short half too. When I got to camp, I was not feeling brave. I was scared. But I said, this is no time to be fooling around. So I put all my things back into my canoe so they would not be seen. I put out the fire. I scattered the ashes around to make it look like an old camp from last year. Then I climbed a tree. I think I was in the tree for 2 hours. But I did not see anything. I did not hear anything. I only thought. I heard and saw 1,000 things. Well, I could not stay up there forever. So at last I came down. But I stayed in the thick woods and kept looking around all the time. All I could find to eat were berries and what was left from breakfast. By night, I was very hungry. So when it was truly dark, I quietly left the shore before moonrise. I paddled over to the Illinois bank, about 1/4 of a mile away. I went into the woods and cooked supper. I had almost decided I would stay there all night. Then I heard a plunkety-plunk, plunkety-plunk. I said to myself, horses are coming. Next, I heard people's voices. I put everything into the canoe as quickly as I could. Then I crept through the woods to see what I could find out. I had not gone far when I heard a man say, "We better camp here if we can find a good place. The horses are very tired. Let's look around, 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 around." I did not wait. I pushed off and paddled away slowly. I tied up in the old place. I decided I would sleep in the canoe. I did not sleep much. I could not somehow because of thinking. And every time I woke up, I thought someone had me by the neck. So the sleep did not help me. After a while I said to myself, I cannot live this way. I am going to find out who is here on the island with me. I will find out or I will burst. Well, I felt better right away. So I took my paddle and moved the canoe just a step or two from the shore. Then I let the canoe float along among the shadows. The moon was shining. Outside of the shadows, it was almost as bright as day. I moved slowly for about an hour. Everything was as still as rocks and deeply asleep. By this time, I was almost at the end of the island. A small, cool breeze started to blow. That was like saying the night was almost over. I turned the canoe with the paddle and pointed its front to the shore. Then I got my gun and slipped out into the edge of the woods. I sat down there on a log. I looked out through the leaves. I saw the moon go away and the darkness begin to cover the river. But in a little while I saw a pale line over the treetops. I knew the day was coming, so I took my gun. I quietly went towards where I had found that campfire. I stopped every minute or two to listen, but I had no luck. I could not seem to find the place, but then, sure enough, I saw a glimpse of fire far through the trees. I went towards it, carefully and slowly. Soon I was close enough to look. There was a man lying on the ground. It almost scared me very much. He had a blanket around his head. His head was almost in the fire. I sat there behind some bushes, about 6 feet from him. I watched him steadily. It was getting to be gray daylight now. Soon he yawned and stretched himself. He threw off the blanket, and it was Miss Watson's Jim. I was so happy to see him. I said, "Hello, Jim," and jumped out. He jumped up and stared at me wildly. Then he fell to his knees. He put his hands together and said, "Don't hurt me, don't. I have never done any harm to a ghost. I always liked dead people and did all I could for them. You go and get in the river again, where you belong. And don't do anything to old Jim, who was always your friend." Well, it did not take me long to make him understand I was not dead. I was so glad to see Jim. I was not lonely anymore. I told him I was not afraid of him telling people where I was. I talked, but he just sat there and looked at me. He did not say anything. Then I said, "It's bright daylight. Let's get breakfast. Make your campfire good." What's the use of making a campfire to cook strawberries and such things? But you have a gun, don't you? Then we can get something better than strawberries. Strawberries and such things, I said. Is that what you live on? I couldn't get anything else, he said. Why, how long have you been on the island, Jim? I came here the night after you were killed. What, all that time? Yes, indeed. And you haven't had anything but that kind of trash to eat? No, sir, nothing else. Well, you must be almost starving, aren't you? I think I could eat a horse. I think I could. How long have you been on the island? Since the night I got killed. No. Why, what have you lived on? But you have a gun. Oh, yes, you have a gun. That's good. Now you kill something and I'll make the fire. So we went to where the canoe was. While he built a fire in a grassy open place among the trees, I brought cornmeal and bacon and coffee, and the coffee pot and frying pan, and sugar and tin cups. Jim was quite surprised because he thought it was all magic. I also caught a good big catfish. Jim cleaned it with his knife and fried it. When breakfast was ready, we lay on the grass and ate it hot. Jim ate with all his might because he was almost starving. Then, when we had eaten enough, we lay down and were lazy. After a while, Jim said, "But look here, Huck, who was it that was killed in that small house if it wasn't you?" Then I told him the whole story, and he said it was clever. He said Tom Sawyer could not come up with a better plan than mine. Then I said, "How did you get here, Jim, and how did you come to be here?" He looked quite uneasy. He did not say anything for a minute. Then he said, "Maybe I shouldn't tell." "Why, Jim?" "Well, there are reasons, but you wouldn't tell on me if I were to tell you, would you, Huck?" "I swear I wouldn't, Jim." "Well, I believe you, Huck. I ran away." "Jim." "But remember, you said you wouldn't tell. You know you said you wouldn't tell, Huck." "Well, I did. I said I wouldn't, and I will stick to it. Honestly, I will. People would call me a bad abolitionist and hate me for staying quiet, but that does not matter. I am not going to tell, and I am not going back there anyway. So now, let's hear all about it." "Well, you see, it was this way. Old Mrs., that's Miss Watson, she complains at me all the time and treats me pretty roughly. But she always said she wouldn't sell me down to New Orleans. But I noticed there was a slave trader around the place quite a lot lately. and I started to get uneasy. Well, one night I crept to the door quite late, and the door was not quite shut, and I heard old Mrs. tell the widow she was going to sell me down to New Orleans. But she didn't want to, but she could get $800 for me, and it was such a big amount of money she couldn't resist. The widow tried to get her to say she wouldn't do it, but I never waited to hear the rest. I left very quickly, I tell you. I left and ran down the hill, and I planned to steal a small boat along the shore somewhere above the town. But there were still people moving around, so I hid in the old broken-down barrel-maker's shop on the bank to wait for everyone to leave. Well, I was there all night. There was someone around all the time. Around 6 in the morning, small boats started to go by. And around 8 or 9, every small boat that went by was talking about how your father came to town and said you were killed. These last small boats were full of ladies and gentlemen going to see the place. Sometimes they would stop at the shore and rest before they started across. So from their talk, I got to know all about the killing. I was very sorry you were killed, Huck, but I am not any more now. I lay there under the wood shavings all day. I was hungry, but I was not afraid, because I knew old Mrs. and the widow were going to start for the camp meeting right after breakfast and be gone all day. And they know I go off with the cattle around daylight, so they wouldn't expect to see me around the place, and so they wouldn't miss me until after dark in the evening. The other servants wouldn't miss me because they would sneak out and take a holiday as soon as the old folks were out of the way. Well, when it got dark, I left up the river road, and I went about 2 miles or more to where there were no houses. I had made up my mind about what I was going to do. You see, if I kept trying to get away on foot, the dogs would track me. If I stole a small boat to cross over, they would miss that boat, you see, and they would know about where I would land on the other side and where to pick up my tracks. So I said, a raft is what I want. It doesn't make any tracks. I saw a light coming around the bend after a while, so I waded in and pushed a log ahead of me, and I swam more than halfway across the river, and I got among the floating wood, and I kept my head down low, and I kind of swam against the current until the raft came along. Then I swam to the back of it and grabbed on. It got cloudy and it was pretty dark for a little while, so I climbed up and lay down on the planks. The men were all far away in the middle, where the lantern was. The river was rising, and there was a good current. So I thought that by 4 in the morning I would be 25 miles down the river, and then I would slip in just before daylight and swim ashore, and go into the woods on the Illinois side. But I had no luck. When we were almost at the top of the island, a man started to come to the back with the lantern. I saw there was no use to wait, so I slid overboard and swam for the island. Well, I thought I could land almost anywhere, but I couldn't. The bank was too steep. I was almost at the foot of the island before I found a good place. I went into the woods and decided I wouldn't bother with rafts anymore as long as they moved the lantern around so much. I had my pipe and a plug of chewing tobacco and some matches in my cap, and they weren't wet, so I was all right. And so you haven't had any meat or bread to eat all this time. Why didn't you get river turtles? How are you going to get them? You can't sneak up on them and grab them. And how is a person going to hit them with a rock? How could a person do it at night? And I wasn't going to show myself on the bank in the daytime. Well, that's true. You've had to stay in the woods all the time, of course. Did you hear them shooting the cannon? Oh, yes. I knew they were after you. I saw them go by here, watched them through the bushes. Some young birds came along, flying a yard or 2 at a time and landing. Jim said it was a sign it was going to rain. He said it was a sign when young chickens flew that way. so he thought it was the same when young birds did it. I was going to catch some of them, but Jim would not let me. He said it was death. He said his father was very sick once, and some people caught a bird, and his old grandmother said his father would die, and he did. And Jim said, "You must not count the things you are going to cook for dinner, because that would bring bad luck. The same if you shook the tablecloth after sunset." And he said if a man owned a beehive and that man died, the bees must be told about it before sunrise the next morning. Otherwise, the bees would all get weak and stop working and die. Jim said bees would not sting foolish people, but I did not believe that, because I had tried them many times myself, and they would not sting me. I had heard about some of these things before, but not all of them. Jim knew all kinds of signs. He said he knew almost everything. I said it seemed to me like all the signs were about bad luck, so I asked him if there were any good luck signs. He said, "Very few, and they are no use to a person. What do you want to know when good luck is coming for? Do you want to stop it?" And he said, "If you have hairy arms and a hairy chest, it's a sign that you are going to be rich." Well, there's some use in a sign like that, because it's so far in the future. You see, maybe you have to be poor for a long time first, and so you might get discouraged and kill yourself if you didn't know by the sign that you are going to be rich soon. Do you have hairy arms and a hairy chest, Jim? What's the use of asking that question? Don't you see I do? Well, are you rich? No, but I was rich once, and I am going to be rich again. Once I had $14, but I started gambling, and I lost all my money. What did you gamble in, Jim? Well, first I tried animals. What kind of animals? Why, live animals. Cattle, you know. I put $10 in a cow, but I'm not going to risk any more money in animals. The cow died while I had her. So you lost the $10. No, I didn't lose it all. I only lost about 9 of it. I sold the hide and fat for $1.10. You had $5.10 left. Did you gamble any more? Yes, you know that one-legged black man who belongs to old Mr. Bradish. Well, he started a bank. And he said anyone that put in $1 would get $4 more at the end of the year. Well, all the black people joined in, but they didn't have much money. I was the only one that had much, so I asked for more than $4, and I said if I didn't get it, I'd start a bank myself. Well, of course, that black man wanted to keep me out of the business, because he said there wasn't enough business for 2 banks. So he said I could put in my $5, and he would pay me $35 at the end of the year. So I did it. Then I thought I would invest the $35 right away and keep things moving. There was a black man named Bob. He had found a flatboat made of wood, and his master didn't know it. And I bought it from him and told him to take the $35 when the end of the year came. But someone stole the flatboat that night, and the next day the one-legged black man said the bank was broken, so none of us got any money. What did you do with the 10 cents, Jim? Well, I was going to spend it, but I had a dream, and the dream told me to give it to a black man named Balaam. Balaam's ass, they call him for short. He's one of those foolish people, you know, but he's lucky, they say, and I saw I wasn't lucky. The dream said, let Balaam invest the 10 cents and he'd make money for me. Well, Balaam took the money, and when he was in church, he heard the preacher say that whoever gives to the poor lends to the Lord, and they are sure to get their money back 100 times. So Balaam took and gave the 10 cents to the poor, and he waited to see what would happen. Well, what did happen, Jim? Nothing ever happened. I couldn't manage to get that money back in any way, and Balaam couldn't either. I'm not going to lend any more money unless I see something safe. Sure to get your money back 100 times, the preacher says. If I could get the 10 cents back, I'd call it even and be happy with the chance. Well, it's all right anyway, Jim, as long as you're going to be rich again sometime or other. Yes, and I am rich now if you look at it. I own myself and I'm worth $800. I wish I had the money. I wouldn't want any more. Chapter 9. The Cave, the Floating House. We wanted to go to a place in the middle of the island. I found it when I looked around before. So we started, and we got there fast. The island was only 3 miles long and a 1/4 mile wide. This place was a long, steep hill. It was about 40 feet high. It was hard to get to the top. The sides were very steep, and the trees were very thick. We walked and climbed all over it. Soon we found a big cave in the rock. It was near the top, on the side facing Illinois. The cave was as big as 2 or 3 rooms. Jim could stand up tall inside. It was cool in the cave. Jim wanted to put our things there right away, but I said we did not want to climb up and down all the time. Jim said if we hid the boat well and put all our things in the cave, we could run there if anyone came to the island. They would not find us without dogs. Also, he said, the little birds said it would rain. He asked if I wanted our things to get wet, so we went back and got the boat. We paddled to the cave and carried all our things up there. Then we found a place nearby to hide the boat. It was among the thick willow trees. We took some fish from our lines and put the lines back. Then we started to get ready for dinner. The cave door was big enough to roll a large barrel inside. On one side of the door, the floor came out a little. It was flat and a good place to build a fire. So we built a fire there and cooked dinner. We put blankets inside for a soft floor. We ate our dinner there. We put all our other things at the back of the cave, easy to reach. Soon it got dark. It started to thunder and flash with lightning. So the birds were right. It started to rain a lot. I had never seen the wind blow so hard. It was a normal summer storm. It got so dark outside that it looked blue-black and beautiful. The rain came down so much that the trees a little way off looked blurry like spider webs. Then a strong wind came and bent the trees down. It showed the light color under their leaves. Then another very strong gust came and made the tree branches move like crazy. Next, when it was the darkest and bluest, it was suddenly very bright. You could see treetops moving far away in the storm, hundreds of yards farther than before. It got dark again very fast. Then you would hear the thunder crash loudly. It would rumble and tumble down the sky, like empty barrels rolling down long stairs that bounce a lot. "Jim, this is nice," I said. "I do not want to be anywhere else. Give me another piece of fish and some hot cornbread." "Well, you would not be here if it was not for Jim. You would be down in the woods without any dinner, and you would get almost drowned too. Yes, you would, honey. Chickens know when it will rain, and so do the birds, child." The river kept getting higher for 10 or 12 days. At last, it was over the banks. The water was 3 or 4 feet deep on the island in the low parts and on the Illinois side. On that side, it was many miles wide. But on the Missouri side, it was the same old distance across, 1/2 a mile. This was because the Missouri shore was a wall of high cliffs. During the day, we paddled all over the island in the boat. It was very cool and shady in the deep woods, even if the sun was hot outside. We went around the trees. Sometimes the vines hung so thick we had to go back and find another way. We saw rabbits and snakes on every old broken tree. When the island had been flooded for a day or two, they became so not afraid because they were hungry. You could paddle right up and touch them if you wanted to, but not the snakes and turtles. They would slide into the water. The hill where our cave was had many of them. We could have had many pets if we wanted them. One night we caught a small part of a raft made of wood. It had nice pine boards. It was 12 feet wide and about 15 or 16 feet long. The top was 6 or 7 inches above the water. It was a strong flat floor. We sometimes saw big logs float by during the day, but we let them go. We did not show ourselves during the day. Another night, when we were at the top of the island, just before it got light, a house came floating down on the west side. It had 2 floors and was leaning a lot. We paddled out and got on it. We climbed in through an upstairs window, but it was too dark to see yet, so we tied the boat and sat in it to wait for daylight. The light started to come before we got to the end of the island. Then we looked in the window. We could see a bed, a table, and 2 old chairs. There were many things on the floor. Clothes were hanging on the wall. Something was lying on the floor in the far corner that looked like a man, so Jim said, "Hello, you." But it did not move. So I yelled again, and then Jim said, "The man is not asleep. He is dead. You stay still. I will go and see." He went and bent down and looked. He said, "It is a dead man. Yes, truly, naked too. He was shot in the back. I think he has been dead 2 or 3 days. Come in, Huck, but do not look at his face. It is too ugly." I did not look at him at all. Jim put some old clothes over him, but he did not need to. I did not want to see him. There were many old dirty cards on the floor. There were also old whiskey bottles and 2 masks made of black cloth. All over the walls were very bad words and pictures made with charcoal. There were 2 old dirty cotton dresses, a sun hat, and some women's underwear hanging on the wall. There were also some men's clothes. We put all of it in the boat. It might be useful. There was an old spotted straw hat for a boy on the floor. I took that too. And there was a bottle that had milk in it. It had a cloth stopper for a baby to drink from. We would have taken the bottle, but it was broken. There was an old worn chest and an old hair trunk with broken hinges. They were open, but there was nothing good left in them. The way things were scattered, we thought the people left in a hurry. They were not ready to carry most of their things. We got an old metal lantern, a butcher knife without a handle, a brand new knife worth 2 bits in any store, many tallow candles, a metal candle holder, a gourd, a metal cup, a worn-out old blanket from the bed, and a small bag with needles and pins and beeswax and buttons and thread and all such things in it. We also got a small axe and some nails, and a fishing line as thick as my small finger with some very big hooks on it, and a roll of soft leather, and a leather dog collar, and a horseshoe, and some small bottles of medicine with no labels on them. Just as we were leaving, I found a pretty good brush for horses. Jim found a worn-out old violin bow and a wooden leg. The straps were broken off of it, but besides that, it was a good enough leg. It was too long for me and not long enough for Jim. We could not find the other one, even though we looked everywhere. So all in all, we found many good things. When we were ready to leave, we were a 1/4 of a mile below the island. It was pretty much daylight. So I made Jim lie down in the boat and cover up with the blanket. This was because if he sat up, people could tell he was a black person from far away. I paddled to the Illinois shore. I drifted down almost 1/2 a mile while doing it. I went slowly up the still water under the bank. I had no problems and saw no one. We got home safely. Chapter 10. The Find. Old Hank Bunker, in disguise. After we ate, I wanted to talk about the dead man. I wanted to guess how he died, but Jim did not want to. He said it would bring bad luck, and he said the dead man might come and bother us. He said a man who was not buried was more likely to bother people than one who was buried and resting. That sounded right, so I did not say more, but I kept thinking about it. I wished I knew who shot the man and why. We looked through the clothes we found. We found $8 in silver money sewn inside an old coat. Jim said he thought the people in that house stole the coat, because if they knew the money was there, they would not have left it. I said I thought they killed him too, but Jim did not want to talk about that. I said, "You think it is bad luck now, but what did you say when I brought in the snakeskin? I found it on the hill 2 days ago. You said it was the worst bad luck in the world to touch a snakeskin with my hands. Well, here is your bad luck. We found all these things, and $8 besides. I wish we could have bad luck like this every day, Jim." "Never mind, honey, never mind. Do not be too happy. It is coming. Remember I told you, it is coming." It did come. It was a Tuesday when we talked. Well, after dinner on Friday, we were lying in the grass at the top of the hill. We ran out of tobacco. I went to the cave to get some. I found a rattlesnake in there. I killed it. I curled it up on Jim's blanket, just like it was alive. I thought it would be funny when Jim found it. Well, by night, I forgot about the snake. When Jim threw himself down on the blanket while I made a light, the snake's friend was there, and it bit him. He jumped up yelling. The first thing the light showed was the snake curled up and ready to bite again. I killed it in a second with a stick. Jim grabbed my father's whiskey bottle and started to drink it. He was not wearing shoes. The snake bit him right on the heel. That happened because I was a fool. I did not remember that when you leave a dead snake, its friend always comes there and curls around it. Jim told me to cut off the snake's head and throw it away. Then he told me to skin the body and cook a piece of it. I did it. He ate it and said it would help him get better. He made me take off the rattles and tie them around his wrist too. He said that would help. Then I quietly went out and threw the snakes far away into the bushes, because I was not going to let Jim find out it was my fault if I could help it. Jim kept drinking from the bottle. Sometimes he got confused and moved around and yelled, but every time he came back to himself, he started drinking from the bottle again. His foot swelled up very big, and so did his leg. But soon he started to get drunk. So I thought he was okay, but I would rather be bitten by a snake than drink my father's whiskey. Jim was sick for 4 days and nights. Then the swelling was gone, and he was well again. I decided I would never touch a snakeskin again with my hands. Now I saw what happened from it. Jim said he thought I would believe him next time, and he said that touching a snakeskin was such terrible bad luck that maybe we had not seen the end of it yet. He said he would rather see the new moon over his left shoulder 1,000 times than pick up a snakeskin in his hand. Well, I was starting to feel that way myself, even though I always thought that looking at the new moon over your left shoulder is one of the most careless and foolish things a person can do. Old Hank Bunker did it once and bragged about it, and in less than 2 years he got drunk and fell off a tall building for making bullets. He spread out so much that he was just like a layer, you could say, and they slid him sideways between 2 barn doors for a coffin, and they buried him that way, they say, but I did not see it. My father told me. But anyway, it all happened from looking at the moon that way, like a fool. Well, the days passed. The river went down between its banks again. One of the first things we did was to put a skinned rabbit on a big hook. We caught a catfish that was as big as a man. It was 6 feet 2 inches long and weighed over 200 pounds. We could not hold it, of course. It would have thrown us into Illinois. We just sat there and watched it move around until it drowned. We found a brass button in its stomach and a round ball and a lot of trash. We opened the ball with the small axe, and there was a spool inside. Jim said he had kept it there for a long time to cover it and make a ball of it. I think it was the biggest fish ever caught in the Mississippi River. Jim said he had never seen a bigger one. It would have been worth a lot of money in the village. They sell such a fish by the pound in the market there. Everyone buys some of it. Its meat is as white as snow and tastes good when fried. Next morning I said it was getting slow and boring. I wanted something exciting to happen. I said I thought I would go across the river and find out what was happening. Jim liked that idea, but he said I must go in the dark and be careful. Then he thought about it and said, could I wear some of those old clothes and dress like a girl? That was a good idea too. So we made one of the cotton dresses shorter. I pulled up my pant legs to my knees and put it on. Jim tied it in the back with hooks, and it fit well enough. I put on the sun hat and tied it under my chin. My face looked like looking down a stovepipe. Jim said no one would know me, even during the day almost. I practiced all day to learn how to move in the clothes. Soon I could do it pretty well. Only Jim said I did not walk like a girl, and he said I must stop pulling up my dress to reach my pant pocket. I paid attention and did better. I started up the Illinois shore in the boat just after dark. I started across to the town from a little below the ferry landing. The river current carried me to the bottom of the town. I tied the boat and started walking along the bank. There was a light on in a small old house that had not been lived in for a long time. I wondered who was staying there. I went quietly and looked in the window. There was a woman about 40 years old in there. She was knitting by a candle on a pine table. I did not know her face. She was new because I knew everyone in that town. This was good luck because I was feeling weak. I was afraid people might know my voice and find me out. But if this woman had been in such a small town for 2 days, she could tell me all I wanted to know. So I knocked on the door. I made sure I would not forget I was a girl. Chapter 11. Huck and the Woman, The Search, Prevarication, Going to Goshen. A woman says, "Come in," and I go in. She tells me, "Take a chair." I sit down. She looks at me with her small shiny eyes. She asks, "What is your name?" I say, "Sarah Williams." She asks, "Where do you live in this area?" "No, Mom, in Hookerville, 7 miles from here." "I walked all this way, and I am very tired." "You are hungry too, I think. I will find you something to eat." "No, Mom, I am not hungry. I was so hungry that I stopped 2 miles back at a farm. So I am not hungry now. That is why I am so late. My mother is sick, and she has no money. I came to tell my Uncle Abner Moore. My mother says he lives at the end of town. I have never been here before. Do you know him?" "No, but I do not know everyone yet. I have not lived here for 2 weeks. It is a long way to the end of town. You should stay here all night. Take off your hat." "No," I say. "I will rest for a while, I think, and then go. I am not afraid of the dark." She says she will not let me go alone. Her husband will come home soon, maybe in an hour and a half. She will send him with me. Then she starts talking about her husband. She talks about her family up the river and her family down the river. She talks about how they used to have more money. She talks about how they might have made a mistake coming to this town. I start to think I made a mistake coming to her to learn about the town. But then she starts talking about Pap and the murder. Then I am happy to let her talk. She tells me about Tom Sawyer and me finding $6,000. She says $10,000. She tells me about Pap and how difficult he was. She tells me how difficult I was, and then she talks about me being murdered. I say, who did it? We heard a lot about this in Hookerville, but we do not know who killed Huck Finn. Well, many people here want to know who killed him. Some think old Finn did it himself. No, is that true? Almost everyone thought so at first. He almost got hurt by the people. But later that day, they changed their minds. They decided a runaway slave named Jim did it. Why he? I stopped talking. I think it is better to be quiet. She keeps talking and does not notice what I said. The slave ran away the night Huck Finn was killed, so there is a reward for him, $300, and there is a reward for old Finn too, $200. He came to town the morning after the murder. He told everyone about it. He was with them on the ferry boat looking for the body. Then he left. Before night, people wanted to hurt him, but he was gone. The next day, they found out the slave was gone. They had not seen him since 10 o'clock the night of the murder, so they blamed him. The next day, old Finn came back. He cried to Judge Thatcher to get money to look for the slave in Illinois. The judge gave him some money. That evening, he got drunk. He was with two scary-looking strangers until after midnight. Then he left with them. He has not come back since. They are not looking for him to come back until things calm down. People now think he killed his son. They think he made it look like robbers did it. Then he would get Huck's money without trouble. People say he was bad enough to do it. Oh, he is smart, I think. If he does not come back for a year, he will be fine. You cannot prove anything against him. Everything will be quiet then, and he will get Huck's money easily. Yes, I think so, ma'am. I do not see why not. Has everyone stopped thinking the slave did it? Oh no, not everyone. Many people still think he did it, but they will catch the slave soon. Maybe they can make him tell the truth. Why, are they still looking for him? Well, you are innocent, are you not? Do people find $300 every day? Some people think the slave is not far from here. I am one of them, but I have not told anyone. A few days ago, I was talking with an old couple who lived next door in the small wooden house. They said that almost no one goes to that island over there called Jackson's Island. Does anyone live there? I asked. No, nobody, they said. I did not say anything more, but I thought about it. I was almost sure I had seen smoke there at the end of the island a day or two before. So I said to myself, maybe that slave is hiding there. Anyway, I said, it is worth looking for him there. I have not seen any smoke since then, so I think maybe he is gone if it was him. But my husband is going over to see. Him and another man. He was up the river, but he came back today. I told him as soon as he got here 2 hours ago. I felt so uneasy that I could not sit still. I had to do something with my hands. So I picked up a needle from the table and tried to put the thread through it. My hands shook, and I was doing a bad job. When the woman stopped talking, I looked up. She was looking at me in a curious way and smiling a little. I put down the needle and thread. I pretended to be interested, and I was. I say, $300 is a lot of money. I wish my mother could get it. Is your husband going there tonight? Oh, yes. He went to town with the man I told you about. They went to get a boat and see if they could get another gun. They will go after midnight. Could they see better if they waited until daytime? Yes. And could the slave see better too? After midnight, he will probably be asleep. They can move quietly through the woods and find his campfire better in the dark, if he has one. I did not think of that. The woman kept looking at me in a curious way. I did not feel comfortable. Soon she says, "What did you say your name was, dear?" Mary Williams. Somehow, it did not seem to me that I had said Mary before, so I did not look up. It seemed to me I had said Sarah, so I felt trapped. I was afraid she could see it. I wished the woman would say more. The longer she sat still, the more uneasy I felt. But now she says, "Dear, I thought you said Sarah when you first came in." "Oh yes, Mom, I did. Sarah Mary Williams. Sarah is my first name. Some people call me Sarah, some call me Mary." "Oh, is that how it is?" "Yes, ma'am." I felt better then, but I wished I was out of there. I could not look up yet. The woman started talking about how hard times were and how poor they were. She talked about how free the rats were, as if they owned the place, and so on. Then I felt easy again. She was right about the rats. You would see one put its nose out of a hole in the corner often. She said she had to have things ready to throw at them when she was alone. Otherwise, they would not leave her alone. She showed me a piece of lead twisted into a ball. She said she was usually good at throwing it, but she had hurt her arm a day or two ago. She did not know if she could throw well now, but she waited for a chance. Then she threw at a rat, but she missed it by a lot. She said, "Ouch." It hurt her arm so much. Then she told me to try for the next one. I wanted to leave before the old man came back, but I did not show it. I got the lead. The first rat that showed its nose I threw. If it had stayed there, it would have been a very sick rat. She said that was excellent. She thought I would hit the next one. She went and got the lump of lead and brought it back. She also brought a long piece of yarn. She wanted me to help her with it. I held up my 2 hands, and she put the yarn over them. She kept talking about her and her husband's business, but she stopped to say, "Keep an eye on the rats. You should have the lead on your lap ready." So she dropped the lump into my lap just then. I put my legs together to hold it. She kept talking, but only for about a minute. Then she took off the yarn and looked me straight in the face, very kindly. She says, "Come on, what is your real name?" What, ma'am?" "What is your real name? Is it Bill or Tom or Bob, or what is it?" I think I shook a lot. I did not know what to do, but I say, "Please do not make fun of a poor girl like me, Mom. If I am bothering you here, I will—" "No, you will not. Sit down and stay where you are. I am not going to hurt you. I am not going to tell anyone about you either. Just tell me your secret, and trust me, I will keep it. And what is more, I will help you. My old man will too if you want him to. You are a runaway worker, that is all. It is nothing bad. There is no harm in it. You have been treated badly, and you decided to leave. Bless you, child. I would not tell on you. Tell me all about it now. That's a good boy." So I said it was no use to pretend anymore. I would tell her everything, but she must not break her promise. Then I told her my father and mother were dead. The law had made me work for a mean old farmer in the country, 30 miles from the river. He treated me so badly I could not stand it anymore. He went away for a few days. So I took my chance and stole some of his daughter's old clothes and left. I had been traveling for 3 nights to go 30 miles. I traveled at night and hid and slept during the day. The bag of bread and meat I carried from home lasted me all the way, and I had enough. I said I thought my Uncle Abner Moore would take care of me. So that was why I went to this town of Goshen. Goshen, child, this is not Goshen. This is St. Petersburg. Goshen is 10 miles further up the river. Who told you this was Goshen? Why, a man I met this morning at sunrise, just as I was going into the woods to sleep. He told me when the road split, I must take the right one, and 5 miles would take me to Goshen. He was drunk, I think. He told you the exact wrong way. Well, he did act like he was drunk, but it does not matter now. I have to keep going. I will reach Goshen before daylight. Wait a minute. I will make you a snack to eat. You might want it. So she made me a snack. She says, tell me, when a cow is lying down, which end of her gets up first? Answer quickly now. Do not stop to think about it. Which end gets up first? The back end, ma'am. Well then, a horse? The front end, ma'am. Which side of a tree does moss grow on? The north side. If 15 cows are eating on a hillside, how many of them eat with their heads pointing the same direction? All 15, ma'am. Well, I think you have lived in the country. I thought maybe you were trying to trick me again. What is your real name now? George Peters, ma'am. Well, try to remember it, George. Do not forget, and tell me it is Alexander before you go. And then say it is George Alexander when I catch you, and do not go around women in those old clothes. You do a girl poorly, but you might fool men, maybe. Bless you, child. When you try to put thread through a needle, do not hold the thread still and bring the needle to it. Hold the needle still and push the thread at it. That is how a woman almost always does it, but a man always does it the other way. And when you throw at a rat or anything, stand on your tiptoes and bring your hand up over your head as awkwardly as you can, and miss your rat by about 6 or 7 feet. Throw with a straight arm from the shoulder, like there is a turning point there, like a girl, not from the wrist and elbow, with your arm out to one side, like a boy. And remember, when a girl tries to catch anything in her lap, she spreads her knees apart. She does not put them together, like you did when you caught the lump of lead. Why, I knew you were a boy when you were putting thread through the needle, and I planned the other things to be sure. Now go to your uncle, Sarah Mary Williams, George Alexander Peters, and if you get into trouble, send a message to Mrs. Judith Loftus, which is me, and I will do what I can to help you. Stay on the river road all the way. And next time you walk, take shoes and socks with you. The river road is rocky, and your feet will be in a bad condition when you get to Goshen, I think. I went up the bank about 50 yards. Then I turned around and went back to where my canoe was, a good distance below the house. I jumped in and left quickly. I went up the river far enough to reach the end of the island. Then I started to go across. I took off my sun hat because I did not want to block my view then. When I was about in the middle, I heard the clock start to strike. So I stopped and listened. The sound came softly over the water, but clearly. 11 o'clock. When I reached the end of the island, I did not wait to rest, even though I was very tired, but I went right into the trees where my old camp used to be. I started a good fire there on a high, dry spot. Then I jumped in the canoe and went to our place, 1.5 miles below, as fast as I could go. I landed. I walked through the trees and up the hill and into the cave. Jim was there, sleeping soundly on the ground. I woke him up and said, "Get up and move quickly, Jim. There is no time to lose. They are looking for us." Jim did not ask any questions. He did not say a word, but the way he worked for the next half an hour showed how scared he was. By that time, everything we had was on our raft, and it was ready to be pushed out from the small place hidden by trees where it was. We put out the campfire in the cave first, and we did not show a candle outside after that. I took the canoe a little way from the shore and looked, but if there was a boat around, I could not see it. Stars and shadows are not good for seeing. Then we got out the raft and moved quietly down in the shade. We went past the end of the island, completely silent. We did not say a word. Chapter 12. Slow navigation, borrowing things, boarding the wreck, the plotters, hunting for the boat. It was almost 1 o'clock when we finally got past the island. The raft seemed to move very slowly. If a boat came, we were going to take the canoe and go to the Illinois shore. It was good that no boat came, because we had not put the gun in the canoe, or a fishing line, or anything to eat. We were too busy to think of so many things. It was not a good idea to put everything on the raft. If the men went to the island, I expect they found the campfire I made. They probably watched it all night for Jim to come. Anyway, they stayed away from us. If my fire did not trick them, it was not my fault. I did my best to fool them. When the first light of day appeared, we tied the raft to a small island in a big curve on the Illinois side. We cut off cottonwood branches with a small axe. We covered the raft with them so it looked like the bank had fallen in. A small island is a sandbar with many cottonwood trees. We had mountains on the Missouri side and thick trees on the Illinois side. The deep part of the river was on the Missouri side there, so we were not afraid of anyone finding us. We stayed there all day. We watched other rafts and big boats go down the Missouri side. We watched big boats going up the river fight the strong water in the middle. I told Jim everything about my talk with that woman. Jim said she was smart. He said if she came after us herself, she would not sit and watch a campfire. No, she would bring a dog. Then I said, why couldn't she tell her husband to bring a dog? Jim said he bet she thought of it when the men were ready to go. He believed they must have gone to town to get a dog, so they lost all that time. Otherwise, we would not be here on a small island 16 or 17 miles below the village. No, we would be in that same old town again. So I said I did not care why they did not catch us, as long as they did not. When it started to get dark, we looked out of the cottonwood trees. We looked up and down and across the river. Nothing was in sight. So Jim took some of the top boards of the raft. He built a cozy small house to stay under in hot or rainy weather. It also kept our things dry. Jim made a floor for the small house. He raised it a foot or more above the raft. So now our blankets and all our things were safe from waves made by big boats. In the middle of the small house, we made a layer of dirt about 5 or 6 inches deep. We put a frame around it to keep it in place. This was for building a fire in wet or cold weather. The small house would keep the fire from being seen. We also made an extra oar for steering. This was in case one of the other oars broke on a log or something. We set up a short stick with a fork to hang the old lantern. We must always light the lantern when we see a big boat coming downstream. This is to keep from being hit, but we would not have to light it for boats going upstream unless we were in a crossing part of the river. The river was still quite high. Very low banks were still a little underwater, so boats going upstream did not always stay in the main path. They looked for easier water. This second night, we traveled for 7 or 8 hours. The river was moving more than 4 miles an hour. We caught fish and talked. We swam sometimes to stay awake. It felt quiet and serious, floating down the big, calm river. We lay on our backs, looking at the stars. We never felt like talking loudly. We rarely laughed, only a little quiet laugh. We had good weather most of the time. Nothing happened to us at all, not that night, nor the next, nor the next. Every night we passed towns. Some were high up on dark hillsides, just shining lights. You could not see any houses. On the fifth night, we passed St. Louis. It was like the whole world lit up. In St. Petersburg, people used to say there were 20 or 30,000 people in St. Louis. But I never believed it until I saw that amazing spread of lights at 2 o'clock on that quiet night. There was no sound there. Everyone was asleep. Every night now, around 10 o'clock, I would go to a small village on the shore. I would buy 10 or 15 cents worth of cornmeal or bacon or other food. Sometimes I took a chicken that was not comfortable in its roost. Pap always said, "Take a chicken when you can. If you do not want it yourself, you can easily find someone who does. And a good deed is never forgotten." I never saw Pap when he did not want the chicken himself, but that is what he used to say anyway. In the mornings before daylight, I would go into cornfields. I would borrow a watermelon or a cantaloupe or a pumpkin or some new corn or things like that. Pap always said it was not wrong to borrow things if you planned to pay them back someday. But the widow said it was just a nice name for stealing, and no good person would do it. Jim said he thought the widow was partly right, and Pap was partly right. So the best way would be for us to choose 2 or 3 things from the list and say we would not borrow them anymore. Then he thought it would be fine to borrow the others, so we talked about it all one night, floating down the river. We tried to decide whether to stop taking watermelons or cantaloupes or what. But near daylight, we settled it all well. We decided to stop taking crab apples and persimmons. We did not feel right before that, but now it was all good. I was glad how it turned out too, because crab apples are never good, and persimmons would not be ripe for 2 or 3 more months. We shot a bird that lives near water sometimes. These birds either woke up too early in the morning or did not go to bed early enough in the evening. Overall, we lived very well. On the 5th night after St. Louis, we had a big storm after midnight. There was a lot of thunder and lightning, and the rain poured down in a solid sheet. We stayed in the small house and let the raft float by itself. When the lightning flashed, we could see a big, straight river ahead. There were tall, rocky cliffs on both sides. After a while, I said, "Hello, Jim. Look over there." It was a big boat that had hit a rock. We were floating straight towards it. The lightning showed it very clearly. It was leaning over, with part of its upper deck above water. You could see every small rope clearly. And there was a chair by the big bell with an old hat hanging on the back of it when the lightning flashed. Well, since it was late at night and stormy and everything was so mysterious, I felt just like any other boy would. I saw that wrecked boat lying there, so sad and alone in the middle of the river. I wanted to get on it and sneak around a little. I wanted to see what was there. So I said, "Let's go on it, Jim." But Jim was completely against it at first. He says, "I do not want to mess with a wreck. We are doing very well, and we should leave well enough alone. As the good book says, there might be a guard on that wreck." "Guard your grandmother," I say. "There is nothing to guard but the top deck and the steering room. Do you think anyone is going to risk his life for a top deck and a steering room on a night like this? It could break apart and float down the river any minute." Jim could not say anything to that, so he did not try. And besides, I say, we might borrow something good from the captain's room. Cigars, I bet you. And they cost 5 cents each, real money. Big boat captains are always rich. They get $60 a month, and they do not care about the cost of something, as long as they want it. Put a candle in your pocket. I cannot rest, Jim, until we search it. Do you think Tom Sawyer would ever pass this thing? No, never. He would call it an adventure. That's what he would call it. And he would go on that wreck, even if it was the last thing he did. And wouldn't he do it with style? Wouldn't he show off? Why, you would think it was Christopher Columbus discovering a new place. I wish Tom Sawyer was here. Jim grumbled a little, but he agreed. He said we must not talk more than we had to, and then talk very quietly. The lightning showed us the wreck again just in time. We reached the right side crane and tied our boat there. The deck was high here. We sneaked down its slanted part to the left side, in the dark, towards the top deck. We felt our way slowly with our feet. We spread our hands out to stop ourselves from hitting the ropes. It was so dark we could not see them. Soon we reached the front end of the ceiling window and climbed onto it. The next step brought us in front of the captain's door, which was open. And gosh, far down through the hall of the top deck we saw a light, and at the same moment we heard quiet voices in there. Jim whispered and said he felt very sick. He told me to come along. I said, all right, and was going to go to the raft. But just then I heard a voice cry out and say, "Oh, please don't, boys. I promise I will never tell." Another voice said quite loudly, "It's a lie, Jim Turner. You have acted this way before. You always want more than your share of the goods. And you always get it too, because you said you would tell if you didn't. But this time you have said it one time too many. You are the meanest, most unfaithful person in this country." By this time Jim had gone to the raft. I was very curious, and I said to myself, Tom Sawyer would not back out now, so I will not either. I am going to see what is happening here. So I got on my hands and knees in the small passage. I crept back in the dark until there was only one room between me and the main hall of the top deck. Then in there I saw a man lying on the floor, tied hand and foot. 2 men were standing over him. One of them had a dim lantern in his hand. The other one had a gun. This one kept pointing the gun at the man's head on the floor and saying, "I want that too, and I should too. You mean bad person." The man on the floor would shrink and say, "Oh, please don't, Bill. I am never going to tell." And every time he said that, the man with the lantern would laugh and say, "Indeed you are not. You never said a truer thing than that, you can be sure." And once he said, "Hear him beg." And yet, if we had not gotten the better of him and tied him up, he would have killed both of us. And why? For no reason, just because we stood up for our rights. That's why. But I bet you are not going to threaten anyone anymore, Jim Turner. Put away that gun, Bill. Bill says, "I do not want to, Jake Packard. I want to kill him. And didn't he kill old Hatfield the same way, and doesn't he deserve it? But I do not want him killed, and I have my reasons for it." "Bless your heart for those words, Jake Packard. I will never forget you as long as I live," says the man on the floor, crying a little. Packard did not pay attention to that. He hung his lantern on a nail and started towards where I was in the dark. He motioned for Bill to come. I moved backward as fast as I could, about 2 yards. But the boat was slanted, so I could not move very quickly. So to keep from being run over and caught, I crawled into a room on the upper side. The man came moving his hands around in the dark. When Packard got to my room, he says, "Here, come in here." And in he came, and Bill after him. But before they came in, I was up in the top bed, stuck in a corner, and sorry I came. Then they stood there with their hands on the edge of the bed and talked. I could not see them, but I could tell where they were by the smell of whiskey. I was glad I did not drink whiskey, but it would not have made much difference anyway. Most of the time, they could not have found me because I did not breathe. I was too scared. And besides, a person could not breathe and hear such talk. They talked quietly and seriously. Bill wanted to kill Turner. He says, "He has said he will tell, and he will, if we gave both our shares to him. Now, it would not matter after what has happened and how we have treated him. For sure, he will tell the authorities. Now you hear me, ba. I want to end his problems." "Me too," says Packard very quietly. "Oh, I started to think you did not. Well then, that's fine. Let's go and do it. Wait a minute. I have not said my part yet. You listen to me. Shooting is good, but there are quieter ways if it must be done. But what I say is this. It is not smart to risk being caught if you can do what you need to do in a way that is just as good and does not put you in danger. Isn't that right?" "You bet it is. But how will you do it this time?" "Well, my idea is this. We will quickly gather whatever small things we missed in the rooms. Then we will push to the shore and hide the things. Then we will wait. I say it will not be more than 2 hours before this wreck breaks apart and floats down the river. See? He will drown, and he will have no one to blame but himself. I think that is much better than killing him. I do not like killing a man as long as you can avoid it. It is not smart. It is not good morals. Am I right?" "Yes, I think you are. But what if it does not break apart and float away?" "Well, we can wait the 2 hours anyway and see, can't we?" "All right then, come along." So they started, and I left, sweating coldly. I moved quickly forward. It was very dark there, but I said in a rough whisper, "Jim," and he answered right next to me with a kind of sad sound. And I say, "Quick, Jim, there is no time to play around and moan. There is a group of killers in there. If we do not find their boat and set it floating down the river so these guys cannot get away from the wreck, one of them will be in a bad situation. But if we find their boat, we can put all of them in a bad situation because the sheriff will catch them. Quick, hurry. I will look on the left side, you look on the right side. You start at the raft and, oh my goodness, raft? There is no raft anymore. It broke loose and is gone, and here we are." My goodness, it's the strangest thing I ever saw. And then, what did you all do? Well, we yelled and cried, but it's so wide there we couldn't make anyone hear. So Pap said someone had to get to shore and get help somehow. I was the only one who could swim, so I went for it. And Miss Hooker said if I didn't find help sooner, to come here and find her uncle, and he'd fix things. I reached the land about a mile below, and I've been trying to get people to do something ever since. But they said, "What, on such a night and with such a strong river current? There's no sense in it. Go for the steam ferry." Now if you'll go and... By Jackson, I'd like to, and darn it, I think I will. But who in the world is going to pay for it? Do you think your pap... Why, that's all right. Miss Hooker told me, specifically, that her Uncle Hornback... Great heavens! Is he her uncle? Look here, you go for that light over there, and turn west when you get there. And about a quarter of a mile out, you'll come to the tavern. Tell them to send you quickly to Jim Hornback's, and he'll pay the bill. And don't waste any time, because he'll want to know the news. Tell him I'll have his niece safe before he can get to town. Hurry up now. I'm going around the corner here to wake up my engineer." I went towards the light, but as soon as he turned the corner, I went back and got into my small boat. I emptied the water out of it. Then I pulled it up the shore in the calm water about 600 yards. I hid myself among some wooden boats. I could not rest easy until I saw the ferry boat start, but overall I was feeling quite good because I took all this trouble for that group. Not many people would have done it. I wished the widow knew about it. I thought she would be proud of me for helping these bad people, because bad people and lazy people are the kind the widow and good people are most interested in. Well, before long, here comes the wreck, faint and dark, floating along down. A kind of cold shiver went through me, and then I went towards it. It was very deep in the water. I saw in a minute there was not much chance for anyone to be alive in it. I rowed all around it and yelled a little, but there was no answer. All was completely silent. I felt a little sad about the group, but not much, because I thought if they could handle it, I could too. Then here comes the ferry boat. So I pushed towards the middle of the river on a long slanted path downstream. And when I thought I was out of sight, I rested on my oars. I looked back and saw her go and search around the wreck for Miss Hooker's remains, because the captain would know her Uncle Hornback would want them. And then very soon the ferry boat gave up and went for the shore. And I started working hard and went quickly down the river. It seemed like a very long time before Jim's light showed up, and when it did show, it looked like it was 1,000 miles away. By the time I got there, the sky was starting to get a little gray in the east, so we went to an island. We hid the raft, we sank the small boat, and we went to bed and slept like dead people. My goodness, it's the strangest thing I ever saw. And then, what did you all do? Well, we yelled and cried, but it's so wide there we couldn't make anyone hear. So Pap said someone had to get to shore and get help somehow. I was the only one who could swim, so I went for it. And Miss Hooker said if I didn't find help sooner, to come here and find her uncle, and he'd fix things. I reached the land about a mile below, and I've been trying to get people to do something ever since, but they said, "What, on such a night and with such a strong river current? There's no sense in it. Go for the steam ferry. Now if you'll go and, by Jackson, I'd like to, and darn it, I think I will. But who in the world is going to pay for it? Do you think your Pap? Why, that's all right. Miss Hooker told me, specifically, that her Uncle Hornback, great heavens, is he her uncle? Look here, you go for that light over there, and turn west when you get there, and about 1/4 of a mile out, you'll come to the tavern. Tell them to send you quickly to Jim Hornback's, and he'll pay the bill. And don't waste any time, because he'll want to know the news. Tell him I'll have his niece safe before he can get to town. Hurry up now. I'm going around the corner here to wake up my engineer." I went towards the light, but as soon as he turned the corner, I went back and got into my small boat. I emptied the water out of it. Then I pulled it up the shore in the calm water about 600 yards. I hid myself among some wooden boats. I could not rest easy until I saw the ferry boat start. But overall, I was feeling quite good, because I took all this trouble for that group. Not many people would have done it. I wish the widow knew about it. I thought she would be proud of me for helping these bad people, because bad people and lazy people are the kind the widow and good people are most interested in. Well, before long, here comes the wreck, faint and dark, floating along down. A kind of cold shiver went through me, and then I went towards it. It was very deep in the water. I saw in a minute there was not much chance for anyone to be alive in it. I rode all around it and yelled a little, but there was no answer. All was completely silent. I felt a little sad about the group, but not much, because I thought if they could handle it, I could too. Then here comes the ferry boat. So I pushed towards the middle of the river on a long slanted path downstream, and when I thought I was out of sight, I rested on my oars. I looked back and saw her go and search around the wreck for Miss Hooker's remains, because the captain would know her Uncle Hornback would want them, and then very soon the ferry boat gave up and went for the shore, and I started working hard and went quickly down the river. It seemed like a very long time before Jim's light showed up, and when it did show, it looked like it was 1,000 miles away. By the time I got there, the sky was starting to get a little gray in the east, so we went to an island. We hid the raft, we sank the small boat, and we went to bed and slept like dead people. Chapter 14. A General Good Time. The Harem. French. When we woke up, we looked through the things the bad guys stole from the wreck. We found boots, blankets, clothes, and many other items. We also found a lot of books, a spyglass, and 3 boxes of cigars. We had never been this rich before in our lives. The cigars were excellent. We spent the whole afternoon in the woods talking. I read the books, and we had a generally good time. I told Jim everything that happened inside the wreck and at the ferry boat. I said these kinds of things were adventures. But he said he did not want any more adventures. He said that when I went into the top deck and he crawled back to get on the raft and found it gone, he almost died. He thought it was all over for him, no matter what happened, because if he was not saved, he would drown, and if he was saved, whoever saved him would send him back home to get the reward. Then Miss Watson would surely sell him down south. Well, he was right. He was almost always right. He was very smart for a black man. I read a lot to Jim about kings and dukes and lords and such people. I told him how fancy they dressed and how much style they showed. They called each other Your Majesty, Your Grace, and Your Lordship instead of Mr. Jim's eyes got wide, and he was interested. He says, "I didn't know there were so many of them. I've hardly heard about any of them, except old King Solomon, unless you count those kings in a deck of cards. How much does a king get?" "Get?" I say. "Why, they get $1,000 a month if they want it. They can have as much as they want. Everything belongs to them. Isn't that great? And what do they have to do, Huck?" "They don't do anything." "Why, how you talk. They just sit around." "No, is that true?" "Of course it is. They just sit around, except maybe when there's a war. Then they go to the war. But other times they just relax. Or go hunting with birds, just hunting with birds, and shh, do you hear a noise?" We quickly went out and looked, but it was nothing but the sound of a big boat's paddle wheel far away, coming around the bend. So we came back. "Yes," I say, "and other times, when things are boring, they argue with the Parliament, and if everyone doesn't do what they say, they cut off their heads. But mostly they spend time at the harem." "Around the which?" "Harem." "What's the harem?" "The place where he keeps his wives. Don't you know about the harem? Solomon had one. He had about 1,000,000 wives." "Why, yes, that's right. I had forgotten it. A harem is like a boarding house, I think. Most likely they have noisy times in the room with the children, and I guess the wives argue a lot, and that makes more noise. Yet they say Solomon was the wisest man that ever lived. I don't believe that. Because why would a wise man want to live in the middle of such a noisy place all the time? No, indeed he wouldn't. a wise man would build a factory that makes boilers, and then he could shut down the boiler factory when he wants to rest. Well, but he was the wisest man anyway, because the widow herself told me so. I don't care what the widow says. He wasn't a wise man either. He had some of the strangest ways I ever saw. Do you know about that child that he was going to cut in two? Yes, the widow told me all about it. Well then, wasn't that the craziest idea in the world? Just think about it for a minute. There's the tree stump. That's one of the women. Here's you. That's the other one. I'm Solomon. And this dollar bill is the child. Both of you claim it. What do? Do I go around to the neighbors and find out which one of you the bill does belong to and hand it over to the right one, all safe and sound, the way anyone with any sense would? No, I take and cut the bill in two and give half of it to you and the other half to the other woman. That's the way Solomon was going to do with the child. Now I want to ask you, what's the use of that half a bill? You can't buy anything with it. And what use is half a child? I wouldn't care for 1,000,000 of them. But darn it, Jim, you've completely missed the point. Darn it, you've missed it by 1,000 miles. Who? Me? Go on. Don't talk to me about your points. I think I know sense when I see it. And there's no sense in doing something like that. The argument wasn't about half a child. The argument was about a whole child, and the man that thinks he can settle an argument about a whole child with half a child doesn't know enough to come in out of the rain. Don't talk to me about Solomon, Huck. I know him well. But I tell you, you don't get the point. Darn the point. I think I know what I know. And listen, the real point is further down. It's deeper. It's about how Solomon was raised. You take a man that has only 1 or 2 children. Is that man going to waste children? No, he isn't. He can't afford it. He knows how to value them. But you take a man that has about 5 million children running around the house, and it's different. He would as soon cut a child in two as a cat. There are plenty more. 1 or 2 children, more or less, didn't matter to Solomon, darn him. I had never seen a black man like this. If he got an idea in his head, there was no getting it out again. He disliked Solomon more than any black man I ever saw. So I started talking about other kings and let the topic of Solomon go. I talked about Louis XVI, who had his head cut off in France a long time ago, and about his little boy, the Dauphin, who would have been a king, but they took him and put him in jail, and some say he died there. Poor little boy. But some say he got out and got away and came to America. That's good, but he'll be pretty lonely. There are no kings here, are there, Huck? No. Then he can't get a job. What's he going to do? Well, I don't know. Some of them become police officers, and some of them teach people how to speak French. Why, Huck, don't French people talk the same way we do? No, Jim, you couldn't understand a word they said, not a single word. Well, now I'll be darned. How does that happen? I don't know, but it's true. I got some of their talk out of a book. Suppose a man was to come to you and say, "Parlez-vous français?" What would you think? I wouldn't think anything. I'd take and hit him over the head. That is, if he wasn't white. I wouldn't allow any black person to call me that. Shucks, it's not calling you anything. It's only saying, "Do you know how to talk French?" Well then, why couldn't he say it? Why, he is saying it. That's a Frenchman's way of saying it. Well, it's a very silly way, and I don't want to hear any more about it. There's no sense in it. Look here, Jim, does a cat talk like we do? No, a cat doesn't. Well, does a cow? No, a cow doesn't either. Does a cat talk like a cow, or a cow talk like a cat? No, they don't. It's natural and right for them to talk differently from each other, isn't it? Of course. And isn't it natural and right for a cat and a cow to talk differently from us? Why, most surely it is. Well then, why isn't it natural and right for a Frenchman to talk differently from us? You answer me that. Is a cat a man, Huck? No. Well then, there's no sense in a cat talking like a man. Is a cow a man, or is a cow a cat? No, she isn't either of them. Well then, she has no business talking like either one of them. Is a Frenchman a man? Yes. Well then, darn it, why doesn't he talk like a man? You answer me. I saw it was no use wasting words. You can't teach a black man to argue, so I stopped. Chapter 15. Huck loses the raft. In the fog, Huck finds the raft. Trash. We thought we would get to Cairo in 3 more nights. Cairo is at the bottom of Illinois, where the Ohio River joins. That is where we wanted to go. We would sell the raft there. Then we would take a steamboat up the Ohio River to the Free States. Then we would be safe. But on the second night, a fog started. We went to a small island to tie the raft. It was not safe to travel in the fog. I went ahead in the small boat with a rope to tie the raft, but there were only small trees to tie to. I put the rope around a tree near the river bank, but the river was fast. The raft came quickly and pulled the tree out. The raft floated away. The fog got thicker. I was so scared and sick. I could not move for about half a minute. Then I could not see the raft. I could not see far at all. I jumped into the small boat. I went to the back and grabbed the paddle. I tried to go back, but the boat did not move. I was in a hurry and did not untie it. I stood up and tried to untie it. My hands shook so much I could not do it well. When I started, I went after the raft quickly. I went down the small island. That was fine, but the island was not long. When I passed the end of it, I was in the thick white fog. I did not know where I was going. I thought, I cannot paddle. I might hit the bank or an island. I must stay still and float. But it was hard to stay still. I shouted and listened. Far away, I heard a small shout. I felt better. I went quickly towards the sound. I listened carefully to hear it again. The next time I heard it, I saw I was not going towards it. I was going to the right of it. The next time, I was going to the left of it. I was not getting closer. I was moving around, but the sound was going straight. I wanted the other person to hit a tin pan all the time, but he did not. The quiet times between the shouts caused trouble for me. I kept going. Soon, I heard the shout behind me. I was confused. It was someone else's shout, or I had turned around. I put the paddle down. I heard the shout again. It was still behind me, but in a different place. It kept coming and changing its place. I kept answering. Soon, it was in front of me again. I knew the river had turned my small boat to go downstream. I was fine if it was Jim, not another raftsman. I could not tell voices in a fog. Nothing looks or sounds normal in a fog. The shouting continued. In about 1 minute, I came quickly to a river bank. There were big trees that looked like ghosts. The river pushed me to the left. I went by many broken trees. The river was very fast around them. In a second or two, it was white fog and quiet again. I stayed very still. I heard my heart beat. I think I did not breathe for 100 beats. I gave up then. I knew what the problem was. That riverbank was an island. Jim had gone down the other side of it. It was not a small island you could float by in 10 minutes. It had big trees like a real island. It might be 5 or 6 miles long and more than half a mile wide. I stayed quiet and listened for about 15 minutes. I was floating. about 4 or 5 miles an hour, but you do not think about that. You feel like you are not moving on the water. If you see a broken tree float by, you do not think how fast you are going. You hold your breath and think, wow, that tree is moving fast. If you think it is not sad and lonely to be in a fog by yourself at night, try it. You will see. Next, for about half an hour, I shouted sometimes. At last, I heard an answer far away. I tried to follow it, but I could not. Soon I thought I was in a group of small islands. I saw them dimly on both sides. Sometimes there was only a narrow path between them. Some I could not see, but I knew they were there. I heard the water hitting old trees and trash on the banks. I soon stopped hearing the shouts in the small islands. I only tried to chase them for a little while. It was harder than chasing a light in the dark. A sound never moved around and changed places so quickly. I had to move away from the bank 4 or 5 times quickly. This was to avoid hitting the islands. So I thought the raft must be hitting the bank sometimes, or it would get farther away and I would not hear it. The raft was floating a little faster than me. Soon I seemed to be in the open river again, but I could not hear any shouts. I thought Jim might have hit a broken tree. Maybe he was lost. I was very tired, so I lay down in the small boat. I said I would not worry any more. I did not want to sleep, but I was so sleepy I could not help it. So I thought I would take a small nap. But I think it was more than a small nap. When I woke up, the stars were shining bright. The fog was gone. I was going around a big turn, back first. At first I did not know where I was. I thought I was dreaming. When things came back to me, they seemed unclear, like from last week. The river here was very big. There were very tall and thick trees on both banks. It was a solid wall, as far as I could see by the stars. I looked downstream and saw a black spot on the water. I went after it, but when I got to it, it was only 2 logs tied together. Then I saw another spot and chased it. Then another. This time I was right. It was the raft. When I got to it, Jim was sitting there. His head was down between his knees, sleeping. His right arm was hanging over the steering oar. The other oar was broken. The raft was full of leaves, branches, and dirt. So it had a hard time. I tied my boat to the raft. I lay down near Jim's nose on the raft. I started to yawn and stretch my hands towards Jim. I said, "Hello, Jim. Have I been asleep? Why did you not wake me up?" "Oh my goodness, is that you, Huck? You are not dead. You are not drowned. You are back again. It is too good to be true, honey. It is too good to be true. Let me look at you, child. Let me feel you. No, you are not dead. You are back again, alive and well, just the same old Huck. The same old Huck, thank goodness. What is wrong with you, Jim? Have you been drinking?" "Drinking? Have I been drinking? Have I had a chance to drink? Well then, why do you talk so crazy?" "How do I talk crazy?" "How? Why, have you not been talking about me coming back and all that, as if I had been gone?" "Huck, Huck Finn, look me in the eye. Look me in the eye. Have you not been gone?" "Gone? Why, what do you mean? I have not been anywhere. Where would I go?" "Well, look here, boss. Something is wrong. Am I me, or who am I? Am I here, or where am I? Now that is what I want to know." "Well, I think you are here, clear enough. But I think you are a confused old fool, Jim. I am I? Well, answer me this. Did you not take out the rope in the small boat to tie to the small island?" "No, I did not." "What small island? I have not seen any small island." "You have not seen any small island? Look here, did the rope not break loose and the raft go fast down the river and leave you and the small boat behind in the fog?" "What fog?" "Why, the fog. The fog that has been here all night. And did you not shout, and did I not shout, until we got mixed up in the islands? And one of us got lost, and the other was just as good as lost, because he did not know where he was. And did I not hit many of those islands, and have a terrible time, and almost drown? Now is that not true, boss? Is it not true? You answer me that. Well, this is too much for me, Jim. I have not seen any fog, or any islands, or any troubles, or anything. I have been sitting here talking with you all night until you fell asleep about 10 minutes ago, and I think I did the same. You could not have gotten drunk in that time, so of course you have been dreaming. Oh my, how can I dream all that in 10 minutes? Well, hang it all, you did dream it, because none of it happened. But Huck, it is all as clear to me as— It does not matter how clear it is. It is not real. I know, because I have been here all the time. Jim did not say anything for about 5 minutes. He sat there thinking about it. Then he said, "Well then, I guess I did dream it, Huck, but I swear it is the most powerful dream I have ever seen, and I have never had a dream before that made me so tired." "Oh, well, that is all right, because a dream sometimes makes a person very tired. But this one was a big dream. Tell me all about it, Jim." So Jim started and told me the whole story, just as it happened, but he made it sound bigger. Then he said he had to explain it, because it was a warning. He said the first small island was a man who would try to help us, but the river was another man who would take us away from him. The shouts were warnings that would come to us sometimes. If we did not try hard to understand them, they would bring us bad luck instead of keeping us safe. The many small islands were troubles we would have with angry people and all kinds of mean people. But if we did our own work and did not argue with them, we would get through it. We would get out of the fog and into the big clear river, which was the Free States, and we would have no more trouble. It had gotten quite dark just after I got on the raft, but it was getting lighter again now. "Oh, well, that is all explained well enough, Jim," I said, "but what do these things mean?" It was the leaves and trash on the raft and the broken oar. You could see them very well now. Jim looked at the trash, then he looked at me, and back at the trash again. The dream was so strong in his head, he could not easily shake it off and remember the real facts. But when he finally understood it, he looked at me steadily without smiling. He said, "What do they mean?" "I'm going to tell you. When I was very tired from working and from calling for you and went to sleep, my heart was almost broken because you were lost. And I did not care what happened to me and the raft anymore. And when I woke up and found you back again, safe and sound, the tears came, and I could have gotten on my knees and kissed your foot. I was so thankful. And all you were thinking about was how you could make an old fool of Jim with a lie. That trash there is trash, and trash is what people are that put dirt on their friends' heads and make them feel bad." Then he stood up slowly. He walked to the tent. He went inside without saying anything else, but that was enough. It made me feel so bad. I almost kissed his foot to make him take it back. It was 15 minutes before I could make myself go and be humble to a black man, but I did it, and I was never sorry for it later. I did not play any more mean tricks on him, and I would not have done that one if I had known it would make him feel that way. Chapter 16. Expectation. A white lie. Floating currency. Running by Cairo. Swimming ashore. We slept for most of the day. At night we started moving. We were a little behind a very long raft. It was so long it seemed like a parade. It had 4 long oars at each end, so we thought it had about 30 men. It had 5 big tents on it, far apart. There was an open fire in the middle. There was a tall flagpole at each end. It looked very grand. It was important to be a raftsman on a raft like that. We floated into a big curve in the river. The night became cloudy and hot. The river was very wide. Both sides had many trees. You could hardly see a break in them or a light. We talked about Cairo. We wondered if we would know it when we got there. I said we probably would not. I heard there were only about 12 houses there. If they were not lit up, how would we know we were passing a town? Jim said if the 2 big rivers joined there, that would show us. But I said maybe we would think we were passing the end of an island and coming into the same river again. That made Jim worried, and me too. So the question was, what should we do? I said we should paddle to the shore the first time we saw a light. We would say that my father was behind us. He was coming with a trading boat. He was new to the business. He wanted to know how far it was to Cairo. Jim thought it was a good idea, so we smoked and waited. There was nothing to do but watch carefully for the town. We did not want to pass it without seeing it. Jim said he would be sure to see it. He would be a free man the moment he saw it. But if he missed it, he would be back in a slave state. He would have no more chance for freedom. Every now and then he would jump up and say, "Is it there?" But it was not. It was only lights from bugs. So he sat down again and watched, as before. Jim said he felt shaky and hot all over because he was so close to freedom. Well, I can tell you it made me shaky and hot all over too, to hear him. I started to understand that he was almost free. And who was to blame for it? Me. I could not get that out of my mind. It troubled me so much that I could not rest. I could not stay still. I had not understood before what I was doing, but now I did. It stayed with me and bothered me more and more. I tried to tell myself that I was not to blame. I did not help Jim run away from his owner, but it was no use. My mind kept saying, "But you knew he was running for his freedom, and you could have paddled ashore and told someone." That was true. I could not argue with that now. That was the problem. My mind said to me, what had poor Miss Watson done to you that you could see her slave leave right under your eyes and never say a word? What did that poor old woman do to you that you could treat her so badly? She tried to teach you to read. She tried to teach you good manners. She tried to be good to you in every way she knew how. That is what she did. I started to feel so bad and unhappy. I almost wished I was dead. I moved up and down the raft, criticizing myself. Jim was also moving up and down past me. Neither of us could stay still. Every time he jumped around and said, "There's Cairo," it felt like a shot through me. I thought if it was Cairo, I would die from sadness. Jim talked out loud the whole time I was talking to myself. He was saying that the first thing he would do when he got to a free state was save money. He would not spend a single cent. When he had enough, he would buy his wife. She was owned on a farm near Miss Watson's place. Then they would both work to buy their 2 children. If their owner would not sell them, they would get someone who wanted to end slavery to steal them. It almost froze me to hear him talk like that. He would never have dared to talk like that before in his life. Just see what a difference it made in him the moment he thought he was almost free. It was like the old saying, "Give a black man an inch and he'll take a mile." I thought, this is what happens when I do not think. Here was this black man whom I had helped to run away. He was saying directly that he would steal his children. Children that belonged to a man I did not even know, a man who had never done me any harm. I was sorry to hear Jim say that. It made him seem lower. My mind started bothering me more than ever. At last, I said to myself, "Stop bothering me. It is not too late yet. I will paddle ashore at the first light and tell someone." I felt easy and happy and light as a feather right away. All my troubles were gone. I started looking carefully for a light. I was sort of singing to myself. Soon one appeared. Jim shouted, "We are safe, Huck, we are safe. Jump up and be happy. That is the good old Cairo at last. I just know it." I said, "I will take the small boat and go see Jim. It might not be, you know." He jumped up and got the small boat ready. He put his old coat in the bottom for me to sit on. He gave me the paddle. As I pushed off, he said, "Soon I will be shouting for joy, and I will say, 'It is all because of Huck. I am a free man, and I could never have been free if it had not been for Huck. Huck did it. Jim will never forget you, Huck. You are the best friend Jim has ever had, and you are the only friend old Jim has now." I was paddling away, sweating to tell on him, but when he said this, it made me feel weak. I went slowly then. I was not sure if I was glad I started or not. When I was 50 yards away, Jim said, "There you go, the old true Huck, the only white gentleman that ever kept his promise to old Jim." Well, I just felt sick. But I said, "I have to do it. I cannot get out of it." Right then, a small boat came along with 2 men in it with guns. They stopped, and I stopped. One of them said, "What is that over there?" "A piece of a raft," I said. "Do you belong on it?" "Yes, sir." "Any men on it?" "Only one, sir." "Well, 5 slaves ran away tonight up there, above the curve. Is your man white or black?" I did not answer quickly. I tried to, but the words would not come out. I tried for a second or two to be brave and say it, but I was not brave enough. I did not have the courage of a rabbit. I saw I was getting weak, so I just gave up trying. I said, "He is white." "I think we will go and see for ourselves." "I wish you would," I said, "because my father is there. Maybe you would help me pull the raft to the shore where the light is. He is sick, and so are my mother and Mary Ann." "Oh, no, we are in a hurry, boy, but I guess we have to. Come, use your paddle and let us go." I used my paddle, and they used their oars. After a stroke or two, I said, "My father will be very thankful to you, I can tell you. Everyone goes away when I want them to help me pull the raft ashore, and I cannot do it by myself." "Well, that is very mean, strange too. Say, boy, what is wrong with your father?" "It is well, it is nothing much." They stopped pulling. It was only a very short way to the raft now. One said, "Boy, that is a lie. What is wrong with your father? Answer honestly now, and it will be better for you." "I will, sir, I will, honestly. But please do not leave us. It is the gentleman, if you will just pull ahead and let me throw you the rope, you will not have to come near the raft. Please do." "Go back, John, go back," said one. They moved their boat backward. "Stay away, boy, stay downwind. Darn it, I just expect the wind has blown it to us. Your father has smallpox, and you know it very well. Why did you not come out and say so? Do you want to spread it everywhere?" "Well," I said, crying, "I have told everyone before, and they just went away and left us." "Poor devil, there is some truth in that. We are very sorry for you, but well, darn it, we do not want smallpox, you see. Look here, I will tell you what to do. Do not try to land by yourself, or you will break everything. Float along about 20 miles. You will come to a town on the left side of the river. It will be long after sunrise then. When you ask for help, tell them your family is all sick with chills and fever. Do not be a fool again. Do not let people guess what is wrong. Now we are trying to help you, so you just put 20 miles between us. That is a good boy. It would not do any good to land where the light is. It is only a woodyard. Say, I guess your father is poor, and I must say he is in pretty bad luck. Here, I will put a $20 gold coin on this board. You get it when it floats by. I feel very bad to leave you, but oh my goodness, it is not good to mess with smallpox, do you see? Hold on, Parker, said the other man. Here is a 20 to put on the board for me. Goodbye, boy. You do as Mr. Parker told you, and you will be fine. That is true, my boy. Goodbye, goodbye. If you see any runaway slaves, get help and catch them. You can make some money from it. Goodbye, sir, I said. I will not let any runaway slaves get by me if I can help it. They left. I got on the raft. I felt bad and sad. I knew very well I had done wrong. I saw it was no use for me to try to learn to do right. A person who does not start right when they are little has no chance. When things get hard, there is nothing to help them, so they fail. Then I thought for a minute. I said to myself, wait, what if you had done right and given Jim up? Would you have felt better than you do now? No, I said. I would feel bad. I would feel just the same way I do now. Well then, I said, what is the use of learning to do right when it is hard to do right and easy to do wrong, and the reward is the same? I was stuck. I could not answer that, so I decided I would not worry about it anymore. From now on, I would always do whatever was easiest at the time. I went into the tent. Jim was not there. I looked all around. He was nowhere. I said, Jim, here I am, Huck. Are they out of sight yet? Do not talk loudly. He was in the river under the back oar, with just his nose out of the water. I told him they were out of sight, so he came aboard. He said, I was listening to all the talk, and I slipped into the river. I was going to swim to shore if they came aboard. Then I was going to swim back to the raft when they were gone. But wow, how you fooled them, Huck. That was the smartest trick. I tell you, child, I think it saved old Jim. Old Jim is not going to forget you for that, honey. Then we talked about the money. It was a pretty good amount, $20 for each of us. Jim said we could take passage on a steamboat now. The money would last us as far as we wanted to go in the Free States. He said 20 more miles was not far for the raft to go, but he wished we were already there. Near daybreak, we tied up. Jim was very careful about hiding the raft well. Then he worked all day fixing things in bundles. He got everything ready to stop using the raft. That night around 10, we saw the lights of a town far down in a curve on the left side. I went off in the small boat to ask about it. Soon I found a man out in the river with a small boat. He was setting a fishing line. I came up and said, Mister, is that town Cairo? Cairo? No, you must be a foolish person. What town is it, mister? If you want to know, go and find out. If you stay here bothering me for about half a minute longer, you will get something you do not want. I paddled back to the raft. Jim was very disappointed, but I said never mind. Cairo would be the next place, I thought. We passed another town before daylight. I was going to go out again, but it was high ground, so I did not go. Jim said there was no high ground around Cairo. I had forgotten it. We stopped for the day on a small island quite close to the left bank. I started to suspect something. So did Jim. I said, maybe we passed Cairo in the fog that night. He said, let us not talk about it, Huck. Poor black people cannot have good luck. I always thought that rattlesnake skin was not done with its work. I wish I had never seen that snake skin, Jim. I truly wish I had never seen it. "It is not your fault, Huck. You did not know. Do not blame yourself about it." When it was daylight, the clear Ohio water was near the shore, for sure, and outside was the old muddy river. So Cairo was gone. We talked it all over. It would not do to go to the shore. We could not take the raft up the river, of course. There was no way but to wait for dark. Then we would go back in the small boat and take our chances. So we slept all day among the cottonwood trees. We wanted to be fresh for the work. When we went back to the raft around dark, the small boat was gone. We did not say a word for a long time. There was nothing to say. We both knew very well it was more work of the rattlesnake skin, so what was the use of talking about it? It would only seem like we were complaining, and that would surely bring more bad luck. It would keep bringing it until we learned to stay quiet. Later, we talked about what we should do. We found there was no way but to go along with the raft until we had a chance to buy a small boat to go back in. We were not going to borrow it when no one was around, like my father would do. That might make people chase us, so we pushed out after dark on the raft. Anyone who still does not believe that it is foolish to touch a snakeskin, after all that snakeskin did for us, will believe it now if they read on and see what more it did for us. The place to buy small boats is from rafts stopped at the shore. But we did not see any rafts stopped, so we went on for 3 hours and more. Well, the night became gray and quite thick. That is the next worst thing to fog. You cannot tell the shape of the river. You cannot see far. It became very late and quiet. Then a steamboat came up the river. We lit the lantern. We thought it would see it. Boats going upstream usually did not come close to us. They went out and followed the sandbars. They looked for easy water near the hidden rocks. But on nights like this, they went straight up the main path against the whole river. We could hear it hitting the water, but we did not see it well until it was close. It was coming right towards us. Often they do that. They try to see how close they can come without touching. Sometimes the wheel breaks an oar. Then the pilot puts his head out and laughs. He thinks he is very smart. Well, here it came. We said it was going to try and come very close to us, but it did not seem to be moving away at all. It was a big one, and it was coming fast. It looked like a black cloud with rows of glowing lights around it, but suddenly it became very big and scary. It had a long row of open furnace doors, shining like red-hot teeth. Its huge front part and side protectors were right over us. There was a yell at us. Bells jingled to stop the engines. There was a lot of yelling and steam whistling. And as Jim went into the water on one side and I on the other, it crashed straight through the raft. I dived. I also aimed to find the bottom. A 30-foot wheel had to go over me. I wanted it to have plenty of room. I could always stay under water for a minute. This time I think I stayed under for a minute and a half. Then I quickly came up to the top. I was almost out of air. I came up to my armpits. I blew the water out of my nose. I puffed a bit. Of course there was a strong current. And of course that boat started its engines again, 10 seconds after it stopped them. They never cared much for raftsmen. So now it was moving quickly up the river, out of sight in the thick weather, though I could hear it. I called out for Jim about 12 times, but I did not get any answer. So I grabbed a plank that touched me while I was treading water. I swam towards the shore, pushing it ahead of me, but I saw that the current was moving towards the left shore. That meant I was in a crossing. So I changed direction and went that way. It was one of those long, sloping 2-mile crossings, so it took me a long time to get across. I landed safely and climbed up the bank. I could only see a little way. but I walked slowly over rough ground for a quarter of a mile or more. Then I ran into a big old house made of logs before I noticed it. I was going to run past and get away, but a lot of dogs jumped out. They started howling and barking at me, and I knew it was better not to move at all. Chapter 17. An Evening Call. The Farm in Arkansas. Interior decorations. Stephen Dowling Botts. Poetical effusions. After about a minute, a voice came from a window. No head showed. The voice said, "Stop, boys. Who is there?" I said, "It is me." "Who is me?" "George Jackson, sir. What do you want?" "I don't want anything, sir. I just want to walk by, but the dogs will not let me." "Why are you walking around here at night?" "I was not walking around, sir. I fell from the steamboat." "Oh, you did? Someone make a light. What did you say your name was?" "George Jackson, sir. I am just a boy." "Listen, if you are telling the truth, do not be afraid. No one will hurt you, but do not move. Stay right where you are. Someone wake up Bob and Tom and get the guns. George Jackson, is anyone with you?" "No, sir, no one." I heard people moving in the house. I saw a light. The man called out, "Take that light away, Betsy, you old fool. Do you have no sense? Put it on the floor behind the front door. Bob, if you and Tom are ready, take your places." "All ready." "Now, George Jackson, do you know the Shepherdsons?" "No, sir. I never heard of them." "Well, maybe that is true and maybe not. Now, everyone ready. Step forward, George Jackson. And remember, do not rush. Come very slowly. If anyone is with you, tell them to stay back. If they show themselves, they will be shot. Come now, come slowly. Open the door yourself. Just enough to get in. Do you understand?" I did not rush. I could not, even if I wanted to. I took one slow step at a time. There was no sound, but I thought I could hear my heart. The dogs were quiet, like the people. They followed a little behind me. When I got to the 3 log steps, I heard them unlocking and unbarring and unbolting the door. I put my hand on the door and pushed it a little. Then a little more until someone said, "That is enough. Put your head in." I did it, but I thought they would cut it off. The candle was on the floor. Everyone was there looking at me, and I looked at them for about 15 seconds. There were 3 big men with guns pointed at me. This made me scared. The oldest man was gray and about 60. The other 2 were 30 or older. All of them looked good. There was also a sweet old gray-haired lady. Behind her were 2 young women I could not see well. The old man said, "There, I think it is okay. Come in." As soon as I was inside, the old man locked the door and put the bar across it. He told the young men to come in with their guns. They all went into a big room called a parlor. It had a new rug on the floor. They stood together in a corner, away from the front windows. There were no windows on the side. They held the candle and looked closely at me. They all said, "Why, he is not a shepherdson. No, he is not a shepherdson." Then the old man said he hoped I would not mind being checked for weapons. He said he did not mean any harm. It was just to be sure. So he did not look in my pockets. He only felt outside with his hands. He said it was okay. He told me to relax and feel at home. He told me to tell them everything about myself. But the old lady said, "Oh, Saul, the poor boy is so wet. And do you think he might be hungry?" "You are right, Rachel. I forgot." So the old lady said, "Betsy," this was a black woman, "please get him something to eat very fast, poor boy. And one of you girls, go wake up Buck and tell him, oh, here he is himself. Buck, Take this young stranger and get his wet clothes off. Give him some of your dry clothes." Buck looked about my age, 13 or 14, but he was a little bigger than me. He only had a shirt on. His hair was messy. He came in yawning and rubbing his eyes with one hand. He was dragging a gun with the other hand. He said, "Are there no Shepherdsons around?" They said no, it was a false alarm. "Well," he said, "if there had been some, I think I would have shot one." Everyone laughed. And Bob said, "Why, Buck, they might have hurt us all. You were so slow coming." "Well, no one came for me, and it is not fair that I am always kept down. I do not get a chance." "Do not worry, Buck, my boy," said the old man. "You will have plenty of chances in good time. Do not worry about that. Go now and do what your mother told you." When we went upstairs to his room, he gave me a rough shirt, a short jacket, and pants of his. I put them on. While I was doing this, he asked me my name. But before I could tell him, he started to tell me about a blue jay and a young rabbit he caught in the woods 2 days before. He also asked me where Moses was when the candle went out. I said I did not know. I had never heard of it before. "Well, guess," he said. "How can I guess," I said, "when I have never heard of it before?" "But you can guess, can you not? It is very easy." "Which candle?" I said. "Why, any candle," he said. "I do not know where he was," I said. "Where was he?" "Why, he was in the dark. That is where he was." "Well, if you knew where he was, why did you ask me?" "Why, it is a riddle, do you not see? Hey, how long will you stay here? You have to stay always. We can have great fun. They do not have school now. Do you have a dog?" "I have a dog. He will go in the river and bring out sticks that you throw in." "Do you like to dress up on Sundays and all that kind of silly stuff?" "I do not, but my mother makes me." "Oh, these old pants. I think I should put them on, but I would rather not. It is so warm. Are you ready?" "All right. Let's go, old friend." They had cold cornbread, cold corned beef, butter and buttermilk for me downstairs. I have never had anything better. Buck and his mother and everyone else smoked pipes, except the black woman, who was gone, and the 2 young women. They all smoked and talked. I ate and talked. The young women had blankets around them. Their hair was down their backs. They all asked me questions. I told them how my father and I and all the family lived on a small farm in Arkansas. My sister Mary Ann ran off and got married and was never heard from again. Bill went to look for them and was never heard from again. Tom and Mort died. Then there was only me and my father left. He became very thin because of his troubles. So when he died, I took what was left because the farm was not ours. I started going up the river by boat, and I fell into the water. That is how I came to be here. So they said I could live there as long as I wanted. Then it was almost morning, and everyone went to bed. I went to bed with Buck. When I woke up in the morning, oh no, I had forgotten my name. So I lay there for about an hour trying to remember. When Buck woke up, I said, "Can you spell, Buck?" "Yes," he said. "I bet you cannot spell my name," I said. "I bet you I can," he said. "All right," I said, "go ahead." Georgejackson. There, he said. "Well," I said, "you did it, but I did not think you could. It is not an easy name to spell right away without practice." I wrote it down for myself. Someone might ask me to spell it next, so I wanted to be ready and say it fast, like I was used to it. It was a very nice family and a very nice house. I had not seen a house in the country before that was so nice and fancy. It did not have an iron lock on the front door, or a wooden one with a string. It had a brass knob to turn, like houses in town. There was no bed in the parlor. There was no sign of a bed, but many parlors in towns have beds in them. There was a big fireplace with bricks at the bottom. The bricks were kept clean and red by pouring water on them and rubbing them with another brick. Sometimes they painted them with red paint they called Spanish brown, like they do in town. They had big brass metal supports that could hold up a large log. There was a clock in the middle of the fireplace shelf. It had a picture of a town painted on the bottom half of the glass front. There was a round place in the middle for the sun. You could see the pendulum swinging behind it. It was beautiful to hear that clock tick. Sometimes when a traveling seller had cleaned it and made it work well, it would strike 150 times before it stopped. They would not take any money for it. There was a big, strange parrot on each side of the clock. They were made of something like chalk and painted in bright colors. Next to one parrot was a cat made of clay, and a clay dog was next to the other parrot. When you pushed them, they made a squeaking sound, but they did not open their mouths or look different or interested. They squeaked from underneath. There were 2 large fans made of wild turkey wings spread out behind those things. On the table in the middle of the room was a lovely clay basket. It had apples and oranges and peaches and grapes piled in it. They were much redder and yellower and prettier than real ones. But they were not real because you could see where pieces had broken off and showed the white chalk, or whatever it was, underneath. This table had a cover made of beautiful oilcloth. It had a red and blue eagle painted on it, and a painted border all around. They said it came all the way from Philadelphia. There were some books, too, piled up perfectly on each corner of the table. One was a big family Bible full of pictures. One was Pilgrim's Progress, about a man who left his family. It did not say why. I read a lot of it sometimes. The words were interesting, but hard. Another was Friendship's Offering, full of beautiful things and poems, but I did not read the poems. Another was Henry Clay's speeches, and another was Dr. Gunn's Family Medicine, which told you what to do if someone was sick or dead. There was a hymn book and many other books, and there were nice chairs with woven bottoms. They were strong, too. They were not broken in the middle like an old basket. They had pictures on the walls, mostly pictures of Washington and Lafayette, and battles and Highland Marys, and one called Signing the Declaration. There were some pictures they called crayons. One of the daughters, who had died, made them herself when she was only 15 years old. They were different from any pictures I had ever seen before. They were mostly darker than usual. One was a woman in a slim black dress. It had a belt under her arms. The sleeves had big parts like a cabbage. She had a large black bonnet with a black veil. Her slim white ankles were crossed with black tape. She had very small black shoes, like a tool. She was leaning thoughtfully on a tombstone with her right elbow under a crying willow tree. Her other hand was hanging down, holding a white handkerchief and a small bag. Under the picture it said, "Shall I never see thee more, alas?" Another one was a young lady with her hair combed straight up to the top of her head. It was tied there in front of a comb that looked like the back of a chair. She was crying into a handkerchief and had a dead bird lying on its back in her other hand with its feet up. Under the picture it said, "I shall never hear thy sweet chirrup more, alas." There was one where a young lady was at a window looking up at the moon. Tears were running down her face. She had an open letter in one hand with black wax on one edge. She was pressing a locket with a chain to her mouth. under the picture it said, "And art thou gone, yes, thou art gone, alas." These were all nice pictures, I think, but I did not really like them, because if I was feeling a little sad, they always made me feel worse. Everyone was sad she died, because she had planned to do many more of these pictures, and you could see by what she had done what they had lost. But I thought that with her personality, she was having a better time in the graveyard. She was working on what they said was her best picture when she got sick, and every day and every night she prayed to live until she finished it, but she never got the chance. It was a picture of a young woman in a long white dress, standing on the edge of a bridge, ready to jump. Her hair was down her back, and she was looking up at the moon. Tears were running down her face. She had 2 arms folded across her chest, and 2 arms stretched out in front, and 2 more reaching up towards the moon. The idea was to see which pair looked best, and then remove all the other arms. But as I said, she died before she decided, and now they kept this picture over the head of the bed in her room. And every time her birthday came, they hung flowers on it. Other times, it was hidden with a small curtain. The young woman in the picture had a nice, sweet face, but there were so many arms, it made her look too much like a spider, I thought. This young girl kept a book of clippings when she was alive. She used to paste news about deaths and accidents and stories of people suffering in it from a newspaper called the Presbyterian Observer, and she would write poems after them from her own thoughts. It was very good poetry. This is what she wrote about a boy named Stephen Dowling Botts, who fell down a well and drowned. Ode to Stephen Dowling Botts, deceased. Did young Stephen get sick? And did young Stephen die? And did the sad hearts feel heavy? And did the mourners cry? No, that was not what happened to young Stephen Dowling Botts. Though sad hearts were around him, it was not from sickness. No whooping cough hurt his body, nor dull measles with spots. These did not harm the good name of Stephen Dowling Botts. Unhappy love did not bring sadness to his curly head, nor stomach problems make him sick, young Stephen Dowling Botts. Oh no. Then listen with tears while I tell what happened to him. His spirit left this cold world by falling down a well. They took him out and cleaned him, but it was too late. His spirit had gone to play above in the place of good and great people. If Emmeline Grangerford could write poetry like that before she was 14, there is no telling what she could have done later. Buck said she could write poetry very fast. She never had to stop and think. He said she would write a line, and if she could not find a word to rhyme with it, she would just cross it out and write another one and keep going. She was not picky. She could write about anything you asked her to, as long as it was sad. Every time a man died, or a woman died, or a child died, she would be ready with her tribute before the body was cold. She called them tributes. The neighbors said it was the doctor first, then Emmeline, then the undertaker. The undertaker only got there before Emmeline once, and that was because she could not find a rhyme for the dead person's name, which was Whistler. She was never the same after that. She never complained, but she slowly wasted away and did not live long. Poor girl, many times I made myself go up to the small room that used to be hers and get out her old book of clippings and read in it when her pictures had made me angry and I was a little upset with her. I liked all that family, even the dead ones, and I was not going to let anything come between us. Poor Emmeline wrote poetry about all the dead people when she was alive, and it did not seem right that no one would write about her now that she was gone. So I tried to write a verse or two myself, but I could not make it work somehow. They kept Emmeline's room clean and nice, and all the things in it were arranged just the way she liked them when she was alive, and no one ever slept there. The old lady took care of the room herself, even though there were many black people. She sewed there a lot and mostly read her Bible there. Well, as I was saying about the parlor, there were beautiful curtains on the windows. They were white, with pictures painted on them of castles with vines all down the walls and cattle coming to drink. There was a small old piano, too. I think it had tin pans inside it. Nothing was ever so lovely as to hear the young ladies sing "The Last Link is Broken" and play the Battle of Prague on it. The walls of all the rooms were smooth. Most had carpets on the floors, and the whole house was painted white on the outside. It was a house with two parts. The big open space between them had a roof and a floor. Sometimes the table was set there in the middle of the day. It was a cool, comfortable place. Nothing could be better, and the cooking was good, and there was a lot of it too. Chapter 18. Colon Grangerford, Aristocracy, Feuds, the Testament, Recovering the Raft, the Wood Pile, Pork and Cabbage. Colonel Grangerford was a very polite man. His family was also very polite. People said he was from a good family. The widow Douglas said this was important, like a good horse. Everyone in town said she was a very important lady. My father said it too, even though he was not important himself. Colonel Grangerford was very tall and thin. His skin was pale, not red. He shaved his face every morning. He had thin lips and a thin nose. His eyebrows were big, and his eyes were very dark. They looked like they were in deep caves. His forehead was high, and his hair was black and long. His hands were long and thin. Every day he wore a clean white suit. It was so white it hurt your eyes. On Sundays he wore a blue coat with gold buttons. He had a brown stick with a silver top. He was not silly, and he was never loud. He was very kind, and you felt safe with him. Sometimes he smiled, and it was nice to see. But when he stood up tall and his eyes looked mad, you wanted to run away. He never had to tell people to be polite. Everyone was always polite around him. Everyone liked him. He was like sunshine, making everything good. But when he was mad, it was dark for a short time, and then everything was fine again for a week. When he and the old lady came downstairs in the morning, everyone stood up. They did not sit until the old lady and the colonel sat down. Then Tom and Bob got some drinks. They gave one to the colonel. He waited for Tom and Bob to get their drinks. Then they all bowed and said, "Hello, sir and madam." The old lady and the colonel bowed a little and said thank you. Then they all drank. Bob and Tom put water on sugar and a little bit of whiskey or apple brandy. They gave it to me and Buck, and we drank to the old people too. Bob was the oldest, and Tom was next. They were tall, handsome men. They had wide shoulders, brown faces, and long black hair and eyes. They wore white clothes, like the colonel. They also wore big hats. Then there was Miss Charlotte. She was 25. She was tall, proud, and grand. But she was very kind when she was not angry. When she was angry, her face made you feel small, like her father's. She was beautiful. Her sister, Miss Sophia, was also beautiful, but in a different way. She was gentle and sweet, like a bird. She was only 20. Everyone had a servant. Buck had one too. My servant had an easy time because I did not like people doing things for me. But Buck's servant was always busy. This was the family now, but there used to be more. 3 sons died, and Emmeline died. The old man owned many farms and more than 100 servants. Sometimes many people came to visit. They came on horses from far away. They stayed for 5 or 6 days. They had parties near the river, and dances and picnics in the woods during the day. At night, they had big parties at the house. These people were mostly family. The men brought their guns. It was a group of very important people. There was another important family group nearby, 5 or 6 families. Most of them were named Shepherdson. They were also important, well-born, rich and grand, like the Grangerfords. The Shepherdsons and Grangerfords used the same boat stop. It was about 2 miles from our house, so sometimes when I went there with our family, I saw many Shepherdsons on their nice horses. One day, Buck and I were hunting in the woods. We heard a horse coming. We were crossing the road. Buck said, "Quick, run into the woods." We did. Then we looked through the leaves. Soon, a handsome young man came riding fast on the road. He looked like a soldier. He had his gun on his horse. I had seen him before. It was young Harney Shepherdson. I heard Buck's gun shoot near my ear. Harney's hat fell off his head. He grabbed his gun and rode to where we were hiding. But we did not wait. We ran through the woods. The trees were not thick, so I looked back to avoid a bullet. Twice I saw Harney aim his gun at Buck. Then he rode back the way he came. I think he went to get his hat, but I could not see. We ran until we got home. The old man's eyes shined for a moment. It was mostly happiness, I think. Then his face became calm, and he said gently, "I do not like shooting from behind a bush. Why did you not go into the road, my boy?" "The Shepherdsons don't, Father. They always cheat." Miss Charlotte held her head up like a queen when Buck told his story. Her nose moved, and her eyes flashed. The 2 young men looked angry, but said nothing. Miss Sophia turned pale, but her color came back when she saw the man was not hurt. When I could get Buck alone by the corn sheds under the trees, I asked, "Did you want to kill him, Buck?" "Yes, I did." "What did he do to you?" "Him? He did nothing to me." "So why did you want to kill him?" "Oh, nothing. It's because of the feud." "What is a feud?" "Where were you raised? Do you not know what a feud is?" "I never heard of it before. Tell me about it." "Well," Buck said, "a feud is like this. One man fights with another man and kills him. Then that man's brother kills him. Then the other brothers on both sides fight each other. Then the cousins join, and soon everyone is dead, and there is no more feud. But it is slow, and it takes a long time." "Has this one been going on for a long time, Buck?" "Oh, yes. It started 30 years ago, or around that time. There was a problem about something, and then a court case to fix it. The court case went against one of the men, so he shot the man who won the case. He would do that, of course. Anyone would." "What was the problem about, Buck? Land?" "Maybe. I do not know." "Well, who did the shooting? Was it a Grangerford or a Shepherdson?" "Oh, how do I know? It was so long ago." "Does anyone know?" "Oh, yes. Father knows, I think, and some of the other old people, but they do not know now what the problem was about in the first place." "Have many people been killed, Buck?" "Yes, many funerals, but they do not always kill. Father has some small bullets in him, but he does not care because he is not heavy anyway. Bob has been cut with a knife, and Tom has been hurt once or twice." "Has anyone been killed this year, Buck?" "Yes. We killed one, and they killed one. About 3 months ago, my cousin Bud, 14 years old, was riding through the woods on the other side of the river. He did not have a weapon with him, which was very foolish. In a lonely place, he heard a horse coming behind him. He saw old Baldy Shepherdson riding after him with his gun. His white hair was flying in the wind. Instead of getting off his horse and hiding, Bud thought he could outrun him. So they ran for 5 miles or more, the old man getting closer all the time. So at last Bud saw it was no use. He stopped and turned around so the bullets would be in front, and the old man rode up and shot him down. But he did not enjoy his luck for long. Within a week, our family killed him. I think that old man was a coward, Buck. I think he was not a coward. Not at all. There are no cowards among the Shepherdsons, not one. And there are no cowards among the Grangerfords either. That old man fought for half an hour against 3 Grangerfords one day, and won. They were all on horses. He got off his horse and hid behind a small pile of wood. He kept his horse in front of him to stop the bullets, but the Grangerfords stayed on their horses and rode around the old man, shooting at him, and he shot at them. He and his horse both went home hurt, but the Grangerfords had to be carried home, and one of them was dead, and another died the next day. No, sir, if you are looking for cowards, do not look among the Shepherdsons, because they do not have any of that kind. The next Sunday, we all went to church about 3 miles away. Everyone rode horses. The men took their guns, and Buck did too. They kept them between their legs or put them against the wall. The Shepherdsons did the same. The sermon was not very good. It was all about brotherly love and other boring things. But everyone said it was a good sermon. They talked about it on the way home. They had so much to say about faith and good deeds and God's grace and destiny. It felt like one of the hardest Sundays I had ever seen. About an hour after dinner, everyone was resting. Some were in their chairs, and some were in their rooms. It was very quiet. Buck and a dog were sleeping on the grass in the sun. I went to our room. I thought I would take a nap. I found Miss Sophia standing in her door, next to ours. She took me into her room and closed the door very softly. She asked me if I liked her, and I said I did. She asked me if I would do something for her and not tell anyone. I said I would. Then she said she had forgotten her Bible. She left it in the church between 2 other books. She asked if I would go quietly and get it for her and not tell anyone. I said I would. So I went out and walked up the road. There was no one at the church, maybe a pig or 2. There was no lock on the door. Pigs like the wooden floor in summer because it is cool. Most people only go to church when they have to. But a pig is different. I said to myself, something is wrong. It is not normal for a girl to be so worried about a Bible. So I shook it, and a small piece of paper fell out. It had 2:30 written on it in pencil. I looked inside the Bible, but I could not find anything else. I did not understand it. So I put the paper back in the book. When I got home and went upstairs, Miss Sophia was at her door waiting for me. She pulled me in and closed the door. Then she looked in the Bible until she found the paper. As soon as she read it, she looked happy. Before I could think, she hugged me tightly. She said I was the best boy in the world and not to tell anyone. Her face was very red for a minute, and her eyes lit up. It made her very pretty. I was very surprised. When I could speak, I asked her what the paper was about. She asked me if I had read it. I said no. She asked me if I could read handwriting. I told her no, only big letters. Then she said the paper was only a bookmark to save her place. She said I could go and play now. I went down to the river, thinking about this. Soon I saw my servant following me. When we were out of sight of the house, he looked back and around for a second. Then he ran and said, "Master George, if you come to the swamp, I will show you many water snakes. I thought, that is very strange. He said that yesterday. He should know that I do not like water snakes enough to go looking for them. What is he doing? So I said, all right, go ahead. I followed for half a mile. Then he walked into the swamp, in water up to his ankles, for another half mile. We came to a small, dry piece of land. It had many trees, bushes, and vines. He said, you go in there a few steps, Master George. That is where they are. I have seen them before. I do not want to see them any more. Then he walked away. Soon the trees hid him. I went into the place. I came to a small open area, like a bedroom, with vines around it. I found a man lying there asleep, and, oh my, it was my old Jim. I woke him up. I thought he would be very surprised to see me again, but he was not. He almost cried, he was so happy, but he was not surprised. He said he swam behind me that night. He heard me yell every time, but he could not answer. He did not want anyone to find him and make him a slave again. He said, I got hurt a little. I could not swim fast, so I was far behind you near the end. When you landed, I thought I could catch up with you on the land without shouting. But when I saw that house, I started to go slow. I was too far to hear what they said to you. I was afraid of the dogs. But when it was quiet again, I knew you were in the house, so I went to the woods to wait for day. Early in the morning, some of the servants came. They were going to the fields, and they took me and showed me this place. The dogs cannot find me here because of the water, and they bring me food every night, and they tell me how you are doing. Why did you not tell my Jack to bring me here sooner, Jim? Well, there was no need to bother you, Huck, until we could do something, but we are all right now. I have been buying pots and pans and food when I had a chance, and patching up the raft at night when— What raft, Jim? Our old raft. You mean our old raft was not broken into pieces? No, it was not. It was torn a lot. One end of it was, but there was not much harm done. Only most of our things were lost. If we had not dived so deep and swam so far underwater, and the night had not been so dark, and we were not so scared and so silly, we would have seen the raft. But it is good we did not, because now it is all fixed up, almost as good as new, and we have many new things instead of what was lost. Why, how did you get the raft again, Jim? Did you catch it? How could I catch it when I was in the woods? No, some of the servants found it caught on a log here in the bend, and they hid it in a small river among the trees, and they were arguing so much about who it belonged to, the most that I heard about it soon. So I stopped the problem by telling them it did not belong to any of them, but to you and me. And I asked them if they would take a young white gentleman's property and get punished for it. Then I gave them 10 cents each, and they were very happy, and they wished more rafts would come so they could be rich again. These servants are very good to me. Whatever I want them to do for me, I do not have to ask them twice, honey. That Jack is a good servant and very smart. Yes, he is. He never told me you were here. He told me to come, and he would show me many water snakes. If anything happens, he is not involved. He can say he never saw us together, and it will be true. I do not want to talk much about the next day. I will keep it short. I woke up around dawn. I was going to turn over and go to sleep again when I noticed how quiet it was. No one seemed to be moving. That was not normal. Next, I noticed that Buck was up and gone. Well, I got up wondering and went downstairs. No one was around. Everything was as quiet as a mouse. It was the same outside. I thought, what does this mean? By the woodpile, I found my Jack. I asked, what is happening? He said, don't you know, Master George? No, I said, I don't. Well then, Miss Sophia has run away. Yes, she has. She ran away in the night. No one knows exactly when. She ran away to marry that young Harney Shepherdson, you know. At least, that is what they think. The family found out about half an hour ago, maybe a little more, and I tell you, no time was lost. You never saw such a rush for guns and horses. The women have gone to get their family, and old Master Saul and the boys took their guns and rode up the river road to try to catch that young man and kill him before he can cross the river with Miss Sophia. I think it will be a very bad time. Buck went off without waking me up. Well, I think he did. They were not going to involve you in it. Master Buck loaded his gun and said he was going to bring home a Shepherdson or die. Well, there will be many of them there, I think, and you can be sure he will get one if he has a chance. I took the river road as fast as I could. After a while, I started to hear guns in the distance. When I saw the wooden store and the woodpile where the boat stopped, I walked under the trees and bushes until I found a good spot. Then I climbed up into the branches of a tree that was out of reach and watched. There was a stack of wood 4 feet high, a little in front of the tree. At first, I was going to hide behind that, but maybe it was better I did not. There were 4 or 5 men riding around on their horses in the open area in front of the wooden store. They were shouting and trying to get to 2 young boys who were behind the wood stack near the boat stop, but they could not. Every time one of them showed himself near the river side of the woodpile, he got shot at. The 2 boys were sitting back to back behind the pile so they could watch both ways. After a while, the men stopped riding around and yelling. They started riding towards the store. Then one of the boys got up, aimed his gun over the wood stack, and shot one of the men off his horse. All the men jumped off their horses and grabbed the hurt one. They started to carry him to the store. At that moment, the 2 boys started to run. They got halfway to my tree before the men noticed. Then the men saw them and jumped on their horses and chased them. They gained on the boys, but it did not matter. The boys had too good a start. They got to the woodpile in front of my tree and hid behind it. So they had the advantage over the men again. One of the boys was Buck, and the other was a slim young man about 19 years old. The men rode around for a while, and then they rode away. As soon as they were out of sight, I called out to Buck and told him. He did not know what to think of my voice coming from the tree at first. He was very surprised. He told me to watch carefully and let him know when the men came in sight again. He said they were planning something bad and would not be gone long. I wished I was out of that tree, but I could not come down. Buck started to cry and complain. He said that he and his cousin Joe, that was the other young man, would get revenge for this day. He said his father and his 2 brothers were killed, and 2 or 3 of the enemy. He said the Shepherdsons waited for them in a hidden place. Buck said his father and brothers should have waited for their family. The Shepherdsons were too strong for them. I asked him what happened to young Harney and Miss Sophia. He said they had crossed the river and were safe. I was happy about that. But the way Buck was upset because he did not manage to kill Harney that day, he shot at him. I have never heard anything like it. All of a sudden, bang, 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 3 or 4 guns shot. The men had gone through the woods and came from behind without their horses. The boys jumped for the river. Both of them were hurt. As they swam down the river, the men ran along the bank, shooting at them and yelling, "Kill them! Kill them!" It made me so sick I almost fell out of the tree. I am not going to tell all that happened. It would make me sick again if I did that. I wished I had never come ashore that night to see such things. I am never going to forget them. Many times I dream about them. I stayed in the tree until it started to get dark. I was afraid to come down. Sometimes I heard guns far away in the woods, and twice I saw small groups of men ride past the wooden store with guns, so I thought the problem was still happening. I was very sad, so I decided I would never go near that house again. I thought I was to blame somehow. I thought that piece of paper meant that Miss Sophia was to meet Harney somewhere at 2:30 and run away. And I thought I should have told her father about that paper and how strangely she acted. Then maybe he would have locked her up, and this terrible mess would never have happened. When I got down from the tree, I walked quietly along the river bank for a bit. I found the 2 bodies lying at the edge of the water. I pulled them until I got them ashore. Then I covered their faces. I got away as fast as I could. I cried a little when I was covering Buck's face, for he was very good to me. It was dark now. I never went near the house. I went through the woods and headed for the swamp. Jim was not on his island. So I hurried to the small river. I went through the willow trees, ready to jump on the raft and get out of that terrible country. The raft was gone. Oh, I was so scared. I could not breathe for almost a minute. Then I yelled. A voice not 25 feet from me said, "Goodness, is that you, dear? Do not make any noise." It was Jim's voice. Nothing ever sounded so good before. I ran along the bank for a bit and got on board, and Jim grabbed me and hugged me. He was so happy to see me. He said, "God bless you, child. I was sure you were dead again. Jack has been here. He said he thought you had been shot because you did not come home anymore. So I was just now starting the raft down towards the mouth of the small river, so it would be ready to leave as soon as Jack comes again and tells me for sure you are dead." "Oh, I am so glad to have you back again, dear," I said. "All right, that is very good. They will not find me, and they will think I have been killed and floated down the river. There is something up there that will help them think so. So do not lose any time, Jim, but just push off for the big water as fast as you can." I did not feel relaxed until the raft was 2 miles below and in the middle of the Mississippi River. Then we put up our light, and we thought we were free and safe again. I had not eaten anything since yesterday, so Jim got out some cornbread and buttermilk and pork and cabbage and greens. There is nothing in the world so good when it is cooked right. And while I ate my dinner, we talked and had a good time. I was very glad to get away from the fights, and so was Jim to get away from the swamp. We said there was no home like a raft after all. Other places feel small and suffocating, but a raft does not. You feel very free and easy and comfortable on a raft. Chapter 19, Tying Up Day, Times, An Astronomical Theory, Running a Temperance Revival, The Duke of Bridgewater, The Troubles of Royalty. We spent 2 or 3 days and nights on the river. It was very calm and nice. We floated quietly. The river was very big. Sometimes it was 1.5 miles wide. We traveled at night and hid during the day. When night was almost over, we stopped and tied our raft. We usually stopped in calm water next to a small island. We cut young trees and used them to hide the raft. Then we put out our fishing lines. Next, we swam in the river to feel fresh and cool. Then we sat on the sand where the water was not too deep. We watched the sun come up. It was very quiet, no sounds at all. It was like the whole world was sleeping. Sometimes we heard bullfrogs. First, we saw a dark line far across the water. That was the trees on the other side. We could not see anything else. Then the sky became a little light. More light spread around. The river far away changed from black to gray. We could see small dark spots moving far away. These were boats and other rafts. Sometimes we heard a boat paddle or people talking. The air was so still that sounds traveled far. Soon we saw a line on the water. It meant there was a tree branch in the fast water. The water broke over it and made the line. We saw mist come up from the water. The sky and the river turned red in the east. We saw a small house made of logs at the edge of the woods on the other side of the river. It was probably a place where they sold wood. Then a nice wind started. It came from across the river. It felt cool and fresh. It smelled sweet because of the woods and flowers. But sometimes the wind was not nice. There were dead fish like gars left around, and they smelled bad. After that, it was full daylight. Everything looked happy in the sun, and the birds sang loudly. Now, a little smoke was not easy to see. So we took some fish from our lines and cooked a hot breakfast. After eating, we watched the quiet river. We felt relaxed, and then we often fell asleep. When we woke up, we looked to see what woke us. Maybe we saw a steamboat moving slowly upstream. It was so far away, we could only tell if it had a wheel at the back or on the side. Then, for about an hour, we heard nothing and saw nothing. It was just very quiet. Next, we would see a raft moving by far away. Maybe a man on it was chopping wood. They usually chopped wood on rafts. We saw the axe go up and then down. We heard no sound at first. Then we saw the axe go up again. By the time it was above the man's head, we heard the sound of the axe hitting the wood. It took that long for the sound to travel over the water. So we spent the day relaxing and listening to the quiet. One time there was a thick fog. The rafts and other boats made noise by hitting metal pans. This was so steamboats would not hit them. A boat or a raft came so close that we could hear people talking, yelling and laughing. We heard them clearly, but we could not see them at all. It felt strange. It was like spirits were talking in the air. Jim said he thought it was spirits, but I said, no, spirits would not say, darn the darn fog. As soon as it was night, we pushed the raft. When it was in the middle of the river, we let it go. We let it float where the water wanted it to go. Then we lit our pipes. We put our legs in the water. We talked about many things. We were always naked, day and night, if the mosquitoes let us. The new clothes Buck's family made for me were too nice to be comfortable. Also, I did not like wearing clothes much anyway. Sometimes we had the whole river to ourselves for a long time. Far away were the river banks and islands. We might see a small light, which was a candle in a house window. Sometimes on the water we could see one or two lights. These were on a raft or a boat, and maybe we could hear a violin or a song coming from one of those boats. It is wonderful to live on a raft. We had the sky above us, full of stars. We used to lie on our backs and look at them. We talked about if they were made or if they just happened. Jim thought they were made, but I thought they just happened. I thought it would take too long to make so many. Jim said the moon could have put them there. Well, that seemed a little possible, so I did not say anything against it. I had seen a frog lay almost as many eggs, so it could be done. We also watched the stars that fell and saw them go down fast. Jim thought they had gone bad and were thrown out of their home. Once or twice at night, we would see a steamboat moving silently in the dark. Every now and then, it would shoot out many sparks from its chimneys. They would fall into the river and look very pretty. Then the boat would turn a corner and its lights would disappear. Its noise would stop and the river would be quiet again. After a while, its waves would reach us long after the boat was gone. the waves would move the raft a little. After that, we would not hear anything for a very long time, except maybe frogs or other animals. After midnight, the people on land went to bed. Then, for 2 or 3 hours, the river banks were dark. There were no more lights in the house windows. These lights were our clock. The first light that showed again meant morning was coming. So, we quickly found a place to hide and tie up the raft. One morning around sunrise, I found a small boat. I crossed a small channel to the mainland. It was only 200 yards. I paddled about a mile up a small river among the cypress trees. I wanted to see if I could find some berries. As I was passing a place where a small path for cows crossed the river, 2 men came running fast along the path. I thought I was caught. When someone was chasing anyone, I thought it was me or maybe Jim. I was about to leave quickly, but they were very close to me. They called out and begged me to save their lives. They said they had not done anything wrong. They said men and dogs were coming after them. They wanted to jump right into the water, but I said, "Do not do it. I do not hear the dogs and horses yet. You have time to go through the bushes and go up the small river a little way. Then you can go into the water and walk down to me and get in. That will make the dogs lose your smell." They did it. As soon as they were on the raft, I went fast to our small island. In about 5 or 10 minutes, we heard the dogs and men far away shouting. We heard them come towards the small river, but we could not see them. They seemed to stop and look around for a while. Then, as we went further and further away, we could hardly hear them at all. By the time we had left a mile of woods behind us and reached the main river, everything was quiet. We paddled to the small island and hid in the cottonwood trees. We were safe. One of these men was about 70 years old or more. He had no hair on his head and very gray beard. He wore an old, damaged hat that hung low. He had a dirty blue wool shirt. His old torn blue jeans were tucked into his boots. He had homemade suspenders. No, he only had one. He had an old blue jeans coat with a long back and shiny metal buttons. He carried it over his arm. Both men had big, full, old-looking travel bags. The other man was about 30. He was dressed in similar old clothes. After breakfast, we all relaxed and talked. The first thing we found out was that these 2 men did not know each other. "What trouble did you get into?" the bald man asked the other man. "Well, I was selling something to clean teeth, and it does clean them and usually takes off the tooth enamel too. But I stayed 1 night longer than I should have. I was just about to leave when I saw you on the path near town. You told me they were coming. You asked me to help you escape, so I told you I was expecting trouble too, and I would leave with you. That is my whole story." "What is yours?" "Well, I had been leading a small meeting about not drinking alcohol there for about a week, and I was liked by all the women, young and old. I made it very difficult for the people who drank alcohol, I tell you. I was making $5 or $6 a night. It was 10 cents per person. Children and black people were free, and business was getting better all the time. But somehow a rumor started last night that I had been secretly drinking alcohol by myself. A black man woke me up this morning. He told me people were gathering quietly with their dogs and horses. He said they would come soon and give me about half an hour to start. Then they would chase me down if they could, and if they caught me, they would put tar and feathers on me and ride me on a rail for sure. I did not wait for breakfast. I was not hungry. "Old man," the young one said, "I think we could work together. What do you think?" "I am willing. What do you usually do?" "I am a printer by trade. I also sell some medicines. I am a theater actor, you know, for sad plays. I do a little hypnotism and head reading when I have a chance. I teach singing and geography in school for a change. Sometimes I give talks. Oh, I do many things, almost anything that is easy, as long as it is not hard work. What do you do? I have done a lot of doctoring in my time. Healing by touching is what I do best, for cancer and a body not being able to move and things like that. And I can tell the future pretty well when I have someone to find out the facts for me. Preaching is my job too, and working at outdoor church meetings and traveling around for religious work. No one said anything for a while. Then the young man made a sound like a deep breath and said, "Oh dear." "What are you sighing about?" said the bald man. "To think I have lived to live such a life and be brought down to such company." And he started to wipe the corner of his eye with a cloth. "Why are you complaining? Is the company not good enough for you?" said the bald man, sounding a bit rude and proud. "Yes, it is good enough for me. It is as good as I deserve. For who brought me so low when I was so high? I did it myself. I do not blame you, gentlemen, not at all. I do not blame anyone. I deserve all of this. Let the harsh world do its worst. One thing I know, there is a grave somewhere for me. The world may go on as it always has. It can take everything from me, loved ones, property, everything. But it cannot take that. Someday I will lie down in it and forget it all, and my poor broken heart will rest." He kept wiping his eye. "Forget your poor broken heart," said the bald man. "Why are you showing your poor broken heart to us? We have not done anything." "No, I know you have not. I am not blaming you, gentlemen. I brought myself down. Yes, I did it myself. It is right that I should suffer. Perfectly right. I am not complaining." "Brought you down from where? Where were you brought down from?" "Oh, you would not believe me. The world never believes. Let it pass. It does not matter. The secret of my birth." "The secret of your birth? Do you mean to say—" "Gentlemen," said the young man very seriously, "I will tell you, for I feel I can trust you. By right, I am a duke." Jim's eyes got very big when he heard that, and I think mine did too. Then the bald man said, "No, you cannot mean it. Yes, my great-grandfather, the oldest son of the Duke of Bridgewater, came to this country near the end of the last century. He came to live freely. He married here and died, leaving a son. His own father died at about the same time. The second son of the Duke took the titles and money. The real baby Duke was ignored. I am the direct family member of that baby. I am the true Duke of Bridgewater. And here I am, sad, taken from my high position, hunted by men, not liked by the harsh world, in old clothes, tired with a broken heart, and brought down to be with bad people on a raft." Jim felt very sorry for him, and so did I. We tried to comfort him, but he said it was not much use. He could not be comforted much. He said if we would say he was a duke, that would help him more than anything else. So we said we would, if he told us how. He said we should bow when we spoke to him. We should say, "Your Grace," or "My Lord," or "Your Lordship." He said he would not mind if we just called him Bridgewater. He said that was a title anyway, not a name. And one of us should serve him a dinner and do any small thing he wanted. Well, that was all easy, so we did it. During dinner, Jim stood and served him. He said, "Will your Grace have some of this or some of that?" and so on, and one could see it made him very happy. But the old man became very quiet after a while. He did not say much, and he did not look very happy with all the attention the Duke was getting. He seemed to be thinking about something. So, in the afternoon, he said, "Listen, Bilgewater," he said, "I am very sorry for you, But you are not the only person who has had troubles like that. No, no, you are not. You are not the only person who has been wrongly forced down from a high place. Oh dear. No, you are not the only person who has had a secret about his birth. And then he started to cry. Stop. What do you mean? Bilgewater, can I trust you? The old man said, still crying a little. To the very end. He took the old man's hand and squeezed it. He said, that secret of your being, tell me. Bilgewater, I am the late Dauphin. You can bet. Jim and I stared this time. Then the Duke said, You are what? Yes, my friend, it is true. Your eyes are looking right now at the poor lost Dauphin, Louis XVII, son of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. You, at your age. No, you mean you are the late Charlemagne? You must be 600 or 700 years old at least. Trouble has done it, Bilgewater. Trouble has done it. Trouble has brought these grey hairs and this early baldness. Yes, gentlemen, you see before you, in blue jeans and sadness, the travelling, sent away, walked on, and suffering rightful King of France. Well, he cried so much that Jim and I hardly knew what to do. We were so sorry, and so glad and proud we had him with us too. So we started, like we did before with the Duke, and tried to comfort him. But he said it was no use. Only being dead and done with it all could help him. But he said it often made him feel better and easier for a while if people treated him as a king. They should get down on one knee to speak to him, and always call him Your Majesty, and serve him first at meals, and not sit down in front of him until he asked them. So Jim and I started to call him Your Majesty, and do this and that for him. We stood until he told us we could sit down. This made him feel much better, so he became happy and comfortable. But the Duke started to feel bad about him. He did not look happy at all with how things were going. Still, the king acted very friendly towards him. He said the Duke's great-grandfather and all the other dukes of Bilgewater were well liked by his father, and they were allowed to come to the palace often. But the Duke stayed angry for a long time. Then the king said, We will probably be together on this raft for a very long time, Bilgewater. So what is the point of being angry? It will only make things uncomfortable. It is not my fault I was not born a duke. It is not your fault you were not born a king. So what is the use of worrying? Make the best of things as you find them, I say. That is my motto. This is not a bad situation we have found here. We have plenty of food and an easy life. Come, give me your hand, Duke, and let us all be friends. The Duke did it. And Jim and I were very happy to see it. It took away all the bad feelings, and we felt very good about it, because it would have been a terrible thing to have any unfriendliness on the raft, because what you want, most of all, on a raft is for everyone to be happy and feel good and kind towards each other. It did not take me long to decide that these liars were not kings or dukes at all. They were just bad tricksters and fakers. But I never said anything. I never showed that I knew. I kept it to myself. It is the best way. Then you do not have any fights and do not get into any trouble. If they wanted us to call them kings and dukes, I did not have any problems with that, as long as it would keep peace among us. And there was no use to tell Jim, so I did not tell him. If I learned nothing else from my father, I learned that the best way to get along with his kind of people is to let them do what they want. They want. Chapter 20. Huck explains, laying out a campaign, working the camp meeting, a pirate at the camp meeting, the Duke as a printer. People asked us many questions. They wanted to know why we covered the raft during the day. They asked why we did not travel during the day. They asked, "Is Jim a person who ran away?" I said, "Would a person who ran away go south?" They said no, he would not. I had to tell them something. So I said, "My family lived in Pike County, in Missouri. I was born there. Everyone died except me, my dad, and my brother Ike. My dad decided to go live with Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben has a small farm on the river. It is 44 miles below New Orleans. My dad was poor and had some money problems. So, after he paid his debts, we only had $16 and Jim. That was not enough money to travel 1,400 miles. We could not go by boat or any other way. One day the river got high. My dad found this part of a raft, so we decided to go to New Orleans on it, but my dad's luck did not last. One night, a steamboat hit the front of the raft. We all fell into the water and went under the boat's wheel. Jim and I came up okay, but my dad was drunk and Ike was only 4 years old, so they did not come up. For the next 2 days, we had many problems. People came in small boats. They tried to take Jim from me. They said they thought he was a person who ran away. Now, we do not travel during the day. At night, people do not bother us. The Duke said, "Let me think of a way so we can travel in the daytime if we want to. I will think about it. I will make a plan that will fix it. We will not do it today. We do not want to go by that town in daylight. It might not be safe." As night came, it started to get dark. It looked like rain. There was heat lightning low in the sky. The leaves started to move. It was going to be bad weather. The Duke and the King checked our tent. They wanted to see the beds. My bed was made of straw. It was better than Jim's. His bed was made of corn husks. There are always hard parts in a husk bed. They poke you and hurt. When you move, the dry husks make a noise like you are rolling in dry leaves. It makes a lot of noise, and you wake up. The Duke said he would take my bed, but the King said he would not. He said, "I thought you would know that a corn husk bed is not good for me to sleep on. You will take the husk bed yourself." Jim and I were worried again for a minute. We thought there would be more problems between them. So we were happy when the Duke said, "It is my destiny to always be under pressure. Bad luck has broken my spirit. I give up. I accept it. It is my destiny. I am alone in the world. Let me suffer. I can handle it." We left when it was very dark. The King told us to stay in the middle of the river. We should not show a light until we were far past the town. Soon we saw the small lights of the town. We went by. About half a mile out, everything was fine. When we were 3/4 of a mile past the town, we put up our signal light. Around 10 o'clock, it started to rain and blow and thunder and lighten a lot. So the King told us to both stay awake until the weather got better. Then he and the Duke went into the tent and went to sleep. It was my turn to stay awake until 12 o'clock, but I would not have gone to sleep anyway. You do not see a storm like that every day. The wind screamed. Every second or two there was a bright light. It lit up the waves for half a mile around. You could see the islands through the rain. The trees moved a lot in the wind. Then there was a loud sound. The thunder went on and on. Then another bright light came. The waves almost washed me off the raft sometimes. But I had no clothes on, and I did not care. We did not have problems with things in the water. The lightning was so bright that we could see them early enough to move the raft away. It was my turn to watch, but I was very sleepy. So Jim said he would watch for the first half of my turn. Jim was always very kind like that. I went into the tent, but the King and the Duke had their legs everywhere. There was no room for me, so I lay outside. I did not care about the rain. It was warm. The waves were not so high now. Around 2 o'clock, the waves got high again. Jim was going to wake me up, but he changed his mind. He thought the waves were not high enough to cause any harm, but he was wrong about that. Soon, a very big wave came and washed me off the raft. Jim laughed a lot. He was the easiest person to make laugh. I took the watch. Jim lay down and snored. Soon, the storm stopped completely. When the first light from a house showed, I woke him up. We hid the raft for the day. After breakfast, the king got out an old deck of cards. He and the duke played a game for 5 cents a game. Then they got tired of it. They decided to make a plan. The duke took out some small printed papers from his bag. He read them aloud. One paper said, "The famous Dr. Armand de Montalban from Paris would talk about the science of phrenology at a certain place on a certain day for 10 cents. He would also provide character charts for 25 cents each." The duke said that was him. In another paper, he was the world-famous Shakespearean actor Garrick the Younger from Drury Lane, London. In other papers, he had many other names. He did other amazing things. He found water and gold with a divining rod. He also stopped witch spells and more. Soon he said, "But acting is the best. Have you ever acted, king?" "No," said the king. "You will then, in the next 3 days," said the duke. "The first good town we come to, we will rent a hall. We will do the sword fight in Richard III and the balcony scene in Romeo and Juliet. What do you think?" "I am in for anything that will make money," said the king. "But you see, I do not know anything about acting. I have not seen much of it. I was too small when my father had them at the palace." "Do you think you can teach me?" "Easy." "All right, I am ready for something new anyway. Let's start right away." So the duke told him all about Romeo and Juliet. He said he usually played Romeo, so the king could be Juliet. "But if Juliet is a young girl, Duke, my bald head and my white beard will look very strange on her, maybe." "No, do not worry. These country people will never think of that. Also, you will be in costume. That makes all the difference. Juliet is on a balcony, enjoying the moonlight before she goes to bed. She has on her nightgown and her nightcap with ruffles. Here are the costumes for the parts." He took out 2 or 3 simple fabric suits. He said they were medieval armor for Richard III and the other person. He also took out a long white cotton nightshirt and a ruffled nightcap to match. The king was happy. So the duke took out his book. He read the parts in a very dramatic way. He walked around and acted at the same time to show how it should be done. Then he gave the book to the king and told him to learn his part by heart. There was a small town about 3 miles down the river. After dinner, the duke said he had figured out how to travel in daylight without danger for Jim. So he said he would go to the town and fix that. The king said he would go too. He wanted to see if he could find something. We were out of coffee. So Jim said I should go with them in the small boat and get some. When we got there, no one was moving. The streets were empty and very quiet, like Sunday. We found a sick black man sitting in the sun in a backyard. He said everyone who was not too young or too sick or too old had gone to a camp meeting. It was about 2 miles back in the woods. The king got the directions. He said he would go and make money at that camp meeting. I could go too. The duke said he wanted to find a printing office. We found it. It was a small place above a carpenter shop. The carpenters and printers were all gone to the meeting. No doors were locked. It was a dirty, messy place. There were ink marks There were papers with pictures of horses and black people who ran away on the walls. The Duke took off his coat and said he was ready. So the king and I left for the camp meeting. We got there in about half an hour. We were sweating a lot because it was a very hot day. There were about 1,000 people there from 20 miles around. The woods were full of horses and wagons. They were tied everywhere. The horses were eating from the wagon troughs. They were stomping to keep the flies away. There were shelters made of poles and branches. They sold lemonade and gingerbread there. There were piles of watermelons and green corn and other things. The preaching was happening under the same kind of shelters, but they were bigger and held many people. The seats were made from outside pieces of logs. There were holes in the round side to put sticks in for legs. They did not have backs. The preachers stood on high platforms at one end of the shelters. The women wore sun hats. Some had simple dresses, some had checked dresses, and a few young women had printed cotton dresses. Some of the young men had no shoes. Some of the children had no clothes but a simple shirt. Some of the old women were knitting. Some of the young people were secretly falling in love. At the first shelter we came to, the preacher was leading a hymn. He sang 2 lines. Everyone sang it, and it sounded grand to hear it. There were so many people, and they sang in a powerful way. Then he sang 2 more lines for them to sing, and so on. The people woke up more and more. They sang louder and louder. Towards the end, some started to groan. Some started to shout. Then the preacher started to preach. He was very serious. He moved from one side of the platform to the other. Then he leaned over the front of it. His arms and body were moving all the time. He shouted his words with all his strength. Every now and then he held up his Bible and opened it. He moved it around shouting, "It's the snake in the desert. Look at it and live." And people would shout, "Glory, Amen." And so he continued. The people groaned and cried and said, "Amen." "Oh, come to the front seats. Come black with sin. Amen. Come sick and hurting. Amen. Come unable to walk and blind. Amen. Come poor and needing help, full of shame. Amen. Come all who are tired and dirty and suffering. Come with a broken spirit. Come with a sad heart. Come in your old clothes and sin and dirt. The water that cleanses is free. The door of heaven is open. Oh, come in and rest. Amen. Glory, glory, hallelujah. And so on. You could not understand what the preacher said anymore because of the shouting and crying. People in the crowd got up everywhere. They pushed their way to the front seats with tears on their faces. When all the sad people got to the front seats, they sang and shouted. They threw themselves down on the straw, crazy and wild. The first thing I knew, the king started. You could hear him over everyone. Next, he ran onto the platform. The preacher asked him to speak to the people, and he did it. He told them he was a pirate. He had been a pirate for 30 years in the Indian Ocean. His group of pirates got smaller last spring in a fight. He was home now to get new men. He thanked goodness he had been robbed last night. He was put ashore from a steamboat without any money. He was happy about it. It was the best thing that ever happened to him. He was a changed man now. He was happy for the first time in his life. Even though he was poor, he would start right away and work his way back to the Indian Ocean. He would spend the rest of his life trying to change the pirates to the right path. He could do it better than anyone else. He knew all the pirate groups in that ocean. It would take him a long time to get there without money, but he would get there anyway. Every time he convinced a pirate, he would say to him, "Do not thank me. Do not give me any credit. It all belongs to those dear people in Pokerville camp meeting, true brothers and helpers of the human race, and that dear preacher there, the truest friend a pirate ever had. And then he started crying, and so did everyone. Then someone shouted, "Collect money for him! Collect money!" 6 people quickly tried to do it, but someone else shouted, "Let him collect the money." Then everyone said it, even the preacher. So the king went through the crowd with his hat. He wiped his eyes. He blessed the people. He praised them. He thanked them for being so good to the poor pirates far away. Every now and then, pretty girls with tears on their faces would ask him if they could kiss him to remember him. He always did it. Some of them he hugged and kissed 5 or 6 times. He was invited to stay a week. Everyone wanted him to live in their houses. They said it would be an honor, but he said that this was the last day of the camp meeting. He could not do any good. Also, he was eager to get to the Indian Ocean right away and work on the pirates. When we got back to the raft, he counted the money. He had collected $87.75, and he had also brought a 3-gallon jug of whiskey. He found it under a wagon when he was walking home through the woods. The king said, all in all, it was better than any day he had spent helping people. He said there was no doubt people who are not religious are not as good as pirates for making money at a camp meeting. The Duke thought he had been doing well until the king showed up, but after that he did not think so much. He had printed 2 small jobs for farmers in that printing office. They were papers about horses. He took $4 for them, and he had gotten $10 worth of advertisements for the paper. He said he would put them in for $4 if they paid in advance, so they did it. The price of the paper was $2 a year, but he got 3 subscriptions for half $1 each if they paid him in advance. They usually paid in wood and onions, but he said he had just bought the business. He had lowered the price as much as he could. He was going to run it for cash. He wrote a short poem himself. It had 3 verses. It was sweet and a little sad. The name of it was, "Yes, Crush, Cold World, This Breaking Heart." He left that ready to print in the paper. He did not charge anything for it. Well, he took in $9.50. He said he had done a good day's work for it. Then he showed us another small job he had printed. He did not charge for it because it was for us. It had a picture of a black person who ran away. He had a bag on a stick over his shoulder. Under it, it said, $200 reward. The writing was all about Jim. It described him perfectly. It said he ran away from St. Jacques Plantation. It was 40 miles below New Orleans. He ran away last winter. He likely went north. Whoever caught him and sent him back could have the reward and travel costs. Now, says the Duke, after tonight, we can travel in the daytime if we want to. Whenever we see anyone coming, we can tie Jim's hands and feet with a rope. We can lay him in the tent. We can show this paper. We can say we caught him up the river. We are too poor to travel on a steamboat. So we got this small raft on credit from our friends. We are going down to get the reward. Handcuffs and chains would look even better on Jim, but it would not fit our story of being poor. Too much like expensive things. Ropes are the correct thing. We must keep things consistent, as we say in plays. We all said the Duke was very smart. There would be no problem traveling during the day. We thought we could travel enough miles that night to get away from the talk we thought the Duke's work in the printing office would cause in that small town. Then we could travel quickly if we wanted to. We stayed hidden and quiet. We did not leave until almost 10 o'clock. Then we went by, far away from the town. We did not put up our light until we were completely out of sight of it. When Jim called me to take the watch at 4 in the morning, he said, Huck, do you think we will meet any more kings on this trip? No, I said. I do not think so. Well, he said, that is all right then. I do not mind 1 or 2 kings, but that is enough. This one is very drunk, and the Duke is not much better. I found out Jim had been trying to get him to speak French. He wanted to hear what it sounded like, but he said he had been in this country for so long. He had so many problems. He had forgotten it. Chapter 21, Sword Exercise, Hamlet's Soliloquy, They Loafed Around Town, A Lazy Town, Old Bogs, Dead. The sun was up, but we kept going. We did not stop. The king and the duke woke up. They looked tired. They jumped in the water and swam. It made them feel much better. After we ate breakfast, the king sat on the raft. He took off his boots. He rolled up his pants. He put his legs in the water. He wanted to be comfortable. He lit his pipe. Then he started to learn his lines for Romeo and Juliet. When he knew them well, he and the Duke practiced. The Duke showed him how to say each line. He told the king to sigh. He told him to put his hand on his heart. After a while, the Duke said the king did well, but he told him, "You must not shout Romeo like a bull. You must say it softly. Say it like you are sick and weak. Like this, Romeo. Juliet is a sweet young girl. She does not shout like a donkey." Next, they took out 2 long swords. The Duke made them from wood. They started to practice sword fighting. The Duke called himself Richard III. It was fun to watch them fight and dance around the raft. But then the king fell into the water. After that, they rested. They talked about old adventures they had on the river. After dinner, the Duke said, "Capet, we want this to be a great show, so I think we will add more to it. We need something for when people ask for more." "What are encores, Bilgewater?" the Duke told him. Then he said, "I will do the Highland fling, or the sailor's hornpipe. And you? Let me see. Oh, I know. You can do Hamlet's speech." "Hamlet's what?" "Hamlet's speech, you know. It is the most famous part of Shakespeare. Ah, it is wonderful. It always makes the crowd happy. I do not have it in my book. I only have 1 book, but I think I can remember it. I will walk around for a minute. I will try to remember it." So he walked around. He thought hard. He made angry faces sometimes. Then he would lift his eyebrows. Next, he would hold his head and step back. He would make a soft sound. Then he would sigh. Then he would pretend to cry. It was amazing to watch him. Soon he remembered it. He told us to listen. Then he stood in a grand way. 1 leg was forward. His arms were up. His head was back, looking at the sky. Then he began to shout and move. He showed his teeth. After that, through his whole speech, he yelled. He moved a lot. He made his chest big. It was the best acting I had ever seen. This is the speech. I learned it easily while he taught it to the king. To be or not to be, that is the question. It makes trouble for a long time. Who would carry heavy things until later, if not for the fear of something after death? This fear kills sleep. It stops nature's second food. It makes us use bad luck's arrows instead of running to unknown places. This is why we stop. Wake Duncan with your knocking. I wish you could. Who would bear the hard times, the bad ruler's wrong, the proud man's bad words, the law's slowness, and the end that pain might bring? In the dark, empty middle of the night, when graves open, in black clothes, but the unknown country where no one comes back from sends sickness to the world. So our strong will, like a sad cat, becomes weak with worry. All the dark clouds over our houses, because of this, change their path. They stop being actions. This is something we really want. But wait, fair Ophelia, do not open your heavy stone mouth. Go to a church for women. Go. The old man liked that speech. He learned it fast. It seemed like he was born to say it. When he was excited, he would shout and move around. It was very good when he said it. As soon as we could, the Duke had some show posters made. After that, for 2 or 3 days, the raft was a very busy place. There was only sword fighting and practicing all the time. One morning, we were far down in Arkansas. We saw a small town. It was in a big bend in the river. So we stopped the raft about 3/4 of a mile above it. We stopped in a small river that was like a tunnel with cypress trees. All of us but Jim took the small boat. We went to the town to see if we could have our show there. We were very lucky. There was a circus coming that afternoon. People from the country were already arriving. They came in old wagons and on horses. The circus would leave before dark, so our show would have a good chance. The Duke rented the courthouse. We walked around and put up our posters. They said, "Shakespearean Revival, amazing show, for one night only." The famous actors, David Garrick the Younger, from Drury Lane Theatre, London, and Edmund Kean the Elder, from the Royal Haymarket Theatre, Whitechapel, Pudding Lane, Piccadilly, London, and the Royal Continental Theatres, in their grand Shakespearean spectacle called the balcony scene in Romeo and Juliet. Romeo, Mr. Garrick; Juliet, Mr. Kean, with all the other actors, new clothes, new backgrounds, new things. Also, the exciting, skillful, and scary sword fight in Richard III. Richard III, Mr. Garrick; Richmond, Mr. Kean. Also, because people asked for it, Hamlet's forever speech. By the great Kean, he did it 300 nights in a row in Paris. For one night only, because of other important shows in Europe. Cost to enter, 25 cents. Children and helpers, 10 cents. Then we walked around the town. Most of the stores and houses were old and made of wood. They had never been painted. They were 3 or 4 feet above the ground on tall poles. This was so water would not reach them when the river flooded. The houses had small gardens, but they did not seem to grow much. Only weeds, sunflowers, ash piles, old boots, broken bottles, rags, and old metal things. The fences were made of different kinds of wood. They were nailed on at different times. They leaned in all directions. The gates usually had only one hinge made of leather. Some fences had been painted white a long time ago. The Duke said it was from a very old time. There were usually pigs in the gardens. People often had to chase them out. All the stores were on one street. They had white cloth roofs in front. Country people tied their horses to the posts of these roofs. There were empty boxes under the roofs. Lazy people sat on them all day. They cut the boxes with their knives. They chewed tobacco. They opened their mouths wide and stretched. They were a very rough group. They usually wore yellow straw hats. They were almost as wide as an umbrella. But they did not wear coats or vests. They called each other Bill, Buck, Hank, Joe, and Andy. They spoke slowly. They used many bad words. There was usually one lazy person leaning against every roof post. He almost always had his hands in his pockets, only when he took them out to share tobacco or to scratch himself. What you heard them say all the time was, "Give me some tobacco, Hank." "I can't. I only have one piece left. Ask Bill." Maybe Bill would give him some tobacco. Maybe he would lie and say he had none. Some of these lazy people never had any money or their own tobacco. They got all their tobacco by asking others. They would say, "I wish you would give me some tobacco, Jack. I just gave Ben Thompson the last piece I had." This was usually a lie. No one believed it except strangers. But Jack was not a stranger, so he would say, "You gave him tobacco. Your sister's cat's grandmother did too. You pay me back the tobacco you already got from me, Leif Buckner. Then I will give you a lot of it, and I will not ask for it back with extra money. Well, I did pay you back some of it once. Yes, you did. About 6 pieces. You got store tobacco and paid back cheaper tobacco. Store tobacco was flat and black. But these men mostly chewed twisted natural leaves. When they asked for tobacco, they usually did not cut it with a knife. They put the tobacco between their teeth. They bit it and pulled it with their hands until it broke in two. Sometimes the person who owned the tobacco looked sad when it was given back. He would say in a joking way, "Here, give me the piece, and you take the big part." All the streets and paths were just mud, nothing but mud. It was black like tar. It was almost 1 foot deep in some places. It was 2 or 3 inches deep in all places. The pigs walked around and made noises everywhere. You would see a muddy female pig and her baby pigs walk slowly along the street. She would lie right down in the way. People had to walk around her. She would stretch out and close her eyes. She would move her ears while her babies drank milk. She looked very happy. Soon you would hear a lazy man shout, "Hey, go boy, get him, Tig!" And the pig would run off. She would squeal loudly. 1 or 2 dogs would hang onto each of her ears. 3 or 4 more dogs would be coming. Then you would see all the lazy men stand up. They would watch until the pig was out of sight. They would laugh at the fun. They looked happy for the noise. Then they would sit back down until there was a dogfight. Nothing could make them all happy and excited like a dogfight, unless it was putting a chemical on a lost dog and lighting it, or tying a metal pan to its tail and watching it run until it died. By the river, some houses hung over the bank. They were bent and ready to fall in. People had moved out of them. The bank had fallen away under one corner of some other houses. That corner was hanging over. People still lived in them, but it was dangerous, because sometimes a piece of land as wide as a house falls into the river at once. Sometimes a piece of land 1/4 of a mile deep will start to fall away. It will keep falling until it all goes into the river in one summer. A town like that has to keep moving back, because the river is always eating away at it. As it got closer to noon that day, more and more wagons and horses were in the streets. More were coming all the time. Families brought their food from the country. They ate it in the wagons. Many people were drinking alcohol. I saw 3 fights. After a while, someone shouted, "Here comes old Boggs. He comes from the country for his little monthly drunk. Here he comes, boys." All the lazy people looked happy. I thought they were used to having fun with Boggs. One of them said, "I wonder who he will yell at this time." If he had yelled at all the men he was going to yell at in the last 20 years, he would be very famous now. Another one said, "I wish old Boggs would threaten me, because then I would know I would not die for 1,000 years. Boggs came riding fast on his horse. He was shouting and yelling like an Indian. He was singing, "Clear the way, I am going to fight, and the price of coffins will go up." He was drunk. He was moving back and forth on his horse. He was over 50 years old. He had a very red face. Everyone yelled at him and laughed at him. They spoke rudely to him, and he spoke rudely back. He said he would deal with them one by one. But he could not wait now. He had come to town to kill old Colonel Sherburne, and his saying was, "Meat first and soft food to finish." He saw me. He rode up and said, "Where did you come from, boy? Are you ready to die?" Then he rode on. I was scared, but a man said, "He does not mean it. He always acts like that when he is drunk." He is the kindest old fool in Arkansas. He never hurt anyone, drunk or sober. Boggs rode up to the biggest store in town. He bent his head down to see under the roof's curtain. He yelled, "Come out here, Sherburne. Come out and meet the man you cheated. You are the dog I want, and I am going to get you." And so he went on, calling Sherburne all kinds of bad names. The whole street was full of people listening and laughing. After a while, a proud-looking man about 55 years old came out of the store. He was the best-dressed man in that town. The crowd moved back to let him pass. He said to Boggs, very calmly and slowly, "I am tired of this, but I will allow it until 1 o'clock. Until 1 o'clock, remember, no longer. If you speak badly about me even once after that time, you cannot go so far that I will not find you." Then he turned and went inside. The crowd looked very serious. No one moved. No one laughed anymore. Boggs rode off. He kept yelling bad things about Sherburne as loud as he could, all down the street. Soon he came back. He stopped in front of the store. He was still yelling. Some men gathered around him. They tried to make him stop, but he would not. They told him it would be 1 o'clock in about 15 minutes, so he had to go home. He had to go right away. But it did not work. He kept yelling bad words with all his might. He threw his hat down in the mud and rode over it. Soon he went running down the street again, his gray hair flying. Everyone who could tried their best to get him off his horse. They wanted to lock him up and make him sober, but it was no use. He would race up the street again. He would yell more bad things at Sherburne. After a while, someone said, "Go get his daughter. Quick, go get his daughter. Sometimes he will listen to her. If anyone can make him stop, she can." So someone started running. I walked down the street a bit and stopped. In about 5 or 10 minutes, Boggs came again, but he was not on his horse. He was falling across the street towards me. He had no hat. A friend was on each side of him, holding his arms and hurrying him along. He was quiet. He looked worried, and he was not slowing down. He was helping to hurry himself. Someone shouted, "Boggs!" I looked to see who said it. It was Colonel Sherburne. He was standing perfectly still in the street. He had a pistol in his right hand. He was not aiming it, but he was holding it out. The barrel was tilted up to the sky. At the same moment, I saw a young girl running. 2 men were with her. Boggs and the men turned around to see who called him. When they saw the pistol, the men jumped to the side. The pistol barrel came down slowly and steadily to level. Both sides of the gun were ready to fire. Boggs put both his hands up. He said, "Oh Lord, do not shoot." Bang! Went the first shot. He fell back, moving his hands in the air. Bang! Went the second shot. He fell backward onto the ground. He was heavy and still. His arms were spread out. That young girl screamed. She rushed over. She threw herself on her father. She was crying. She said, "Oh, he killed him. He killed him." The crowd moved in around them. They pushed each other. Their necks were stretched. They tried to see. People inside the crowd tried to push them back. They shouted, "Back, back! Give him air! Give him air!" Colonel Sherburne threw his pistol onto the ground. He turned around and walked away. They took Boggs to a small drugstore. The crowd pushed around him. The whole town followed. I rushed and got a good place at the window. I was close to him. I could see inside. They laid him on the floor. They put one large Bible under his head. They opened another one and put it on his chest, but they tore open his shirt first. I saw where one of the bullets went in. He took about 12 long breaths. His chest lifted the Bible when he breathed in. It went down again when he breathed out. After that, he lay still. He was dead. Then they pulled his daughter away from him. She was screaming and crying. They took her away. She was about 16 years old. She looked very sweet and gentle, but she was very pale and scared. Soon the whole town was there. They were moving and pushing to get to the window and look, but people who had places would not give them up. People behind them kept saying, "Hey, you have looked enough, you guys. It is not right and not fair for you to stay there all the time and never give anyone a chance. Other people have rights too." There was a lot of arguing, so I left. I thought there might be trouble. The streets were full. Everyone was excited. Everyone who saw the shooting was telling what happened. There was a big crowd around each of these people. They stretched their necks and listened. One tall, thin man with long hair and a big white fur hat on the back of his head and a cane with a bent handle showed the places on the ground where Boggs stood and where Sherburne stood. The people followed him from one place to another. They watched everything he did. They nodded their heads to show they understood. They bent a little and put their hands on their legs to watch him mark the places on the ground with his cane. Then he stood up straight where Sherburne had stood. He made a serious face. His hat was down over his eyes. He shouted, "Boggs!" Then he brought his cane down slowly to level. He said, "Bang!" He fell backward. He said, "Bang!" again, and he fell down flat on his back. The people who had seen it said he did it perfectly. They said it was exactly how it happened. Then about 12 people took out their bottles and gave him drinks. After a while, someone said Sherburne should be killed by a group of people. In about a minute, everyone was saying it, so they left, angry and yelling. They pulled down every clothesline they saw to use for hanging. Chapter 22. Sherburne, attending the circus, intoxication in the ring, the thrilling tragedy. A group of people went to Sherburne's house. They were shouting loudly. It was scary to see. Children ran away from the crowd. Women looked out of windows. People of color were in the trees and by the fences. When the crowd came near, they ran away. Many women and girls were crying because they were very scared. They stood in front of Sherburne's fence. There were so many people that it was very noisy. You could not hear anything. It was a small yard, about 20 feet. Some people shouted, "Break the fence! Break the fence!" Then there was a lot of noise as the fence broke. The crowd started to move forward like a wave. Then Sherburne came out onto his porch roof. He had a gun in his hand. He stood there quietly and calmly. He did not say anything. The noise stopped. The crowd moved back. Sherburne stood there and looked down. He did not say a word. It was very quiet and strange. Sherburne looked slowly at the crowd. People tried to look at him, but they could not. They looked down. Then Sherburne laughed a little. It was not a nice laugh. It was a laugh that made you feel uncomfortable. Then he spoke slowly and with no respect. "You want to hurt someone? That is funny. You think you are brave enough to hurt a man? You are brave enough to hurt women who have no friends. Does that make you think you are brave enough to hurt a man? A man is safe with 10,000 of you, as long as it is daytime and you are not behind him. Do I know you? Yes, I know you very well. I was born in the South and lived in the North, so I know people from both places. The average man is a coward. In the North, he lets people hurt him and then he prays. In the South, one man has stopped a group of men in the daytime and robbed them. Your newspapers say you are brave, so you think you are braver than others, but you are just as brave, not braver. Why do your judges not punish bad people? Because they are afraid the bad man's friends will shoot them in the dark, and they would do that. So they always let bad people go free. Then a man goes at night with 100 masked cowards and hurts the bad person. Your mistake is that you did not bring a real man with you. That is one mistake. The other mistake is that you did not come in the dark with masks. You brought part of a man, Buck Harkness. If he had not started it, you would have just talked. You did not want to come. The average person does not like trouble or danger. You do not like trouble or danger. But if only half a man, like Buck Harkness, shouts, "Hurt him! Hurt him!" you are afraid to stop. You are afraid people will see you are cowards. So you shout and follow that half a man. You come here shouting about what big things you will do. A crowd is a sad thing. An army is a crowd. They do not fight with their own bravery. They fight with bravery from the group and their leaders. But a crowd without a man leading it is worse than sad. Now you should go home. If someone is going to hurt someone, it will be done in the dark, in the Southern way. And when they come, they will bring masks and a man. Now leave and take your half a man with you. He lifted his gun as he said this. The crowd quickly moved back. Then they all ran away in different directions. Buck Harkness ran after them, looking silly. I could have stayed, but I did not want to. I went to the circus. I waited behind the tent until the guard passed. Then I went under the tent. I had my $20 gold coin and some other money. I thought it was better to save it. You never know when you will need money when you are away from home and with strangers. You cannot be too careful. I like to spend money on circuses if there is no other way, but there is no reason to waste it. It was a very good circus. It was the most beautiful sight when they all rode in, 2 by 2, a man and a woman, side by side. The men wore only underwear and no shoes. Their hands were on their legs, easy and comfortable. There were about 20 of them. Every woman had beautiful skin and was very pretty. They looked like queens. Their clothes cost a lot of money and had many diamonds. It was a wonderful sight. I had never seen anything so lovely. Then, one by one, they stood up and rode around the ring. They moved so gently and gracefully. The men looked tall and straight. Their heads moved up under the tent roof. Each woman's dress was soft and silky around her hips. She looked like a beautiful umbrella. Then they went faster and faster. All of them danced, first one foot in the air, then the other. The horses leaned more and more. The ringmaster went around the center pole, cracking his whip and shouting. The clown told jokes behind him. Soon they all let go of the reins. Every woman put her hands on her hips. Every man folded his arms. The horses leaned over and jumped. Then, one after another, they all jumped into the ring. They bowed very nicely. Then they ran out. Everyone clapped and was very excited. During the circus, they did amazing things. The clown made people laugh so much, the ringmaster could not say anything to him without the clown quickly saying something funny back. I could not understand how he thought of so many jokes so quickly. I could not have thought of them in a year. Then a man who had drunk too much tried to get into the ring. He said he wanted to ride. He said he could ride as well as anyone. They tried to stop him, but he would not listen. The whole show stopped. Then people started to shout at him and make fun of him. That made him angry. He started to yell. So the people got excited. Many men got off the benches and moved toward the ring. They said, "Hit him, throw him out." And 1 or 2 women started to scream. Then the ringmaster made a short speech. He said he hoped there would be no trouble. He said if the man promised not to make more trouble, he would let him ride if he thought he could stay on the horse. Everyone laughed and said it was okay. The man got on. As soon as he was on, the horse started to jump around. 2 circus men held the horse's bridle to try and stop it. The drunk man held on to the horse's neck. His heels flew in the air with every jump. The whole crowd stood up, shouting and laughing until tears came out. At last, the horse got loose from the circus men. It ran very fast around the ring. The drunk man lay on the horse, holding its neck. First one leg hung almost to the ground on one side, then the other leg on the other side. The people were very excited, but it was not funny to me. I was shaking because of his danger. But soon he sat up straight and grabbed the bridle. He moved from side to side. The next minute he jumped up and let go of the bridle and stood, and the horse was still going very fast. He just stood there, moving around easily and comfortably, as if he had never been drunk. Then he started to take off his clothes and throw them. He threw so many clothes that they filled the air. He took off 17 suits. Then he was thin and handsome and dressed in the fanciest and prettiest clothes I ever saw. He hit the horse with his whip and made it go even faster. Finally, he jumped off, bowed, and danced to the dressing room. Everyone was shouting with happiness and surprise. Then the ringmaster saw that he had been tricked. He was the most upset ringmaster you ever saw, I think. It was one of his own men. He made up that joke all by himself and did not tell anyone. Well, I felt silly for being tricked like that, but I would not have wanted to be the ringmaster for $1,000. I do not know. There may be better circuses, but I have not seen them yet. Anyway, it was good enough for me, and wherever I see it, I will always go. That night we had our show, but there were only about 12 people there. Just enough to pay for things, and they laughed the whole time. That made the Duke angry. Everyone left before the show was over, except for one boy who was asleep. So the Duke said these people from Arkansas could not understand Shakespeare. They wanted silly shows, and maybe something worse than silly shows, he thought. He said he knew what they liked. So the next morning he got some large pieces of paper and black paint. He drew some posters and put them all over the village. The posters said, "At the courthouse, for 3 nights only, the world-famous actors David Garrick the Younger and Edmund Kean the Elder from the London and European theatres in their exciting play, The King's Camelopard or the Royal Nonsuch. Admission 50 cents. Then at the bottom was the biggest line of all. It said, "Ladies and children not admitted." "There," he said, "if that line does not bring them, I do not know Arkansas." Chapter 23. Sold. Royal Comparisons. Jim gets homesick. The Duke and the King worked all day. They set up a stage, a curtain, and lights. That night, many men came to the show. The place was very full. The Duke stopped working at the door. He went to the stage. He stood in front of the curtain. He gave a short speech. He said the play was great. He said it was the most exciting play ever. He talked about the play and about a man named Edmund Kean. This man was going to be the main actor. The Duke made everyone excited. Then he opened the curtain. The King came out. He was on his hands and knees. He had no clothes on. He had many colors painted on him. He looked like a rainbow. His other clothes were wild and funny. The people laughed a lot. The King danced around. Then he went away. The people laughed and clapped. They made him come back 2 more times. It was so funny. Then the Duke put the curtain down. He bowed to the people. He said the play would be on for only 2 more nights. He said they had to go to London. He said all the tickets were sold there. He bowed again. He said if they liked the show, they should tell their friends. He asked them to tell their friends to come and see it. 20 people shouted, "Is it over? Is that all?" The Duke said yes. Then everyone was angry. They shouted, "Sold!" They stood up and wanted to go to the stage, but a tall man stood on a bench. He shouted, "Wait, just a word, gentlemen." The people stopped to listen. The man said, "We were fooled, very badly fooled, but we do not want to be laughed at. We do not want to hear about this for our whole lives. No, we want to leave quietly. We want to tell everyone this show is good. Then everyone in town will come. Then we will all be in the same situation. Is that smart?" Everyone shouted, "Yes, it is. He is right." "Good then," the man said. "Do not say anything about being fooled. Go home. Tell everyone to come and see the play." The next day, everyone in town talked about how great the show was. The place was full again that night. We fooled this crowd the same way. The king, the duke, and I went home to the raft. We had supper. Around midnight, they told Jim and me to take the raft. We floated it down the middle of the river. We hid it about 2 miles below the town. On the third night, the place was full again. These people were not new. They were people who saw the show the other 2 nights. I stood by the duke at the door. I saw that every man had full pockets, or they had something under their coats. I saw it was not perfume. I smelled bad eggs and rotten vegetables. I think there were 64 dead cats. I went inside for a minute, but it was too much for me. I could not stay. When the place was full, the duke gave a man some money. He told him to watch the door. Then the duke went to the stage door. I followed him. When we turned the corner and it was dark, he said, "Walk fast away from the houses, then run to the raft, very fast." I did it. He did the same. We got to the raft at the same time. In less than 2 seconds, we were moving down the river. It was dark and quiet. We went to the middle of the river. No one said a word. I thought the king would have a hard time with the audience, but he did not. Soon he came out from under his tent. He said, "How did it go this time, Duke?" He had not been in town at all. We did not turn on a light until we were about 10 miles below the town. Then we lit a light and had supper. The king and the duke laughed a lot. They laughed about how they fooled the people. The duke said, "They are foolish. I knew the first people would keep quiet. I knew they would let the rest of the town get fooled. And I knew they would wait for us on the third night. They thought it was their turn. Well, it is their turn. I want to know how much they paid for it. I want to know how they are using this chance. They can make it a picnic if they want." They brought a lot of food. Those bad men took $465 in those 3 nights. I never saw so much money before. After a while, when they were asleep and snoring, Jim said, "Does it surprise you how these kings act, Huck?" "No," I said, "it does not." "Why not, Huck?" "Well, it does not, because it is in their blood. I think they are all the same." "But, Huck, our kings are really bad men. That is what they are. They are really bad men." "Well, that is what I am saying. Most kings are bad men, as far as I know." "Is that so?" "You can read about them. You will see. Look at Henry VIII. Our king is like a Sunday school teacher next to him. And look at Charles II, and Louis XIV, and Louis XV, and James II, and Edward II, and Richard III, and 40 more. Also all those old Saxon kings who were so wild long ago. You should have seen old Henry VIII when he was young. He was terrible. He married a new wife every day, and he cut off her head the next morning. He did it like he was ordering eggs. "Bring Nell Gwynn," he would say. They would bring her. The next morning, cut off her head, and they cut it off. "Bring Jane Shaw," he would say, and she would come. The next morning, cut off her head, and they cut it off. Call Fair Rosamund. Fair Rosamund would come. The next morning, cut off her head, and he made each of them tell him a story every night. He did that until he had 1001 stories. Then he put them all in a book. He called it Domesday Book. That was a good name. You do not know kings, Jim, but I know them, and our old king is one of the best I have seen in history. Well, Henry decided he wanted to cause trouble with this country. How did he do it? Did he give notice? Did he give the country a show? No. Suddenly, he threw all the tea in Boston Harbor into the water, and he wrote a Declaration of Independence. He dared them to fight. That was his way. He never gave anyone a chance. He thought bad things about his father, the Duke of Wellington. What did he do? Did he ask him to come? No, he drowned him in a barrel of wine, like a cat. If people left money where he was, what did he do? He took it. If he agreed to do something and you paid him and you did not stay to watch him do it, what did he do? He always did the opposite. If he opened his mouth, what then? If he did not close it very fast, he would tell a lie every time. That is the kind of man Henry was. If we had him instead of our kings, he would have fooled that town much worse than ours did. I do not say that our kings are like lambs, because they are not, if you look at the facts. But they are nothing compared to that old bad man. All I say is, kings are kings, and you have to understand. All in all, they are a very bad group. It is how they are raised. But this one smells so bad, Huck. Well, they all do, Jim. We cannot help how a king smells. History does not tell us a way. Now the Duke, he is a pretty good man in some ways. Yes, a duke is different, but not very different. This one is quite a bad person for a duke. When he is drunk, a person who cannot see well would not know if he was a king. Well, anyway, I do not want any more of them, Huck. These are all I can take. That is how I feel too, Jim. But we have them with us. We have to remember what they are and understand. Sometimes I wish we could hear of a country that has no kings. What was the point of telling Jim these were not real kings and dukes? It would not have helped. And it was just like I said, you could not tell them from the real kind. I went to sleep. Jim did not wake me when it was my turn. He often did that. When I woke up at daybreak, he was sitting there. His head was down between his knees. He was sad and quiet. I did not notice or say anything. I knew what it was about. He was thinking about his wife and children. They were far away. He was sad and missed home. He had never been away from home before. I truly believe he cared for his family as much as white people care for theirs. It does not seem normal, but I think it is true. He often was sad and quiet like that at night. He thought I was asleep. He would say, "Poor little Elizabeth, poor little Johnny, it is very hard. I think I will never see you again, never again." He was a very good man, Jim was. But this time I somehow started talking to him about his wife and children. And after a while he said, "What makes me feel so bad this time is because I heard something over there on the bank. It sounded like a hit or a slam a while ago. And it made me remember the time I treated my little Elizabeth so badly. She was only about 4 years old. She got scarlet fever. She was very sick, but she got well. One day she was standing around, and I said to her, I said, 'Close the door.' She did not do it. She just stood there kind of smiling at me. It made me angry. And I said again very loud, I said, 'Do you not hear me? Close the door.' She just stood the same way, kind of smiling. I was very angry. I said, I will make you remember." And with that I slapped her on the side of her head. It made her fall down. Then I went into the other room. I was gone about 10 minutes. When I came back, the door was still open, and the child was standing almost in it. She was looking down and crying. Tears were running down. Oh, but I was angry. I was going to get the child. But just then, it was a door that opened inside. Just then, the wind came and slammed it shut behind the child with a loud noise. And oh my, the child did not move. My breath almost stopped. And I felt I do not know how I felt. I moved quietly, all shaking, and I moved around and opened the door softly and slowly, and I put my head in behind the child, soft and still, and all of a sudden I said, "Pow!" as loud as I could yell. She did not move. "Oh, Huck," I started crying, and I grabbed her in my arms, and I said, "Oh, the poor little thing. May the Lord God Almighty forgive poor old Jim, because he will never forgive himself as long as he lives." Oh, she was completely deaf and could not speak. Huck, completely deaf and could not speak, and I had been treating her like that. Chapter 24. Jim in royal robes. They take a passenger. Getting information. Family grief. The next day, it was almost night. We stopped our boat near a small island in the middle of the river. There was a town on each side of the river. The Duke and the King started to make a plan to trick the people in the towns. Jim talked to the Duke. He said he hoped it would only take a few hours. He said it was very hard and tiring for him to lie all day in the small tent, tied with a rope. When we left Jim alone, we had to tie him. If someone saw him alone and not tied, they would know he was a runaway slave. So the Duke said it was hard for Jim to be tied all day. He said he would find a way to help Jim. The Duke was very smart. He quickly found a way. He put a costume on Jim. It was a long dress made of white cloth and a white wig and beard. Then he used his theater paint. He painted Jim's face, hands, ears, and neck a dull blue color. It looked like someone who had been in the water for many days. He looked very scary. Then the Duke wrote a sign on a piece of wood. It said, "Sick Arab, but not dangerous when he is not crazy." He put the sign on a stick and stood the stick about 4 or 5 feet in front of the tent. Jim was happy. He said it was much better than being tied for a long time every day and shaking every time he heard a noise. The Duke told Jim to relax. If anyone came near, Jim should jump out of the tent and make some loud noises like a wild animal. The Duke thought they would run away and leave Jim alone. This was a good idea, but most people would not wait for him to howl. He looked like he was dead, or even worse. The Duke and King wanted to do their trick, the nonsuch, again. They made a lot of money from it before, but they thought it might not be safe. Maybe people in the towns had heard about it by now. They could not find another trick that was just right. So the Duke said he would think for an hour or two. He wanted to find a trick for the town in Arkansas. The King said he would go to the other town without a plan. He would just hope to find a way to make money. We had all bought new clothes where we stopped last. Now the King put on his new clothes, and he told me to put on mine. I did. The King's clothes were all black. He looked very fancy and proper. I never knew clothes could change a person so much. Before, he looked like a very bad old man. But now, when he took off his new white hat and bowed and smiled, he looked so important and good and religious. You would think he had come right out of the Bible. Jim cleaned the small boat, and I got my paddle ready. There was a big steamboat by the river, about 3 miles above the town. It had been there for a few hours, loading goods. The king said, "I am dressed like this, so I think maybe I should arrive from a big city like St. Louis or Cincinnati. Go to the steamboat, Huckleberry. We will go down to the town on it." I was happy to go on a steamboat. I went to the shore about half a mile above the town. Then I went quickly along the river bank, where the water was calm. Soon we saw a nice, simple young man from the country. He was sitting on a log, wiping sweat from his face. It was very hot. He had 2 big bags next to him. "Turn the boat to the shore," the king said. I did. "Where are you going, young man?" "To the steamboat. I am going to New Orleans." "Get on the boat," the king said. "Wait a minute. My helper will help you with those bags. Jump out and help the gentleman, Adolphus." He meant me. I did, and then all 3 of us started again. The young man was very thankful. He said it was hard to carry his bags in such hot weather. He asked the king where he was going. The king told him he had come down the river and arrived at the other town this morning. Now he was going a few miles up the river to see an old friend on a farm. The young man said, "When I first saw you, I said to myself, 'It's Mr. Wilkes for sure, and he almost got here in time.' But then I said again, 'No, I don't think it's him, or he wouldn't be paddling up the river.' You are not him, are you?" "No, my name is Blodgett, Alexander Blodgett, Reverend Alexander Blodgett, I suppose I must say, as I am one of God's poor servants. But I am still very sorry for Mr. Wilkes for not arriving in time, if he has missed anything because of it, which I hope he has not." "Well, he does not miss any money because he will get all of that. But he missed seeing his brother Peter die. Maybe he doesn't care about that. No one can tell. But his brother would have given anything to see him before he died. He only talked about that for 3 weeks. He had not seen him since they were boys, and he had never seen his brother William at all. That's the deaf and mute one. William is not more than 30 or 35. Peter and George were the only ones who came here. George was the married brother. He and his wife both died last year. Harvey and William are the only ones left now, and, as I said, they have not gotten here in time." "Did anyone send them a message?" "Oh, yes, a month or 2 ago when Peter first got sick, because Peter said then that he felt like he would not get well this time. You see, he was quite old, and George's girls were too young to keep him company much, except Mary Jane, the one with red hair. So he was a bit lonely after George and his wife died, and he did not seem to want to live much. He really wanted to see Harvey, and William too, because he was the kind of person who cannot make a will. He left a letter for Harvey. He said in it where his money was hidden and how he wanted the rest of his property to be divided so George's girls would be fine, because George did not leave anything. And that letter was the only thing they could get him to write. Why do you think Harvey did not come? Where does he live? Oh, he lives in England, in Sheffield. He preaches there. He has never been in this country. He has not had much time. And also, he might not have gotten the letter at all, you know. Too bad. Too bad he could not live to see his brothers, poor man. You are going to New Orleans, you say? Yes, but that is only part of it. I am going on a ship next Wednesday to Rio de Janeiro, where my uncle lives. That's a long journey, but it will be lovely. I wish I was going. Is Mary Jane the oldest? How old are the others? Mary Jane is 19, Susan is 15, and Joanna is about 14. That's the one who does good things and has a split lip. Poor girls, to be left alone in the world like that. Well, they could be worse off. Old Peter had friends, and they are not going to let anything bad happen to them. There's Hobson, the Baptist preacher, and Deacon Lot Hovey, and Ben Rucker, and Abner Shackelford, and Levi Bell, the lawyer, and Dr. Robinson, and their wives, and the widow Bartley, and, well, there are a lot of them. But these are the ones that Peter was closest with and used to write about sometimes when he wrote home. So Harvey will know where to find friends when he gets here. The old man kept asking questions until he had no more questions for the young man. He asked about everyone and everything in that town, and all about the Wilkes family, and about Peter's job, which was a tanner, and about George's job, which was a carpenter, and about Harvey's job, which was a minister who did not agree with the main church, and so on. Then he said, "Why did you want to walk all the way up to the steamboat?" "Because it's a big boat going to New Orleans, and I was afraid it might not stop there. When they are full, they will not stop if you call them. A boat from Cincinnati will stop, but this one is from St. Louis." Was Peter Wilkes rich? Oh yes, quite rich. He had houses and land, and people think he left $3,000 or $4,000 in cash hidden somewhere. When did you say he died? I did not say, but it was last night. Funeral tomorrow, probably. Yes, around the middle of the day. Well, it's all very sad, but we all have to die sometime. So what we need to do is be ready. Then we are fine. Yes, sir, that's the best way. My mother always used to say that. When we got to the boat, it was almost done loading. Soon it left. The king did not say anything about getting on the boat, so I missed my ride. When the boat was gone, the king made me paddle another mile to a lonely place. Then he got out of the boat and said, "Now hurry back and bring the Duke here, and the new bags. And if he has gone to the other side of the river, go over there and get him, and tell him to dress very well. Go quickly now." I knew what he was planning, but I did not say anything, of course. When I came back with the Duke, we hid the boat. Then they sat down on a log. The king told the Duke everything, just like the young man had said it, every single word. And all the time he was doing it, he tried to talk like an Englishman, and he did it quite well for a clumsy person. I cannot copy him, so I will not try, but he really did it pretty good. Then he said, "How are you at being deaf and mute, Bilgewater?" The Duke said to leave that to him. He said he had acted as a deaf and mute person on stage before. So then they waited for a steamboat. Around the middle of the afternoon, 2 small boats came along, but they did not come from far enough up the river. But at last there was a big one, and they called to it. It sent out its small boat, and we got on board. It was from Cincinnati. And when they found out we only wanted to go 4 or 5 miles, they were very angry. They swore at us and said they would not let us off. But the king was calm. He said, "If gentlemen can pay $1 a mile each to be taken on and put off in a small boat, a steamboat can afford to carry them, can't it?" So they became less angry and said it was fine. And when we got to the town, they took us to the shore in the small boat. About 24 men came down when they saw the small boat coming, and when the king said, "Can any of you gentlemen tell me where Mr. Peter Wilkes lives?" They looked at each other and nodded their heads, as if to say, "What did I tell you?" Then one of them said, in a soft and gentle way, "I'm sorry, sir, but the best we can do is to tell you where he did live yesterday evening." Suddenly, the old man started to cry very loudly. He fell against the man and put his chin on his shoulder and cried on his back. He said, "Oh, no, no, our poor brother, gone, and we never got to see him. Oh, it's too hard." Then he turned around crying a lot and made many silly hand signs to the Duke, and the Duke dropped a bag and started crying too. Those two tricksters were the most unbelievable people I had ever seen. The men gathered around and felt sorry for them. They said many kind things to them. They carried their bags up the hill for them and let them lean on them and cry. They told the king all about his brother's last moments, and the king told it all again with his hands to the Duke. And both of them cried about that dead man like they had lost very important people. If I ever saw anything like it, I am not who I say I am. It was enough to make someone ashamed of people. Chapter 25. Is It Them? Singing the Doxology. Awful Square Funeral Orgies. A Bad Investment. The news spread fast in town. People ran from everywhere, some putting on their coats. Soon we were in a big group. The sound of people walking was like soldiers marching. Windows and yards were full of people. Someone would ask, "Is it them?" And someone in the crowd would answer, "Yes, it is." When we got to the house, the street was full. 3 girls were at the door. Mary Jane had red hair, but she was very beautiful. Her face and eyes were bright because she was happy her uncles had come. The king opened his arms, and Mary Jane jumped to him. The girl with the hare-lip jumped to the Duke. Everyone, especially the women, cried because they were happy to see them meet again. Then the king quietly touched the Duke. I saw him do it. The king looked around and saw the coffin in the corner. So he and the Duke put their hands on each other's shoulders and their other hands to their eyes. They walked slowly and sadly to the coffin. Everyone moved back to give them space. All the talking and noise stopped. People said, "Shh." All the men took off their hats and looked down. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. When they got to the coffin, they looked inside. Then they started crying very loudly. You could hear them far away. They put their arms around each other's necks and cried for 3 or 4 minutes. I never saw 2 men cry so much. Everyone else was crying too. The place was very wet from tears. Then one of them stood on one side of the coffin and the other on the other side. They knelt down and put their heads on the coffin. They pretended to pray. This made the crowd cry even more. Everyone started sobbing loudly, even the girls. Almost every woman went to the girls without speaking. They kissed them on the forehead and put their hands on their heads. They looked at the sky with tears and then cried and wiped their eyes. Then another woman would do the same. I thought it was very strange. After a while, the king stood up and walked forward a little. He started to cry and gave a speech. He cried and said it was hard for him and his brother to lose the dead person and not see him after a long trip. But he said their tears and sympathy made it better. He thanked them from his heart and his brother's heart because words were too weak. He talked a lot of nonsense until it was sickening. Then he cried and said a religious Amen. He started crying loudly again. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd started to sing a hymn. Everyone sang with all their might. It made you feel good, like leaving church. Music is good. After all that fake talk, I never saw music make things feel so fresh and honest. Then the king started to talk again. He said he and his nieces would be happy if some of the family's main friends had supper with them that evening. He wanted them to help stay with the dead person's ashes. He said his brother, who was dead, would have named some people. He said these names were special to his brother and often in his letters. So he named them Rev. Mr. Hobson, Deacon Lot Hovey, Mr. Ben Rucker, Abner Shackelford, Levi Bell, Dr. Robinson, their wives, and the widow Bartley. Rev Hobson and Dr. Robinson were at the end of town hunting. The doctor was helping a sick man die, and the preacher was guiding him. Lawyer Bell was in Louisville for work, but the others were there. They came and shook hands with the king and thanked him. Then they shook hands with the Duke and said nothing. They just smiled and nodded their heads like silly people while he made signs with his hands and said, "Goo, goo, 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 goo," like a baby. The king talked a lot. He asked about almost everyone and every dog in town by name. He talked about small things that happened in town or to George's family or Peter. He always said Peter wrote him these things, but it was a lie. He got all the information from the young man we took in the canoe to the steamboat. Then Mary Jane brought a letter her father left. The king read it loudly and cried. The letter gave the house and $3,000 in gold to the girls. It gave the tannery, which was doing well, and other houses and land worth about $7,000, and $3,000 in gold to Harvey and William. It also said where the $6,000 in cash was hidden in the cellar. So these two fake men said they would go get it and be honest. They told me to come with a candle. We closed the cellar door. When they found the bag, they emptied it on the floor. It was a beautiful sight to see all the gold coins. The king's eyes shined. He slapped the Duke on the shoulder and said, "Oh, this is great, isn't it? It's better than anything, right?" The Duke agreed. They touched the gold coins and let them fall through their fingers onto the floor. The king said, "It's no use talking. Being brothers to a rich dead man and representing foreign heirs is the best plan for you and me. This comes from trusting God. It's the best way in the end. I've tried all ways, and there's no better way. Most people would have been happy with the money and believed it was the right amount. But no, they had to count it. So they counted it, and it was $415 short. The king said, "Darn him, I wonder what he did with that $415. They worried about it for a while and looked everywhere for it. Then the Duke said, "Well, he was very sick, and he probably made a mistake. I think that's it. It's best to forget it and keep quiet about it. We have enough." "Oh, yes, we have enough. I don't care about that. I'm thinking about the count. We want to be very honest and open here, you know. We want to take this money upstairs and count it in front of everyone. Then no one will be suspicious. But when the dead man says there's $6,000, you know, we don't want to. "Stop," said the Duke. "Let's make up the missing money." He started to take gold coins out of his pocket. "That's a very good idea, Duke. You are very smart," said the king. "The old nonsuch is helping us again." He started to take gold coins out and stack them up. It almost used all their money, but they made up the $6,000 exactly. "Say," said the Duke, "I have another idea. Let's go upstairs and count this money, and then give it to the girls." "Oh, my Duke, let me hug you. That's the best idea ever. You really have the most amazing head I ever saw. Oh, this is the best plan. No mistake about it. Let them be suspicious now if they want to. This will stop them." When we went upstairs, everyone gathered around the table. The king counted the money and stacked it up, $300 in each pile, making 20 nice small piles. Everyone looked at it hungrily and licked their lips. Then they put it back in the bag. I saw the king start to get ready for another speech. He said, "Friends, my poor brother who is dead was generous to those he left behind in sadness. He was generous to these poor little girls he loved and protected, who are now without a father and mother. Yes, and we who knew him know that he would have been even more generous if he hadn't been afraid of hurting my dear William and me. Wouldn't he? There's no doubt in my mind. Well then, what kind of brothers would get in his way at a time like this? And what kind of uncles would rob, yes, rob, such poor sweet girls like these that he loved so much at a time like this? If I know William, and I think I do, well, I'll just ask him. He turned around and made many signs to the Duke with his hands. The Duke looked at him stupidly for a while. Then suddenly he seemed to understand. He jumped to the king, making happy baby sounds with all his might. He hugged him about 15 times before stopping. Then the king said, "I knew it. I think that will show anyone how he feels about it. Here, Mary Jane, Susan, Joanna, take the money, take it all. It is a gift from the one who is dead, cold but joyful." Mary Jane went to him. Susan and the girl with the hare lip went to the Duke. I never saw so much hugging and kissing. Everyone crowded around with tears in their eyes. They almost shook the hands off those fake men, saying all the time, "You dear good souls, how lovely, how could you?" Soon, everyone started talking about the dead man again. They talked about how good he was and how much they missed him. Then a big man with a strong face came in from outside. He stood listening and looking but said nothing. No one said anything to him because the king was talking and everyone was busy listening. The king was saying, in the middle of something he had started, "They are special friends of the dead person. That's why they are invited here this evening. But tomorrow we want everyone to come, everybody, because he respected everyone, he liked everyone, so it is right that his funeral orgies should be public." And so he kept talking and talking, liking to hear himself speak. Every now and then he mentioned funeral orgies again until the Duke could not stand it any more. So he wrote on a small piece of paper, "Obsequies, you old fool," and folded it. He made baby sounds and reached it over people's heads to the king. The king read it and put it in his pocket. He said, "Poor William, even though he is sick, his heart is always right. He asks me to invite everyone to come to the funeral. He wants me to make them all welcome, but he didn't need to worry. That's what I was doing." Then he continued calmly and started mentioning funeral orgies again now and then, just like before. When he said it the third time, he said, "I say orgies not because it's the common word, because it isn't. Obsequies is the common word, but because orgies is the correct word." Obsequies is not used in England anymore. It's gone out. We say orgies now in England. Orgies is better because it means what you want more exactly. It's a word made from the Greek orgo, meaning outside, open, abroad, and the Hebrew gisum, meaning to plant, cover up. So it means inter. So you see, funeral orgies is an open or public funeral. He was the worst person I ever met. The man with the strong face laughed right in his face. Everyone was shocked. Everyone said, "Why, doctor?" And Abner Shackelford said, "Why, Robinson, haven't you heard the news? This is Harvey Wilkes." The king smiled eagerly and put out his hand. He said, "Is it my poor brother's dear good friend and doctor? Keep your hands off me," said the doctor. "You talk like an Englishman, don't you? It's the worst fake accent I ever heard. You, Peter Wilkes's brother, you are a fake, that's what you are." Everyone was upset. They crowded around the doctor and tried to calm him down. They tried to tell him how Harvey had shown in many ways that he was Harvey. He knew everyone by name, even the dogs. They begged him not to hurt Harvey's feelings and the poor girl's feelings. But it was no use. He kept talking angrily. He said any man who pretended to be an Englishman and could not speak the language better than he did was a fake and a liar. The poor girls were holding on to the king and crying. Suddenly, the doctor turned to them. He said, "I was your father's friend, and I am your friend. I warn you as a friend, an honest one who wants to protect you and keep you from harm and trouble. Turn your backs on that bad man and have nothing to do with him. He is an ignorant tramp with his stupid Greek and Hebrew, as he calls it. He is the worst kind of fake. He has come here with empty names and facts he learned somewhere. You believe them as proof, and these foolish friends here, who should know better, help you fool yourselves. Mary Jane Wilkes, you know me as your friend, your unselfish friend too. Now listen to me, make this sad bad man leave. I beg you to do it. Will you?" Mary Jane stood up straight. She was very beautiful. She said, "Here is my answer." She lifted the bag of money and put it in the king's hands. She said, "Take this $6,000 and invest it for me and my sisters anywhere you want to, and don't give us a receipt for it." Then she put her arm around the king on one side, and Susan and the girl with the hare lip did the same on the other side. Everyone clapped their hands and stomped on the floor loudly, like a storm. The king held up his head and smiled proudly. The doctor said, "All right, I'm done with this, but I warn you all that a time is coming when you will feel sick whenever you think of this day." And he left. "All right, doctor," said the king, making fun of him a little. "We'll try and get them to send for you." This made everyone laugh, and they said it was a very good joke. Chapter 26. A Pious King. The king's clergy. She asked his pardon, hiding in the room. Huck takes the money. The king asked Mary Jane about extra rooms. She said she had one for Uncle William. She would give her room to Uncle Harvey because it was bigger. She would sleep with her sisters on a small bed. There was also a small room in the attic with a bed. The king said this small room was for me. So Mary Jane took us to the rooms. They were simple but nice. She offered to move her dresses from Uncle Harvey's room, but he said they were fine. Her dresses hung on the wall behind a cloth curtain. There was an old box and a guitar case in the room with many small items. The king liked these things and said they made the room feel more like home. The Duke's room was small but good, and so was my small room. That night they had a big dinner. Many people were there. I stood behind the king and the Duke's chairs and served them. Other servants helped the rest of the people. Mary Jane sat at the head of the table. She said the food was not good, but everyone knew the food was excellent and praised it. After dinner, I ate in the kitchen with Joanna, the girl with the hare lip. The others were helping the servants clean up. Joanna asked me about England. I felt worried because I was making things up. She asked, "Did you ever see the king?" "Yes, William IV? I think so. He goes to our church." I knew he was dead, but I did not say anything. "Does he go to church often?" she asked. "Yes, often. His seat is across from ours, next to the pulpit." "I thought he lived in London," she said. "He does. Where else would he live? But I thought you lived in Sheffield." I was stuck. I pretended to choke on a chicken bone to get time to think. Then I said, "He goes to our church in Sheffield when he is there. That is only in the summer when he goes for sea baths. But Sheffield is not by the sea," she said. "Who said it was?" I asked. "You did." "No, I did not." "Yes, you did." "No." "Yes, you did." "I never said that." "What did you say then?" "I said he came for sea baths. That is what I said." "How can he take sea baths if it's not by the sea?" "Listen," I said, "have you ever seen Congress water?" "Yes." "Did you have to go to Congress to get it?" "No." "Well, William IV does not have to go to the sea to get a sea bath either." "How does he get it then?" "He gets it like people here get Congress water, in barrels. In the palace in Sheffield they have heaters. He wants his water hot. They cannot boil that much water far away at the sea. They do not have the right things for it." "Oh, I see. You could have said that first and saved time." When she said that, I felt better. Then she asked, "Do you go to church too?" "Yes, often." "Where do you sit?" "In our pew." "Whose pew?" "Ours, your Uncle Harvey's." "His. Why does he need a pew?" "To sit in." "What did you think he wanted it for?" "I thought he would be in the pulpit." "Oh, no. I forgot he was a preacher. I was stuck again. So I pretended to choke on another chicken bone to think. Then I said, 'Don't you think there is more than one preacher in a church? Why would they need more? What, to preach before a king? I have never seen a girl like you. They have no less than 17. 17? Oh my, I would not want to listen to so many, not even if I never went to heaven. It must take them a week. No, they do not all preach on the same day. Only one does." "Then what do the others do?" "Oh, not much. They just relax and pass the collection plate. But mostly they do nothing." "Then what are they for?" "They are for style. Don't you know anything?" "Well, I don't want to know such silly things. How are servants treated in England? Are they treated better than our servants?" "No. A servant is nobody there. They treat them worse than dogs." "Don't they get holidays like we do? Christmas, New Year's week, and 4th of July?" "Oh, listen, you have never been to England, Joanna. They never have a holiday all year. They never go to the circus or the theater or shows or anywhere. Or church. Or church." "But you always went to church." "I was stuck again. I forgot I was the old man's servant. But then I quickly explained that a valet was different from a common servant. A valet had to go to church with the family because it was the law. But my explanation was not very good, and she was not happy. She said, 'Honestly, haven't you been telling me a lot of lies?' 'Honestly,' I said. "None of it?" "None of it. Not one lie," I said. "Put your hand on this book and say it." I saw it was only a dictionary, so I put my hand on it and said it. Then she looked a little more satisfied and said, "Well then, I'll believe some of it, but I hope I will believe the rest." "What won't you believe, Joe?" Mary Jane asked, coming in with Susan. "It's not right to talk to him like that. He is a stranger and far from his family. How would you like to be treated that way?" "That's always your way, Mary Jane. Always helping someone before they are hurt. I haven't done anything to him. He has told some big stories, I think. I said I would not believe all of it. That is all I said. I think he can handle a small thing like that, can't he?" "I don't care if it was small or big. He is in our house and a stranger. It was not good of you to say that. If you were in his place, you would feel ashamed. So you should not say anything to another person that will make them feel ashamed." "But, Mom, he said—" "It doesn't matter what he said. That's not the point. The point is for you to treat him kindly. Don't say things to make him remember he is not in his own country and among his own people." I thought to myself, this is a girl I am letting that old scoundrel steal money from. Then Susan came in. She really told Joanna off. I thought to myself, and this is another one I am letting him steal money from. Then Mary Jane spoke again, being sweet and kind, as was her way. When she finished, poor Joanna had almost nothing left to say. So she cried. "All right then," said the other girls. "Just ask for his forgiveness." She did it, and she did it very nicely. It was good to hear. I wished I could tell her 1,000 lies so she could do it again. I thought to myself, this is another one I am letting him steal her money. When she finished, they all tried to make me feel at home and know I was among friends. I felt so bad and mean that I thought, my mind is made up. I will hide that money for them or fail trying. So then I left for bed, I said, meaning sometime later. When I was by myself, I thought about the problem. I asked myself, should I go to that doctor privately and tell him about these fake people? No, that will not work. He might tell who told him. Then the king and the duke would cause trouble for me. Should I go privately and tell Mary Jane? No, I cannot do it. Her face would give them a hint. They have the money, and they would leave quickly with it. If she brought help, I would be involved before it was over, I think. No, there is only one good way. I have to steal that money somehow, and I have to steal it in a way that they will not think I did it. They have a good situation here, and they will not leave until they have taken everything from this family and this town. So I will find a chance soon enough. I will steal it and hide it. Later, when I am far down the river, I will write a letter and tell Mary Jane where it is hidden. But I should hide it tonight if I can. The doctor might not have given up as much as he pretends. He might scare them away from here. So I thought, I will go and search their rooms. Upstairs the hall was dark, but I found the Duke's room and started to feel around with my hands. But I remembered that the king would not let anyone else take care of that money but himself. So then I went to his room and started to feel around there. But I saw I could do nothing without a candle, and I could not light one, of course. So I decided I had to do the other thing, wait for them and listen. About that time, I heard their footsteps coming. I was going to jump under the bed. I reached for it, but it was not where I thought it would be. But I touched the curtain that hid Mary Jane's dresses. So I jumped in behind that and hid among the gowns and stood there very still. They came in and closed the door. The first thing the Duke did was to get down and look under the bed. Then I was glad I had not found the bed when I wanted it. And yet, you know, it is normal to hide under the bed when you are doing something secret. They sat down then, and the king said, "Well, what is it? And make it quick, because it is better for us to be downstairs with the morning people than up here giving them a chance to talk about us." Well, this is it, Capet. I am not relaxed. I am not comfortable. That doctor is on my mind. I wanted to know your plans. I have an idea, and I think it is a good one. What is it, Duke? That we should leave this place before 3 in the morning and go down the river with what we have, especially since we got it so easily. It was given back to us, thrown at us, you could say, when we thought we would have to steal it back. I want to stop and leave. That made me feel quite bad. An hour or two ago it would have been a little different, but now it made me feel bad and sad. The king yelled and said, "What, and not sell the rest of the property? Leave like fools and leave $8,000 or $9,000 worth of property just waiting to be taken, and all good things that can be sold too." The Duke complained. He said the bag of gold was enough, and he did not want to take more. He did not want to rob a lot of orphans of everything they had. "Why, how you talk," said the king. "We will not rob them of anything but this money. The people who buy the property are the ones who will suffer, because as soon as it is found out that we did not own it, which will not be long after we leave. The sale will not be legal, and it will all go back to the estate. These orphans will get their house back, and that is enough for them. They are young and strong, and they can easily earn a living. They are not going to suffer. Just think, there are thousands and thousands who are not nearly as well off. Bless you, they have nothing to complain about. Well, the king talked until the duke agreed. So at last he gave in and said all right, but he said he believed it was foolish to stay with that doctor watching them. But the king said, "Forget the doctor. Why do we care about him? Don't we have all the foolish people in town on our side? And isn't that a big enough group in any town?" So they got ready to go downstairs again. The duke said, "I don't think we put that money in a good place." That made me happy. I had started to think I was not going to get any hint to help me. The king said, "Why?" "Because Mary Jane will be in mourning from now on, and soon the servant who cleans the rooms will get an order to pack these clothes and put them away. Do you think a servant can find money and not take some of it?" "You are right again, Duke," said the king. He came feeling under the curtain a few feet from where I was. I stayed close to the wall and kept very still, though I was shaking. I wondered what those men would say to me if they caught me. I tried to think what I should do if they did catch me, but the king got the bag before I could think more than a little. He never thought I was there. They took the bag and pushed it through a hole in the straw bed under the feather bed. They pushed it a foot or two into the straw and said it was safe now. This was because a servant only makes up the feather bed and only turns over the straw bed about twice a year. So it was not in danger of being stolen now. But I knew better. I took it out of there before they were halfway downstairs. I felt my way up to my small room and hid it there until I could find a better place. I thought I should hide it outside the house somewhere. If they missed it, they would search the house well. I knew that very well. Then I went to bed with my clothes on, but I could not have slept even if I wanted to. I was so anxious to finish the task. Soon I heard the king and the duke come up, so I rolled off my bed and lay with my chin at the top of my ladder. I waited to see if anything would happen, but nothing did. So I waited until all the late sounds stopped and the early sounds had not started yet. Then I slipped down the ladder. Chapter 27. The Funeral. Satisfying curiosity. Suspicious of Huck, quick sales and small. I went to their doors and listened. They were sleeping, so I walked softly downstairs. It was quiet everywhere. I looked through a small opening in the dining room door. I saw the men watching the dead body. They were asleep in their chairs. The door to the living room was open. The dead body was there. There was a light in both rooms. I walked past. The living room door was open. I saw only the dead man there, so I went on. But the front door was locked. The key was not there. Then I heard someone coming down the stairs behind me. I ran into the living room. I quickly looked around. The only place to hide the bag was in the coffin. The top of the coffin was open about 1 foot. I could see the dead man's face. There was a wet cloth on it. He wore a special white cloth. I put the money bag under the top of the coffin. It was past his crossed hands. This made me feel scared. His hands were so cold. Then I ran back across the room and hid behind the door. The person coming was Mary Jane. She went to the coffin very quietly. She got on her knees and looked inside. Then she put her cloth to her eyes. I saw she started to cry. I could not hear her. Her back was to me. I went out quietly. As I passed the dining room, I wanted to be sure the watchers had not seen me, so I looked through the small opening. Everything was fine. They had not moved. I went up to bed. I felt a little sad. I had tried so hard and taken many risks, but it did not work out. I thought, if the money could stay there, it would be okay. When we go far down the river, I could write to Mary Jane. She could find it, but that will not happen. The money will be found when they close the coffin. Then the king will get it again. It will be a long time before he loses it again. Of course, I wanted to go get it, but I was afraid to try. It was getting closer to morning. Soon some of the watchers would wake up. I might get caught with $6,000. Nobody asked me to take care of it. I told myself I did not want to be in that kind of trouble. In the morning, when I went downstairs, the living room was closed. The watchers were gone. Only the family, Widow Bartley and our group were there. I looked at their faces to see if anything had happened, but I could not tell. Around the middle of the day, the funeral man came with his helper. They put the coffin in the middle of the room on 2 chairs. Then they put all our chairs in rows. They borrowed more chairs from the neighbors. The hall, living room, and dining room were full. I saw the coffin top was as it was before, but I was afraid to look inside with people around. Then many people came. The young men and women sat in the front row by the coffin. For half an hour, people walked slowly in a line. They looked at the dead man's face for a minute. Some cried. It was very quiet and serious. Only the young women and men held cloths to their eyes and cried softly. There was no other sound, only feet on the floor and people blowing their noses. People always blow their noses more at funerals than other places, except church. When the room was full, the funeral man moved around. He wore black gloves. He was very gentle and quiet. He made everything neat and comfortable. He made no sound, like a cat. He did not speak. He moved people. He helped latecomers find a place. He made paths. He used nods and hand signs. Then he stood against the wall. He was the quietest, smoothest, most secret man I ever saw. He did not smile at all. They had borrowed a sick music machine. When everything was ready, a young woman sat down and played it. It made strange, shaky sounds. Everyone sang. I thought Peter was the only good thing there. Then Reverend Hobson started to talk slowly and seriously. Suddenly, a very loud noise came from the basement. It was only one dog, but it made a very big noise. It kept going. The preacher had to stand there by the coffin and wait. You could not think. It was very strange. Nobody seemed to know what to do. But soon they saw the tall funeral man give a sign to the preacher. It was like he said, "Don't worry, trust me." Then he bent down and moved quietly along the wall. Only his shoulders showed above people's heads, so he moved along. The noise got louder and louder. At last, when he had gone around 2 sides of the room, he went into the basement. In about 2 seconds, we heard a hit. The dog made a very loud howl or 2. Then everything was very quiet. The preacher started his serious talk again. In a minute or 2, the funeral man's back and shoulders came along the wall again. He moved quietly around 3 sides of the room. Then he stood up. He put his hands over his mouth. He stretched his neck out towards the preacher, over the people's heads. He said in a low whisper, "He had a rat." Then he bent down and moved quietly along the wall back to his place. People were very happy to know. A small thing like that costs nothing. It is small things that make people like you and look up to you. There was no one more liked in town than that funeral man. The funeral talk was very good, but it was very long and boring. Then the king pushed in and said his usual foolish things. At last, it was done. The funeral man started to go to the coffin with his tool. I was very worried then. I watched him closely, but he did not touch the money. He only moved the coffin lid very softly. He closed it tightly and quickly. So there I was. I did not know if the money was in there or not. So I thought, what if someone took that bag secretly? How do I know if I should write to Mary Jane or not? What if she found nothing? What would she think of me? I might be looked for and put in jail. I should stay hidden and not write at all. Everything is very confusing now. I tried to make it better, but I made it worse 100 times. I wish I had just left it alone. They buried him. We came back home. I started watching faces again. I could not stop. I could not relax. But nothing happened. The faces did not tell me anything. The king visited people in the evening. He was kind to everyone. He was very friendly. He said that his church in England would be worried about him, so he had to quickly finish the plans and go home. He was very sorry he had to leave so soon. Everyone was sorry too. They wished he could stay longer, but they said they understood. And he said that he and William would take the girls home with them. That pleased everyone too. The girls would be safe with their family. It pleased the girls too. They were so happy they forgot all their troubles. They told him to sell everything as fast as he wanted. They would be ready. Those poor girls were so glad and happy. It made my heart hurt to see them being tricked and lied to. But I did not see a safe way for me to say anything and change things. The king immediately put the house, the enslaved people, and all the property up for sale. The sale was 2 days after the funeral, but anyone could buy privately before if they wanted. So the day after the funeral, around noon, the girls' happiness changed. 2 enslaved people sellers came. The king sold the enslaved people cheaply. He used special papers that would be paid in 3 days. And they went. The 2 sons went up the river to Memphis. Their mother went down the river to Orleans. I thought those poor girls and enslaved people would be heartbroken. They cried with each other. It made me feel sick to see it. The girls said they never thought the family would be split up or sold away from town. I can never forget seeing those sad girls and enslaved people holding each other and crying. I think I could not have handled it. I would have told about our group, but I knew the sale was not real. The enslaved people would be home in a week or 2. This caused a big fuss in town too. Many people openly said it was wrong to separate the mother and children. It hurt the cheaters a little. But the old fool kept going, no matter what the Duke said or did. And I tell you, the Duke was very worried. The next day was the sale day. Early in the morning, the king and the Duke came up to the attic and woke me up. I saw by their faces that there was a problem. The king said, "Were you in my room the night before last?" "No, your majesty." That is what I always called him when only our group was around. "Were you in there yesterday or last night?" "No, your majesty." "Tell me the truth now, no lies." "Truly, your majesty, I am telling you the truth. I have not been near your room since Miss Mary Jane showed it to you and the Duke." The Duke said, "Have you seen anyone else go in there?" "No, your grace, I do not remember seeing anyone." "Stop and think." I thought for a while and saw my chance. Then I said, "Well, I saw the enslaved people go in there several times. Both of them jumped a little. They looked like they had not expected it, and then like they had." Then the Duke said, "What, all of them?" "No, not all at once. I do not think I ever saw them all come out at once, except one time." "Oh, When was that? It was the day we had the funeral, in the morning. It was not early because I overslept. I was just starting down the stairs, and I saw them. Well, go on, go on. What did they do? How did they act? They did nothing, and they did not act much as far as I saw. They walked quietly away. So I saw, easily enough, that they had gone in there to clean your Majesty's room or something, thinking you were awake. And they found you were not awake, so they hoped to get away without waking you up, if they had not already woken you up. "Oh my, this is a problem," said the king. Both of them looked sick and silly. They stood there thinking and scratching their heads for a minute. The Duke gave a small, rough laugh. He said, "It is amazing how well the enslaved people acted. They pretended to be sad they were leaving this place. And I believed they were sad, and so did you, and so did everyone. Never tell me again that an enslaved person has no acting skills. Why, the way they acted would trick anyone. In my opinion, they are worth a lot of money. If I had money and a theater, I would not want a better plan than that. And we sold them for very little. Yes, and we have not even gotten the money yet. Where is that money paper? In the bank to be collected. Where else would it be?" "Well, that is good then, thank goodness," I said, a little scared. "Is something wrong?" The king turned to me and shouted, "None of your business. You keep quiet and mind your own business, if you have any. As long as you are in this town, do not forget that. Do you hear?" Then he said to the Duke, "We just have to accept it and say nothing. We must be quiet." As they were starting down the stairs, the Duke chuckled again. He said, "Quick sales and small profits. It is a good business. Yes." The king looked at him and said, "I was trying to do the best by selling them so quickly. If there was no profit and nothing to keep, is it my fault more than yours? Well, they would still be in this house, and we would not be if you had listened to my advice." The king talked back as much as he safely could. Then he turned around and started talking to me again. He scolded me for not coming and telling him I saw the enslaved people leave his room acting that way. He said any fool would have known something was wrong. And then he scolded himself for a while. He said it was all because he did not stay in bed and rest that morning. He said he would never do it again. So they went off arguing. And I felt very happy I had blamed it all on the enslaved people, and I had not hurt them. Chapter 28. The Trip to England. The brute! Mary Jane decides to leave. Huck parting with Mary Jane. Mumps, the opposition line. It was time to get up. I went downstairs. The door to the girls' room was open. I saw Mary Jane by her old box. It was open. She was packing things to go to England. She had stopped. A folded dress was in her lap. Her face was in her hands. She was crying. I felt very bad to see her cry. Anyone would. I went to her and said, "Miss Mary Jane, you don't like to see people sad. I usually don't either. Tell me what's wrong." She told me. It was about the people who were sold. I thought so. She said her trip to England was spoiled. She didn't know how she could be happy there. She knew the mother and children would not see each other again. Then she cried more. She put up her hands and said, "Oh dear, dear, they will never see each other again." I said, "But they will. In 2 weeks. I know it." The words came out fast. She put her arms around my neck. She told me to say it again and again. I saw I had said too much too soon. I was in trouble. I asked her to let me think. She sat there. She was excited and beautiful, but she looked happy, like someone after a tooth is pulled. So I thought about it. I told myself that telling the truth when you are in trouble is risky. I don't know for sure, but it seems that way. But here, the truth seems better and safer than a lie. I need to remember this. It is strange. I have never seen anything like it. Then I said to myself, I will try it. I will tell the truth this time. It feels like sitting on an open barrel of gunpowder and lighting it. Then I said, Miss Mary Jane, is there a place outside of town where you can stay for 3 or 4 days? She said, Yes, Mr. Lothrop's. Why? Don't ask why yet. If I tell you how I know the people will see each other again in 2 weeks, right here, and I can prove it, will you go to Mr. Lothrop's and stay for 4 days? She said, 4 days. I will stay a year, I said. All right, I only want your word. I trust it more than another person's promise on the Bible. She smiled. Her face turned red. She looked sweet. I said, If you don't mind, I will close and lock the door. Then I sat down again. I said, Don't shout. Just sit still and listen. I have to tell you the truth. You need to be strong, Miss Mary, because it is bad news. It will be hard to hear, but there is no other way. These uncles of yours are not your uncles. They are fakes. They are bad people. We are past the worst part now. You can handle the rest. Of course she was shocked, but I was through the hardest part, so I kept going. Her eyes got wider and wider. I told her everything, from when we first saw that young fool going to the boat, to when she hugged the king at the front door and he kissed her many times. Then she jumped up. Her face was red like the sunset. She said, The bad man. Come, don't waste a minute. We will cover them with tar and feathers and throw them in the river. I said, Yes, but do you mean before you go to Mr. Lothrop's or... Oh, she said, what am I thinking about? She sat down again. Please don't mind what I said. You won't, will you? She put her soft hand on mine. I felt like I would die before I would not do what she asked. I never thought I was so upset, she said. Now go on. I won't do that again. You tell me what to do. I will do whatever you say. Well, I said, those 2 fakes are a bad group. I have to stay with them a little longer. I don't want to tell you why. If you tell on them, this town would help me get away from them. I would be fine. But another person you don't know about would be in big trouble. We have to save him, don't we? Of course, so we won't tell on them. Saying those words gave me an idea. I saw how I could get me and Jim away from the fakes, get them put in jail here, and then leave. But I didn't want to travel on the boat in the daytime with only me to answer questions, so I wanted the plan to start late tonight. I said, Miss Mary Jane, I will tell you what we will do. You won't have to stay at Mr. Lothrop's for so long either. How far is it? A little less than 4 miles. It's out in the country, behind here. Well, that will work. Now you go there. Stay hidden until 9 or 9:30 tonight. Then have them bring you home. Tell them you thought of something. If you get here before 11, put a candle in this window. If I don't show up, wait until 11. Then, if I still don't show up, it means I am gone and safe. Then you come out and tell everyone, and get these bad people put in jail. She said, Good, I will do it. And if I don't get away and get caught with them, you must say I told you everything before. You must help me as much as you can. Help you? Yes, I will. They will not hurt you, she said. I saw her nose open wide and her eyes spark when she said it. I said, If I get away, I won't be here to prove these bad people are not your uncles. I could not do it if I was here. I could swear they were fakes, that's all. But that's worth something. Well, others can do that better than I can. People will believe them more easily than me. I will tell you how to find them. Give me a pencil and paper. Here, Royal Nonsuch, Bricksville. Put it away. Don't lose it. When the court wants to know about these two, they can send to Bricksville. Say they have the men who did the Royal Nonsuch. Ask for some people to speak for you. That whole town will come here very fast, Miss Mary, and they will be very angry. I thought we had everything ready. So I said, just let the auction happen. Don't worry. No one has to pay for what they buy until a whole day after the auction. This is because there was little time to tell people they will not leave here until they get that money. The way we have planned it, the sale will not count. They will not get any money. It's like with the people who were sold. It was not a real sale. The people will be back soon. They cannot collect the money for the people yet. They are in a very bad situation, Miss Mary. Well, she said, I will go to breakfast now. Then I will go straight to Mr. Lothrop's. Indeed, that is not the way, Miss Mary Jane, I said. You must go before breakfast. Why? Why did you think I wanted you to go at all, Miss Mary? Well, I never thought. Now that I think about it, I don't know. What was it? Why, it's because you are not a person who can hide your feelings. Your face tells everything. A person can read it like a book. Do you think you can face your uncles when they come to kiss you good morning and not— There, stop. Yes, I will go before breakfast. I will be happy to. And leave my sisters with them? Yes, don't worry about them. They have to stay for a while. They might think something is wrong if all of you go. I don't want you to see them, or your sisters, or anyone in this town. If a neighbor asks how your uncles are this morning, your face would tell something. No, you go now, Miss Mary Jane. I will handle everyone else. I will tell Miss Susan to give your love to your uncles. Say you went away for a few hours to rest or see a friend. You will be back tonight or early in the morning. Gone to see a friend is fine, but I will not send my love to them. Well then, you won't. It was good to tell her that. No harm in it. It was a small thing to do, and easy. Small things make people's lives easier. It would make Mary Jane comfortable, and it would cost nothing. Then I said, there is one more thing, that bag of money. Well, they have that. It makes me feel silly to think how they got it. No, you are wrong. They don't have it. Why, who has it? I wish I knew, but I don't. I had it because I took it from them. I took it to give to you. I know where I hid it, but I am afraid it is not there anymore. I am very sorry, Miss Mary Jane. I am as sorry as I can be, but I did my best. I was honest. I almost got caught. I had to put it in the first place I found and run. It was not a good place. Oh, stop blaming yourself. It is too bad to do that. I will not let you. You could not help it. It was not your fault. Where did you hide it? I didn't want her to start thinking about her troubles again. I could not bring myself to tell her what would make her see that dead body in the coffin with the bag of money on his stomach. So for a minute I said nothing. Then I said, I would rather not tell you where I put it, Miss Mary Jane, if you don't mind. But I will write it for you on a piece of paper. You can read it on the way to Mr. Lothrop's if you want to. Do you think that will work? Oh, yes. So I wrote. I put it in the coffin. It was there when you were crying there in the night. I was behind the door, and I was very sorry for you, Miss Mary Jane. My eyes got a little wet when I remembered her crying there alone in the night. And those bad men were in her house, shaming her and stealing from her. When I folded it up and gave it to her, I saw water in her eyes too. She shook my hand hard and said, "Goodbye. I am going to do everything just as you told me. If I never see you again, I will never forget you. I will think of you many times, and I will pray for you too." And she was gone. Pray for me. I thought if she knew me, she would pray for someone else. But I bet she did it anyway. She was that kind of person. She would pray for anyone if she decided to. She never gave up. You can say what you want, but I think she was stronger than any girl I have ever seen. She was very strong. It sounds like I am praising her too much, but I am not. And when it comes to being beautiful and good, she is the best. I have not seen her since she walked out that door. No, I have not seen her since. But I think of her many, many millions of times, and I think of her saying she would pray for me. If I thought it would do any good for me to pray for her, I would have done it. Mary Jane left by the back way, I think, because no one saw her go. When I saw Susan and the girl with the hare lip, I said, "What is the name of the people across the river that you sometimes visit?" They said, "There are several, but mainly the Proctors." "That's the name," I said. I almost forgot it. Well, Miss Mary Jane told me to tell you she went there in a big hurry. One of them is sick. Which one? I don't know. I kind of forgot. But I think it's... Oh no, I hope it's not Hannah. I am sorry to say it, I said, but Hannah is the one. My goodness, and she was so well last week. Is she very sick? It's worse than that. They stayed up with her all night, Miss Mary Jane said. They don't think she will live many hours. Just think of that. What is wrong with her? I couldn't think of anything good right away. So I said, mumps. Mumps, no. They don't stay up with people who have the mumps. They don't they? You bet they do with these mumps. These mumps are different. It's a new kind, Miss Mary Jane said. How is it a new kind? Because it's mixed with other things. What other things? Well, measles and whooping cough and erysipelas and consumption and jaundice and brain fever and all sorts of things. My goodness, and they call it the mumps? That's what Miss Mary Jane said. Well, why in the world do they call it the mumps? Why, because it is the mumps. That's what it starts with. Well, that doesn't make sense. A person might hit their toe, take poison, fall down a well, break their neck, and hurt their brain, and someone comes along and asks what killed them, and a silly person says, why, he hit his toe. Does that make sense? No, and this doesn't make sense either. Is it catching? Is it catching? Why, how you talk. Is a farm tool for breaking up earth catching in the dark? If you don't get caught on one sharp part, you will get caught on another, right? And you can't get away with that sharp part without bringing the whole tool along, can you? Well, these mumps are like that farm tool, you could say, and it's a strong tool. You get caught on it good. Well, it's awful, I think, said the girl with the hare lip. I will go to Uncle Harvey and... Oh, yes, I said. I would. Of course I would. I would not lose any time. Well, why wouldn't you? Just think about it for a minute, and maybe you can see. Don't your uncles have to go home to England as fast as they can? And do you think they would be mean enough to leave you to go all that way by yourselves? You know they will wait for you. So far, so good. Your Uncle Harvey is a preacher, isn't he? Very well then. Is a preacher going to lie to a boat worker? Is he going to lie to a ship worker so they let Miss Mary Jane go on board? Now you know he isn't. What will he do then? Why, he will say, it's a great shame, but my church duties have to wait. because my niece has been near the terrible, very bad mumps, so it's my duty to stay here and wait the 3 months it takes to see if she has it. But never mind, if you think it's best to tell your Uncle Harvey. Oh no, and stay here doing nothing when we could all be having fun in England while we wait to find out if Mary Jane has it or not. Why, you talk like a silly person. Well, anyway, maybe you should tell some of the neighbors. Listen to that now. You are so naturally stupid. Can't you see that they would go and tell? There is no way but to not tell anyone at all. Well, maybe you are right. Yes, I think you are right. But I think we should tell Uncle Harvey she has gone out for a while anyway, so he won't worry about her. Yes, Miss Mary Jane wanted you to do that. She says, tell them to give Uncle Harvey and William my love and a kiss. And say I have gone across the river to see Mr. What is the name of that rich family your Uncle Peter used to think so much of? I mean the one that... Why, you must mean the Apthorps, right? Of course. These names are hard to remember sometimes. Yes, she said, say she has gone to ask the Apthorps to be sure and come to the auction and buy this house, because she thought her Uncle Peter would rather they had it than anyone else, and she is going to stay with them until they say they will come, and then, if she is not too tired, she is coming home, and if she is, she will be home in the morning anyway. She said, don't say anything about the Proctors, but only about the Apthorps. This will be completely true because she is going there to talk about them buying the house. I know it because she told me herself. All right, they said. They left to wait for their uncles and give them the love and kisses and tell them the message. Everything was fine now. The girls would not say anything because they wanted to go to England. The king and the duke would rather Mary Jane was busy with the auction than near Dr. Robinson. I felt very good. I thought I had done it very well. I thought Tom Sawyer could not have done it better himself. Of course he would have done it with more style, but I can't do that very well, not being taught how. Well, they had the auction in the town square. It was in the late afternoon. It went on and on. The old man was there. He looked very mean. He was next to the auctioneer. He said a Bible verse or a good saying now and then, and the Duke was making sad sounds to get pity as much as he could. But then the auction ended. Everything was sold, everything but a small piece of land in the graveyard. So they had to sell that. I have never seen anyone as greedy as the king. Well, while they were doing that, a boat landed. In about 2 minutes, a crowd came. They were shouting and laughing and singing, "Here's your other group. Here are your 2 sets of people who will get old Peter Wilkes money. You pay your money and you choose." Chapter 29. Contested Relationship. The King Explains the Loss. A Question of Handwriting. Digging up the corpse. Huck Escapes. People brought a very kind old man and a younger man. The younger man had his right arm in a sling. People yelled and laughed a lot, but I did not think it was funny. I thought the Duke and the King would look scared, but they did not. The Duke acted happy, like nothing was wrong. The King looked sad at the new people. He acted like he felt sick because there were bad people in the world. He did it very well. Many important people stood with the King to show they were on his side. The old man who just came looked very confused. Soon he started to speak. I could tell he spoke like an Englishman, not like the King. The King's accent was good, but this man's was real. I cannot say his exact words or copy him, but he turned to the crowd and said something like this: "This is a surprise. I did not expect it. I am not ready for this. My brother and I have had bad luck. He broke his arm. Also, our bags were left in another town by mistake last night. I am Harvey, Peter Wilkes's brother, and this is his brother William. William cannot hear or speak. He cannot even use signs well because he only has one hand. We are who we say we are. In a day or two, when I get the bags, I can prove it. But until then, I will not say more. We will go to the hotel and wait. So he and the quiet new man left. The king laughed and said, "Broke his arm? Very likely, right? And so easy for a fake person who needs to use signs but hasn't learned them. Lost their bags. That's very good and very clever for the situation." He laughed again, and so did almost everyone else. Only a few people did not laugh. One was the doctor. Another was a smart-looking man with an old bag made of carpet. He had just come off the steamboat and was talking quietly to the doctor. They looked at the king sometimes and nodded their heads. This was Levi Bell, the lawyer who went to Louisville. Another person was a big, strong man who listened to the old man and was now listening to the king. When the king finished, this strong man said, "Hey, look here. If you are Harvey Wilkes, when did you come to this town?" "The day before the funeral, friend," the king said. "But what time of day?" "In the evening, about an hour or two before sunset." "How did you come?" "I came on the Susan Powell from Cincinnati." "Then how were you at the Point in the morning, in a canoe?" "I was not at the Point in the morning." "That's a lie." Some people jumped at him and asked him not to talk like that to an old man and a preacher. "Preacher, no. He is a fake and a liar. He was at the Point that morning. I lived there, right? Well, I was there and he was there. I saw him there. He came in a canoe with Tim Collins and a boy." The doctor spoke up and said, "Would you know the boy again if you saw him, Hines?" "I think I would, but I don't know. Oh, there he is now. I know him very easily." He pointed at me. The doctor said, "Friends, I don't know if the new couple are fakes or not, but if these two are not fakes, I am foolish, that's all. I think we must make sure they don't leave until we check this. Come along, Hines. Come along, the rest of you. We will take these men to the hotel and make them meet the other couple. I think we will find out something." The crowd liked this, but maybe not the king's friends. So we all started to go. It was almost sunset. The doctor held my hand and was very kind, but he did not let go of my hand. We all went into a big room in the hotel. We lit some candles and brought in the new couple. First, the doctor said, "I don't want to be too hard on these two men, but I think they are fakes, and they might have helpers we don't know about. If they do, will the helpers take the bag of gold Peter Wilkes left? It's possible. If these men are not fakes, they will not mind sending for that money and letting us keep it until they prove they are real, right?" Everyone agreed to that, so I thought our group was in trouble from the start. But the king only looked sad and said, "Gentlemen, I wish the money was there. I don't want to stop a fair check of this sad business. But sadly, the money is not there. You can send and see if you want to." "Where is it then?" "Well, when my niece gave it to me to keep, I hid it inside my bed mattress. I did not want to put it in a bank for the few days we would be here. I thought the bed was a safe place. We are not used to black people, and we thought they were honest, like servants in England. The black people stole it the very next morning after I went downstairs. When I sold them, I had not missed the money yet, so they got away with it. My servant here can tell you about it, gentlemen." The doctor and others said shucks, and I saw no one believed him completely. One man asked me if I saw the black people steal it. I said no. but I saw them leaving the room quietly and moving fast. I only thought they were afraid they had woken up my master and were trying to leave before he made trouble for them. That was all they asked me. Then the doctor turned to me and said, "Are you English too?" I said yes. He and some others laughed and said, "Nonsense." Then they started a big check. We talked about it for hours. No one talked about dinner or seemed to think about it. They kept talking, and it was the most confusing thing ever. They made the king tell his story. They made the old gentleman tell his story. Anyone who was not silly would have seen that the old gentleman was telling the truth and the other one was lying. After a while, they asked me to tell what I knew. The king looked at me with a strange look, so I knew to speak on his side. I started to talk about Sheffield and how we lived there and about the English Wilkses. But I did not get very far before the doctor started to laugh, and Levi Bell, the lawyer, said, "Sit down, my boy. I would not try so hard if I were you. I think you are not used to lying. It does not seem easy for you. You need practice. You do it very awkwardly." I did not care about the compliment, but I was happy to stop talking. The doctor started to say something. He turned and said, "If you had been in town at first, Levi Bell—" The king stopped him and held out his hand. He said, "Oh, is this my poor dead brother's old friend he wrote about so often?" The lawyer and the king shook hands. The lawyer smiled and looked happy. They talked for a while. Then they went to one side and talked quietly. Finally, the lawyer spoke up and said, "That will fix it. I will take the order and send it, along with your brothers. Then they will know it's all right." So they got some paper and a pen. The king sat down, turned his head, chewed his tongue, and wrote something messy. Then they gave the pen to the duke. For the first time, the duke looked sick, but he took the pen and wrote. Then the lawyer turned to the new old gentleman and said, "You and your brother, please write a line or two and sign your names." The old gentleman wrote, but no one could read it. The lawyer looked very surprised and said, "Well, that beats me." He took out many old letters from his pocket. He looked at them, then at the old man's writing, and then at the old letters again. Then he said, "These old letters are from Harvey Wilkes, and here are these two writings. Anyone can see they did not write them." The king and the duke looked caught and silly, I tell you, to see how the lawyer had tricked them. And here is this old gentleman's writing. Anyone can tell easily that he did not write them. In fact, what he writes is not really writing at all. Now, here are some letters from— The new old gentleman said, "Please let me explain. No one can read my writing but my brother there. So he copies for me. It is his writing you have there, not mine." "Well," said the lawyer, "this is a situation. I have some of William's letters too. So if you get him to write a line or so, we can compare." "He cannot write with his left hand," said the old gentleman. "If he could use his right hand, you would see that he wrote his own letters and mine too. Look at both, please. They are by the same hand." The lawyer did that and said, "I believe it is true, and if it is not true, there is a much stronger likeness than I noticed before. Well, 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 I thought we were close to finding the answer, but it's partly gone. But anyway, one thing is proven. These two are not Wilkses." He shook his head towards the king and the duke. "Well, what do you think? That stubborn old fool would not give up then." No, he would not. He said it was not a fair test. He said his brother William was the funniest joker in the world. He said William had not tried to write. He saw William was going to play a joke the moment he put the pen to paper. So he became excited and talked on and on until he actually started to believe what he was saying himself. But soon the new gentleman spoke up and said, "I have thought of something. Is there anyone here who helped prepare my brother, helped prepare the late Peter Wilkes for burial?" "Yes," someone said. "Me and Ab Turner did it. We are both here." Then the old man turned towards the king and said, "Perhaps this gentleman can tell me what was tattooed on his chest." The king had to quickly act strong, or he would have fallen down like a river bank that the water has cut under. It surprised him so much, and remember, it was something that would make almost anyone fall down to get such a hard question without any warning, because how was he going to know what was tattooed on the man? He became a little pale. He could not help it. It was very quiet there, and everyone leaned forward a little and looked at him. I said to myself, "Now he will give up. There is no more use." Well, did he? It is hard to believe, but he did not. I think he thought he would keep acting until he made those people tired. Then they would leave, and he and the Duke could escape and get away. Anyway, he sat there, and soon he began to smile and said, "It's a very hard question, isn't it? Yes, sir, I can tell you what is tattooed on his chest. It's just a small, thin blue arrow, that's what it is. And if you don't look closely, you can't see it. Now what do you say, huh?" Well, I never saw such a bold person. The new old gentleman turned quickly to Ab Turner and his friend. His eyes lit up like he thought he had caught the king this time, and he said, "There, you heard what he said. Was there any such mark on Peter Wilkes's chest?" Both of them spoke up and said, "We did not see any such mark." "Good," said the old gentleman. "Now, what you did see on his chest was a small faded P and a B, which is the first letter he stopped using when he was young, and a W with lines between them, like this, P, B, W. He wrote them that way on a piece of paper. Come, isn't that what you saw?" Both of them spoke up again and said, "No, we didn't. We never saw any marks at all." Well, everyone was very upset now. They shouted, "The whole group of them are fakes. Let's throw them in the water. Let's drown them. Let's make them ride on a rail." Everyone was shouting at once, and there was a loud noise. But the lawyer jumped on the table and yelled and said, "Gentlemen, gentlemen, listen to me for just one word, just a single word, please. There is one way left. Let's go and dig up the body and look." That made them stop. "Hooray!" they all shouted and started to leave right away. But the lawyer and the doctor shouted, hold on! Catch all these 4 men and the boy and bring them along too. We will do it!" they all shouted. "And if we don't find those marks, we will hurt the whole group." I was scared now, I tell you, but there was no way to get away. They grabbed all of us and walked us straight to the graveyard. It was 1.5 miles down the river. The whole town was behind us because we made enough noise. It was only 9 in the evening. As we passed our house, I wished I had not sent Mary Jane out of town, because now, if I could give her a sign, she would leave and save me and tell on our fake people. Well, we walked along the river road, acting like wild animals. And to make it more scary, the sky was getting dark, and the lightning started to flash, and the wind shook the leaves. This was the most terrible trouble and most dangerous I had ever been in. I was a little shocked. Everything was happening so differently from what I expected. Instead of being able to take my time and see all the fun and have Mary Jane there to save me when things got bad, now there was nothing between me and sudden death but those tattoo marks. If they did not find them, I could not bear to think about it. And yet, somehow, I could not think about anything else. It got darker and darker, and it was a good time to escape the crowd. But that big, strong man had my wrist, Heinz. and it was like trying to escape a giant. He pulled me along, he was so excited, and I had to run to keep up. When they got there, they rushed into the graveyard, and when they got to the grave, they found they had too many shovels. But no one had thought to bring a lantern, but they started digging anyway by the flashes of lightning. They sent a man to the nearest house, half a mile away, to borrow one, so they dug and dug very fast. It got very dark, and the rain started, and the wind blew. The lightning came faster and faster, and the thunder boomed. But those people did not notice it. They were so busy with this matter. One minute you could see everything and every face in that big crowd and the shovels of dirt flying out of the grave. The next second the darkness covered it all, and you could not see anything at all. At last they took out the coffin and started to unscrew the lid. Then there was so much pushing and shoving to get in and see, you never saw anything like it. And in the dark, it was terrible. Heinz hurt my wrist badly pulling and tugging so much. I think he completely forgot I was there. He was so excited and breathing hard. All of a sudden, the lightning showed a bright white light, and someone shouted, "Oh my goodness, here's the bag of gold on his chest." Heinz shouted like everyone else and let go of my wrist. He pushed hard to get in and look, and no one can tell how fast I ran for the road in the dark. I had the road all to myself, and I flew, or at least I had it all to myself except the deep darkness and the occasional flashes and the sound of the rain and the strong wind and the loud thunder, and I really did run fast. When I got to town, I saw no one was out in the storm, so I did not look for small streets. I ran straight through the main one, and when I started to get near our house, I looked closely. No light there. The house was all dark. This made me feel sad and disappointed. I did not know why. But at last, just as I was running by, a light flashed in Mary Jane's window, and my heart suddenly grew big, like it would burst. And at the same time, the house and everything was behind me in the dark. It would never be before me again in this world. She was the best girl I ever saw, and she was very brave. The moment I was far enough from town to see I could reach the sandbar, I started to look carefully for a boat to borrow. And the first time the lightning showed me one that was not chained, I grabbed it and pushed. It was a canoe, and it was only tied with a rope. The sandbar was a very long way off, out in the middle of the river. But I did not waste time, and when I finally reached the raft, I was so tired I would have just laid down to rest if I could have. But I did not. As I jumped on board, I shouted, "Get out, Jim, and untie it. Thank goodness, we are free of them." Jim came out and came towards me with both arms open. He was so happy. But when I saw him in the lightning, my heart jumped into my mouth, and I fell backward into the water, because I forgot he was old King Lear and a drowned Arab all in one, and it almost scared me to death. But Jim pulled me out. He was going to hug me and bless me, and so on. He was so glad I was back, and we were free of the king and the duke. But I said, "Not now. Save it for breakfast. Save it for breakfast. Untie it and let it go." So in 2 seconds we went sliding down the river, and it felt so good to be free again, and all by ourselves on the big river, with no one to bother us. I had to move around a bit and jump up and click my heels a few times. I could not help it. But about the 3rd click, I heard a sound that I knew very well. I held my breath and listened and waited. And for sure, when the next flash lit up the water, here they came. And they were rowing hard and making their small boat go fast. It was the king and the duke. So I fell onto the planks then and gave up. And all I could do was try not to cry. Chapter 30. The king went for him, a royal row, powerful mellow. When they were on the boat, the king came to me. He held my shirt and said, "Were you trying to run away, little one? Are you tired of us?" I said, "No, your majesty, we were not." "Please don't, your majesty," he said. "Quick, tell us your idea, or I will shake you very hard." "Truly, I will tell you everything, your majesty. The man who held me was kind. He kept saying he had a boy my age who died last year. He was sad to see a boy in danger. When everyone was surprised by the gold and ran to the coffin, he let go of me. He whispered, 'Run now, or they will hang you.' So I ran. It seemed bad for me to stay. I could do nothing, and I did not want to be hanged. So I ran until I found the canoe. When I got here, I told Jim to hurry. I said they would catch and hang me. I was afraid you and the Duke were dead. I was very sorry, and Jim was too. We were so happy when we saw you coming. You can ask Jim." Jim said it was true. The king told him to be quiet. He said, "Oh yes, that is very likely." He shook me again and said he would drown me. But the Duke said, "Let go of the boy, old fool. Would you have done anything different? Did you look for him when you got free? I don't remember that." So the king let me go. He started to curse the town and the people in it. But the Duke said, "You should curse yourself, because you deserve it most. You have not done anything smart except for that blue arrow trick. That was smart. It saved us. If not for that, they would have put us in jail until the English people's bags came. Then it would be prison for sure. But that trick took them to the graveyard. The gold helped us more. If the excited fools had not run to see it, we would be dead tonight." They were quiet for a minute, thinking. Then the king said, as if dreaming, "And we thought the black people stole it." That made me feel bad. "Yes," said the Duke, slowly and with a sneer, "we did." After about 30 seconds, the king said slowly, "At least I did." The Duke said the same way, "No, I did." The king got angry and said, "Look here, Bilgewater, what are you talking about?" The Duke said quickly, "When it comes to that, maybe you will let me ask, what were you talking about?" "Oh," said the king, very sarcastic, "but I don't know. Maybe you were asleep and did not know what you were doing." The Duke became angry and said, "Oh, stop this stupid talk. Do you think I am a fool? Don't you think I know who hid that money in that coffin?" "Yes, sir, I know you know because you did it yourself." "That's a lie." The Duke went to grab the king. The king shouted, "Take your hands off. Let go of my neck. I take it all back." The Duke said, "Well, first, you must admit that you hid that money there. You planned to leave me one day. Then you would come back and dig it up and have it all for yourself." "Wait a minute, Duke. Answer me this one question, truly and fairly. If you did not put the money there, say so. I will believe you and take back everything I said." "You old bad man, I did not, and you know I did not." "There." "Well then, I believe you, but answer me just one more thing. Now don't get angry. Did you think about taking the money and hiding it?" The Duke did not say anything for a little while. Then he said, "Well, I don't care if I did. I did not do it anyway. But you not only thought about doing it, you did it." "I wish I would die if I did it, Duke, and that is true. I will not say I was not going to do it because I was. But you, I mean someone, got there before me. It's a lie. You did it, and you have to say you did it, or—" The king started to make noises in his throat. Then he said, "Enough. I admit it." I was very happy to hear him say that. I felt much better than before. So the Duke took his hands off and said, "If you ever say it is not true again, I will drown you." It is good for you to sit there and cry like a baby. It is right for you after how you acted. I never saw such an old bird who wants to take everything. And I trusted you all the time, like you were my father. You should be ashamed to hear it blamed on poor black people and not say a word for them. It makes me feel foolish to think I was kind enough to believe that nonsense. Curse you, I see now why you wanted to make up the money. You wanted to get my money and take it all. The king said shyly, still crying, "Why, Duke, you said to make up the money. It was not me." "Be quiet. I don't want to hear anything more from you," said the Duke. "And now you see what you got from it. They have all their money back and almost all of ours. Go to bed and don't try to get more money from me again as long as you live." So the king went into the tent and drank from his bottle for comfort. Soon the Duke drank from his bottle. In about 30 minutes, they were friends again. The more they drank, the more they loved each other. They went to sleep snoring in each other's arms. They both became very drunk. But I saw that the king was not drunk enough to forget, not to deny hiding the money again. That made me feel calm and happy. Of course, when they were snoring, Jim and I talked for a long time, and I told him everything. Chapter 31. Ominous Plans. News from Jim. Old recollections. A sheep story. Valuable information. We couldn't stop in any town for many days. We just went down the river. We were in the warm south now, far from home. We saw trees with long gray Spanish moss. I had never seen it before. It made the woods look sad and dark. The bad men thought they were safe now, so they started to trick people in villages again. First, they gave a talk about not drinking alcohol, but they didn't make enough money to buy drinks for themselves. Then, in another village, they started a dance school, but they couldn't dance well, so people quickly made them leave town. Another time, they tried to speak loudly in a special way, but the people got angry and made them run away. They tried to be missionaries and hypnotists and doctors and tell fortunes. They tried a little bit of everything, but they had no luck, so they became very poor. They lay on the raft thinking for hours, feeling sad and hopeless. Finally, they started talking together quietly in the tent for hours. Jim and I felt worried. We didn't like it. We thought they were planning something worse than before. We thought about it a lot. We decided they wanted to break into a house or store or make fake money. So we were scared. We agreed not to be part of their bad plans. If we had a chance, we would leave them. One morning, we hid the raft in a safe place 2 miles below a small village called Pikesville. The king went to town. He told us to stay hidden. He wanted to see if anyone knew about their trick there. I thought, he wants to rob a house. When he finishes, he'll come back and wonder where Jim, the raft, and I are. He said if he wasn't back by noon, the Duke and I should know it was okay and we could come. So we stayed there. The Duke was very angry and annoyed. He yelled at us for everything. We couldn't do anything right. He found problems with every small thing. Something bad was going to happen. I was happy when noon came and the king wasn't back. We could have a change, maybe a chance to leave. So the Duke and I went to the village to find the king. We found him in a small bad bar. He was very drunk. Other people were making fun of him. He was yelling and threatening them, but he was too drunk to do anything. The Duke started to call him an old fool. The king talked back. As soon as they started fighting, I ran away quickly. I ran down the river road like a deer. I saw our chance. I decided they would not see Jim and me again for a long time. I got there out of breath but very happy. I yelled, "Let it go, Jim. We are safe now." But there was no answer. No one came out of the tent. Jim was gone. I yelled again and again. I ran through the woods, yelling and screaming, but it was no use. Jim was gone. Then I sat down and cried. I couldn't help it, but I couldn't sit still for long. Soon I went on the road, trying to think what to do. I saw a boy walking. I asked him if he had seen a black man dressed in a certain way. He said, "Yes." "Where?" I asked. "At Silas Phelps's house, 2 miles from here. He's a runaway. They caught him. Were you looking for him?" "No, I saw him in the woods an hour or 2 ago. He said he would hurt me if I yelled. He told me to lie down and stay there. I did it. I've been there since then, afraid to come out." "Well," he said, "you don't have to be afraid anymore because they have him. He ran away from the South." "It's good they got him." "Yes, I think so. There's a $200 reward for him. It's like finding money on the road." "Yes, it is, and I could have had it if I was big enough. I saw him first." "Who caught him?" "It was an old man, a stranger. He sold his chance for $40 because he has to go up the river and can't wait. Think of that. I would wait, even if it was 7 years." "Me too, always," I said. "But maybe his chance is not worth more than that if he sold it so cheap." "Maybe something is wrong, but it is good. I saw the paper myself. It tells everything about him. It describes him well and says he's from a farm near New Orleans. No, there's no problem with that deal, I promise. Say, give me some tobacco, will you?" I didn't have any, so he left. I went to the raft and sat in the tent to think, but I couldn't think of anything. I thought until my head hurt. I couldn't find a way out of the problem. After this long trip, and after all we did for those bad men, everything was for nothing. Everything was broken and ruined because they could do such a bad thing to Jim. They made him a slave again for his whole life among strangers for $40 dirty dollars. I told myself it would be much better for Jim to be a slave at home with his family if he had to be a slave. So I thought I should write a letter to Tom Sawyer and tell him to tell Miss Watson where Jim was. But I quickly stopped that idea for 2 reasons. She would be angry and upset that he left her, so she would sell him down the river again. And if she didn't, everyone dislikes a runaway slave. They would make Jim feel bad all the time. He would feel sad and ashamed, and then think of me. Everyone would know that Huck Finn helped a black man get his freedom. If I ever saw anyone from that town again, I would be so ashamed. That's how it is. A person does something bad, and then they don't want to deal with the results. They think as long as they can hide it, it's not shameful. That was exactly my situation. The more I thought about this, the more my conscience bothered me, the more wicked and bad I felt. Finally, it suddenly hit me that God was watching me. He knew I was doing something bad by helping a poor old woman slave who never hurt me. Now he was showing me that someone is always watching. He won't let bad things go on forever. I was so scared I almost fell down. I tried my best to feel better by saying I was raised badly, so it wasn't really my fault. But something inside me kept saying, there was Sunday school. You could have gone. If you did, they would have taught you there that people who act like you about that slave go to hell forever. It made me shake. I almost decided to pray and try to be a better boy, so I knelt down, but the words wouldn't come. Why not? It was no use to hide it from God or from myself. I knew very well why they wouldn't come. It was because my heart wasn't right. It was because I wasn't honest. I was pretending. I was pretending to give up sin, but deep inside, I was holding on to the biggest sin of all. I was trying to make my mouth say I would do the right thing and the good thing, and write to that slave's owner and tell where he was. But deep down in me, I knew it was a lie, and God knew it. You can't pray a lie. I learned that. So I was full of trouble, as full as I could be. I didn't know what to do. At last, I had an idea. I said, I'll go and write the letter and then see if I can pray. It was amazing how light I felt right away. All my troubles were gone. So I got a piece of paper and a pencil. I was happy and excited. I sat down and wrote, Miss Watson, your runaway Jim is here 2 miles below Pikesville. Mr. Phelps has him, and he will give him up for the reward if you send for him. Huck Finn. I felt good and clean of sin for the first time in my life. I knew I could pray now, but I didn't do it right away. I put the paper down and sat there thinking. I thought about how good it was that all this happened, and how close I came to being lost and going to hell. I kept thinking. I thought about our trip down the river. I saw Jim in front of me all the time, day and night, sometimes in moonlight, sometimes in storms. We floated along, talking and singing and laughing. But somehow I couldn't find any reasons to feel bad about him, only good reasons. I saw him watching while I slept. I saw how happy he was when I came back from the fog. And when I found him again in the swamp where the fight was, and times like that, he always called me honey and was kind to me and did everything he could for me. He was always good. At last, I remembered when I saved him by telling the men we had smallpox on board. He was so thankful. He said I was the best friend Jim ever had in the world, and the only one he had now. Then I looked around and saw that paper. It was a difficult moment. I picked it up and held it in my hand. I was shaking because I had to decide forever between 2 things. I knew it. I thought for a minute, holding my breath. Then I said to myself, all right then, I'll go to hell. And I tore it up. They were terrible thoughts and terrible words, but I said them, and I let them stay said. I never thought about changing again. I pushed the whole thing out of my head. I said I would be bad again, which was what I was used to. The other way was not for me. To start, I would try to steal Jim out of slavery again. If I could think of anything worse, I would do that too. Because since I was going to be bad, I might as well be completely bad. Then I started thinking about how to do it. I thought of many ways. At last, I made a plan that I liked. So then I found a woody island down the river. As soon as it was dark, I took my raft and went to it. I hid it there and then slept. I slept all night and woke up before it was light. I had breakfast. I put on my good clothes. I tied up some other clothes and things in a bundle. I took the canoe and went to shore. I landed below where I thought Phelps's place was. I hid my bundle in the woods. Then I filled the canoe with water and put rocks in it. I sank it where I could find it again when I wanted it, about 1/4 mile below a small sawmill on the bank. Then I went up the road. When I passed the mill, I saw a sign on it, Phelps's sawmill. When I came to the farmhouses, 200 or 300 yards further, I looked carefully, but I didn't see anyone around, even though it was bright daylight now. But I didn't mind because I didn't want to see anyone yet. I only wanted to see the area. According to my plan, I was going to appear there from the village, not from below. So I just looked and went straight to town. The very first man I saw when I got there was the Duke. He was putting up a sign for the Royal Nonsuch, A three-night show, like the other time. Those bad men were so bold. I was right on him before I could get away. He looked surprised and said, "Hello, where did you come from?" Then he said, kind of happy and eager, "Where's the raft? Is it in a good place?" I said, "Why, that's what I was going to ask you." Then he didn't look so happy and said, "Why did you want to ask me?" He said, "Well," I said, "when I saw the king in that bar yesterday, I said to myself, we can't get him home for hours until he is sober." So I walked around town to pass the time and wait. A man offered me 10 cents to help him pull a small boat across the river and back to get a sheep. So I went along. But when we were pulling the sheep to the boat, and the man left me holding the rope and went behind the sheep to push it, it was too strong for me. It pulled free and ran, and we chased it. We didn't have a dog, so we had to chase it all over the country until it was tired. We didn't catch it until dark. Then we brought it over, and I started for the raft. When I got there and saw it was gone, I said to myself, they got into trouble and had to leave, and they took my slave, who is the only slave I have in the world, and now I am in a strange country, and I have no property anymore, nothing, and no way to make my living. So I sat down and cried. I slept in the woods all night, but what happened to the raft then? And Jim, poor Jim. I don't know what happened to the raft. Thought old fool made a deal and got $40, and when we found him in the bar, the people there had played games with him and took all his money except what he spent on whiskey. And when I got him home late last night and found the raft gone, we said, that little bad boy stole our raft and left us and ran off down the river. I wouldn't leave my slave, would I? The only slave I had in the world and the only property. We never thought of that. In fact, I guess we started to think of him as our slave. Yes, we did think so. We had enough trouble because of him. So when we saw the raft was gone and we were broke, there was nothing to do but try the royal nonsuch trick again. And I've been walking ever since, completely broke. Where is that 10 cents? Give it here. I had a lot of money, so I gave him 10 cents. But I asked him to spend it on food and give me some, because it was all the money I had, and I hadn't eaten since yesterday. He said nothing. The next moment he turned to me and said, "Do you think that slave would tell on us? We would hurt him if he did that." "How can he tell? Didn't he run away?" "No, that old fool sold him and never shared the money with me, and the money is gone." "Sold him?" I said, and started to cry. "Why, he was my slave, and that was my money. Where is he? I want my slave." "Well, you can't get your slave, that's all, so stop crying. Look here, do you think you would dare to tell on us? I don't think I would trust you. Why, if you were to tell on us—" He stopped, but I had never seen the Duke look so angry before. I kept crying and said, "I don't want to tell on anyone, and I don't have time to tell anyway. I have to go and find my slave." He looked a little confused and stood there with his signs flapping on his arm, thinking and wrinkling his forehead. At last he said, "I'll tell you something. We have to be here for 3 days. If you promise you won't tell and won't let the slave tell, I'll tell you where to find him." So I promised, and he said, "A farmer named Silas Peach." And then he stopped. You see, he started to tell me the truth, but when he stopped like that and started to think again, I figured he was changing his mind. And he was. He wouldn't trust me. He wanted to make sure I was gone for all 3 days. So pretty soon he said, "The man who bought him is named Abram Foster, Abram G. Foster, and he lives 40 miles back here in the country, on the road to Lafayette." "All right," I said. "I can walk it in 3 days." and I'll start this very afternoon." "No, you won't. You'll start now, and don't waste any time, and don't talk too much along the way. Just keep quiet and move along, and then you won't get into trouble with us, do you hear?" That was the order I wanted, and that was the one I planned for. I wanted to be free to carry out my plans. "So leave," he said, "and you can tell Mr. Foster whatever you want to. Maybe you can make him believe that Jim is your slave. Some foolish people don't need papers. At least I've heard there are such people down south here, and when you tell him the sign and the reward are fake, maybe he'll believe you when you explain to him what the idea was for getting them out. Go now and tell him anything you want to, but be careful not to talk between here and there." So I left and went to the back country. I didn't look around, but I felt like he was watching me. But I knew I could outrun him. I went straight out into the country about a mile before I stopped. Then I went back through the woods towards Phelps. I thought I should start my plan right away, without wasting time, because I wanted to stop Jim from talking until these men could get away. I didn't want any trouble with them. I had seen enough of them and wanted to be completely rid of them. Chapter 32. Still and Sunday like, mistaken identity, up a stump, in a dilemma. It was a very quiet and sunny day when I got there. It felt like Sunday. The workers were in the fields. I heard bugs and flies making soft sounds. It made me feel alone, like everyone was gone. If a little wind blew and moved the leaves, it made me sad. It felt like spirits were talking, spirits who died a long time ago. I always thought they were talking about me. It made me wish I was dead too. The Phelps place was a small cotton farm. All these farms looked the same. There was a wooden fence around a 2-acre yard. There was a small set of steps made of logs to get over the fence. Women used these steps to get on a horse. There was some weak grass in the big yard, but most of it was just dirt, like an old hat. There was a big house for the white people, made of logs with mud in the cracks. The mud was painted white. There was a round kitchen made of logs, with a covered path connecting it to the house. Behind the kitchen was a smokehouse made of logs. There were 3 small log cabins for the black people in a row next to the smokehouse. One small hut was by itself near the back fence. There were other small buildings too. Near the small hut was a place to make soap with a big pot. By the kitchen door there was a bench with a bucket of water and a cup. A dog was sleeping there in the sun. More dogs were sleeping nearby. There were about 3 trees in a corner for shade. Some currant and gooseberry bushes were by the fence. Outside the fence there was a garden and a watermelon patch. Then the cotton fields started, and after the fields, the woods. I walked around and climbed over the back steps near the soap-making area. I started walking towards the kitchen. After a short walk, I heard the soft sound of a spinning wheel. It went up and down. Then I knew for sure I wished I was dead. It is the saddest sound in the world. I kept walking. I did not have a special plan. I just trusted that I would know what to say when the time came. I had seen before that I always knew what to say if I just waited. When I was halfway, first one dog and then another came towards me. I stopped and faced them and stayed still. They made a lot of noise. In a short time I was surrounded by about 15 dogs. They stood close to me, with their heads and noses up, barking and howling. More dogs were coming. I could see them jumping over fences and coming from everywhere. A black woman ran out of the kitchen with a rolling pin. She called out, "Go away, Tige. You, Spot. Go away, sir." She hit first one dog and then another, and they ran away howling. The rest followed. Then half of them came back, wagging their tails around me. They were being friendly. dogs are not bad anyway." Behind the woman came a little black girl and two little black boys. They only had shirts on. They held onto their mother's dress and looked at me from behind her. They were shy, like children often are. Then a white woman ran from the house. She was about 45 or 50 years old. She did not have a hat and held her spinning stick. Her little white children came behind her, acting like the other children. She was smiling so much she could hardly stand. She said, "It's you at last, isn't it?" I said, "Yes, ma'am," without thinking. She grabbed me and hugged me tightly. Then she held both my hands and shook them and shook them. Tears came to her eyes and ran down her face. She could not hug and shake enough. She kept saying, "You do not look as much like your mother as I thought you would. But I do not care about that. I am so glad to see you. Oh dear, it feels like I could eat you up. Children, it's your cousin Tom. Say hello to him." But they lowered their heads, put their fingers in their mouths, and hid behind her. So she continued, "Lies, hurry up and get him a hot breakfast right away. Or did you eat breakfast on the boat?" I said I had eaten on the boat. Then she started for the house, holding my hand, and the children followed. When we got there, she sat me down in a chair with a woven seat. She sat on a small low stool in front of me, holding both my hands. She said, "Now I can look at you well. Oh my, I have wanted to see you for many, many years, and now you are here. We have been waiting for you for a couple of days and more. What kept you? Did the boat get stuck?" "Yes, ma'am." Do not say yes, ma'am. Say Aunt Sally." "Where did she get stuck?" I did not really know what to say. I did not know if the boat would come up the river or down. But I often follow my feelings. My feelings told me she would come up from near Orleans. That did not help me much, though, because I did not know the names of the places where boats get stuck in that area. I saw I had to make up a place or forget the name of the place we got stuck. Then I had an idea. I said it was not getting stuck. That only delayed us a little. The engine broke. Oh my goodness, was anyone hurt? No, ma'am, it killed a black man. Well, that is good, because sometimes people do get hurt. 2 years ago at Christmas, your Uncle Silas was coming up from New Orleans on the old Lally Rook boat. Its engine broke and hurt a man. I think he died later. He was a Baptist. Your Uncle Silas knew a family in Baton Rouge who knew his family very well. Yes, I remember now. He did die. He got sick, and they had to cut off his leg. But it did not save him. Yes, he got very sick. He turned blue all over and died hoping to go to heaven. They say he was a terrible sight. Your uncle has gone to town every day to get you, and he left again, not more than an hour ago. He will be back any minute now. You must have met him on the road, did you not? An older man with a... No, I did not see anyone, Aunt Sally. The boat arrived at dawn. I left my bags on the boat dock and looked around the town and out in the country for a while. I did not want to get here too soon, so I came the back way. Who did you give the bags to? Nobody. Why, child, it will be stolen. Not where I hid it. I think it will not, I said. How did you get breakfast so early on the boat? It was a bit risky, but I said, the captain saw me standing around. He told me I should eat something before I got off the boat. So he took me to the officer's eating place on the boat, and I ate all I wanted. I was getting so worried I could not listen well. I kept thinking about the children. I wanted to talk to them alone and find out who I was, but I could not find a chance. Mrs. Phelps kept talking and talking. Soon she made me feel cold all down my back because she said, "But here we are talking like this, and you have not told me a word about Sis or any of them. Now I will stop talking a little and you start yours. Just tell me everything. Tell me all about every one of them, and how they are, and what they are doing, and what they told you to tell me, and every last thing you can think of. Well, I saw I was in trouble. I was really stuck. I had been lucky so far, but now I was completely stuck. I saw it was no use trying to go forward. I had to give up. So I said to myself, here is another time I have to risk telling the truth. I opened my mouth to start, but she grabbed me and quickly moved me behind the bed. She said, "Here he comes. Put your head down lower. There, that will do. You cannot be seen now. Do not let him know you are here. I will play a trick on him. Children, do not say a word." I saw I was in a difficult situation now, but it was no use to worry. There was nothing to do but stay still and try to be ready for what would happen. I only saw the old man for a moment when he came in. Then the bed hid him. Mrs. Phelps jumped to him and said, "Has he come?" "No," her husband said. "Oh my goodness," she said. "What in the world could have happened to him?" "I cannot imagine," the old man said, "and I must say it makes me very worried." "Worried?" she said. "I am going crazy. He must have come, and you missed him on the road. I know it is true. Something tells me so." "Why, Sally, I could not miss him on the road. You know that. But oh dear, dear, what will Sis say? He must have come. You must have missed him. Oh, do not upset me more than I already am. I do not know what to do about it. I am at my limit, and I will admit I am truly scared. But there is no hope that he has come, because he could not come, and I miss him. Sally, it is terrible, just terrible. Something has happened to the boat, for sure." "Why, Silas, look there, up the road. Is that not someone coming?" He quickly went to the window by the head of the bed. That gave Mrs. Phelps her chance. She quickly bent down at the foot of the bed and pulled me. I came out. When he turned back from the window, she was standing there smiling and glowing. I was standing next to her, quite quiet and sweating. The old man stared and said, "Why, who is that?" "Who do you think it is?" "I have no idea. Who is it?" "It's Tom Sawyer." Oh my! I almost fell through the floor, but there was no time to do anything else. The old man grabbed my hand and shook it and kept shaking. All the time, the woman danced around and laughed and cried. Then they both asked many questions about Sid and Mary and the rest of the family. But if they were happy, it was nothing compared to how I felt. It was like being born again. I was so glad to find out who I was. Well, they stayed with me for 2 hours. At last, my chin was so tired it could hardly move anymore. I had told them more about my family, I mean the Sawyer family, than ever happened to any 6 Sawyer families. And I explained all about how our engine broke at the mouth of White River, and it took us 3 days to fix it. Which was fine, and worked perfectly, because they did not know it would take 3 days to fix it. If I had called it something else, it would have been just as good. Now I was feeling quite good on one side, and quite uncomfortable on the other. Being Tom Sawyer was easy and comfortable. It stayed easy and comfortable until I heard a steamboat making noise down the river. Then I said to myself, what if Tom Sawyer comes on that boat? And what if he comes in here any minute and calls my name before I can tell him to be quiet? Well, I could not have that happen. It would not do at all. I must go up the road and wait for him. So I told the people I thought I would go to town and get my bags. The old man wanted to go with me, but I said no, I could drive the horse myself. I preferred he not worry about me. Chapter 33. A Slave Stealer. Southern Hospitality. A pretty long blessing. Tar and feathers. I rode to town in a wagon. Halfway there, I saw a wagon coming. It was Tom Sawyer. I stopped and waited for him. I said, "Stop." He stopped, and his mouth opened wide. He swallowed a few times, like his throat was dry. Then he said, "I never hurt you. You know that. Why do you come back to scare me?" I said, "I didn't come back. I was not gone." When he heard my voice, he felt a little better, but he was still not sure. He said, "Don't trick me, because I wouldn't trick you. Really, are you a ghost?" I said, "Really, I am not." "Well, that should be enough, of course, but I can't understand it. Were you never killed?" "No, I was never killed. I played a trick on them. Come here and touch me if you don't believe me." So he did. He was happy. He was so glad to see me again. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to know everything right away. He thought it was a big, secret adventure. But I said to wait. I told his driver to wait. We drove a little way, and I told him my problem. I asked him what we should do. He said to leave him alone for a minute. He thought and thought. Soon he said, "It's okay. I know. Take my bag in your wagon. Pretend it's yours. Go back slowly so you get to the house when you should. I will go towards town a bit, then start fresh. I'll get there a quarter or half an hour after you. Don't act like you know me at first." I said, "Okay, but wait a minute. There is one more thing. Nobody knows about it but me. There is a black man here. I am trying to help him escape from slavery. His name is Jim. He is old Miss Watson's Jim." He said, "What? Jim is—" He stopped and thought. I said, "I know what you will say. You will say it's a bad thing to do. But what if it is? I am bad, and I am going to help him escape. I want you to be quiet and not tell anyone. Will you?" His eyes brightened. He said, "I will help you steal him." I was very surprised. It was the most surprising thing I ever heard. I thought less of Tom Sawyer, but I couldn't believe it. Tom Sawyer helping a black person escape. "Oh no," I said. "You are joking." "I am not joking," he said. "Well then," I said, "joking or not, if you hear anything about a runaway black person, remember that you know nothing about him, and I know nothing about him." Then we took the bag and put it in my wagon. He drove one way, and I drove the other. But I forgot to drive slowly because I was happy and thinking, so I got home too fast. The old man was at the door. He said, "This is wonderful. Who would think that horse could do it? I wish we timed her. She didn't sweat at all. It's wonderful. I wouldn't sell that horse for $100 now. I wouldn't really. But before, I would have sold her for 15 and thought that was all she was worth." That's all he said. He was the kindest, best old man I ever saw. But it was not surprising. He was not just a farmer. He was a preacher too. He built a small log church for one horse behind the farm. He built it himself and paid for it. It was a church and a school. He never asked for money for his preaching, and it was good. There were many other farmer preachers like him in the South. They did the same. In about half an hour, Tom's wagon came to the front gate. Aunt Sally saw it through the window. It was only about 50 yards away. She said, "Someone has come. I wonder who it is. I think it's a stranger. Jimmy," that's one of the children, "run and tell Lise to put on another plate for dinner." Everyone ran to the front door. A stranger didn't come every year, so it was very interesting when one did. Tom was over the gate and walking to the house. The wagon was going fast towards the village. We were all at the front door. Tom had his good clothes on. He had an audience, and Tom Sawyer always liked that. In those times, it was easy for him to act with style. He didn't walk like a quiet sheep. No, he came calmly and importantly, like a strong ram. When he was in front of us, he lifted his hat politely, like it was a box with sleeping butterflies, and he didn't want to bother them. He said, "Mr. Archibald Nichols, I think." "No, my boy," said the old man. "I'm sorry to say your driver tricked you. Nichols' place is 3 miles further. Come in, come in." Tom looked back over his shoulder. He said, "Too late. He's gone." "Yes, he's gone, my son. You must come in and eat dinner with us. Then we will hitch up the horse and take you to Nichols's." "Oh, I can't make you so much trouble. I couldn't ask that. I will walk. I don't mind the distance." "But we won't let you walk. It wouldn't be Southern kindness to do that. Come right in." "Oh, please do," said Aunt Sally. "It's no trouble at all for us. Not at all. You must stay. It's a long, dusty 3 miles, and we can't let you walk. And besides, I already told them to put on another plate when I saw you coming, so you mustn't make us sad. Come right in and feel at home." So Tom thanked them very much. He let them persuade him and came in. When he was inside, he said he was a stranger from Hicksville, Ohio. His name was William Thompson. He bowed again. He talked on and on, making up things about Hicksville and everyone there. I was getting a little nervous. I wondered how this would help me. At last, still talking, he leaned over and kissed Aunt Sally on the mouth. Then he sat back in his chair, comfortable, and kept talking. But she jumped up and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. She said, "You rude young boy." He looked a little hurt. He said, "I am surprised at you, madam." "You are sarp. Why, what do you think I am? I have a good mind to. Say, what do you mean by kissing me?" He looked a little sad. He said, "I didn't mean anything, madam. I didn't mean any harm. I thought you would like it." "Why, you foolish boy." She picked up the spinning stick. It looked like she almost hit him with it. "What made you think I would like it?" "Well, I don't know. Only they told me you would. They told you I would. Whoever told you is another crazy person. I never heard of such a thing." "Who are they?" "Why, everyone. They all said so, madam." She could barely control herself. Her eyes looked angry, and her fingers moved like she wanted to scratch him. She said, "Who is everyone? Tell me their names, or there will be one less idiot." He got up and looked upset. He played with his hat. He said, "I'm sorry, and I didn't expect this. They told me to. They all told me to. They all said, 'Kiss her,' and said she would like it. They all said it, every one of them. But I'm sorry, madam, and I won't do it any more. I won't, truly." "You won't you? Well, I think you won't." "No, madam, I'm serious. I won't ever do it again until you ask me." "Until I ask you? Well, I never saw anything like it in my life. You will be a very old fool before I ever ask you, or someone like you." "Well," he said, "it surprises me so much, I can't understand it. They said you would, and I thought you would. But—" He stopped and looked around slowly. He wished he could find a friendly eye somewhere. He looked at the old man's eyes and said, "Didn't you think she would like me to kiss her, sir?" "Why, no, well, no, I believe I didn't." Then he looked at me in the same way. He said, "Tom, didn't you think Aunt Sally would open her arms and say, 'Sid Sawyer'?" "Oh, my goodness," she said, interrupting and jumping for him. "You rude young boy, to trick someone so—" She was going to hug him, but he stopped her. He said, "No, not until you have asked me first." So she didn't wait. She asked him. She hugged him and kissed him many times. Then she gave him to the old man, and he took what was left. After they were a little quiet again, she said, "Why, dear me, I never saw such a surprise. We were not looking for you at all, only Tom. My sister never wrote to me about anyone coming but him. It's because none of us were supposed to come but Tom," he said. "But I begged and begged. At the last minute she let me come too. So, coming down the river, Tom and I thought it would be a great surprise for him to come here to the house first, and for me to come later and pretend to be a stranger. But it was a mistake, Aunt Sally. This is not a safe place for a stranger to come." "No, not rude young people, Sid. You should have been hit. I haven't been so upset in a long time, but I don't care. I don't mind the words. I would take 1,000 such jokes to have you here. Well, to think of that act. I don't deny it. I was very surprised when you kissed me. We had dinner in the big open area between the house and the kitchen. There was enough food on the table for 7 families, and it was all hot. Not soft, tough meat that was in a cupboard in a wet basement all night and tasted bad. Uncle Silas said a long prayer over the food, but it was worth it. It didn't make the food cold, which often happens with such stops. We talked a lot all afternoon. Tom and I were always listening, but it was no use. They didn't say anything about a runaway black person. We were afraid to try to bring it up. But at supper at night, one of the small boys said, "Dad, can Tom and Sid and I go to the show?" "No," said the old man. "I think there won't be any show, and you couldn't go if there was. The runaway black person told Burton and me all about that bad show, and Burton said he would tell the people. So I think they have made those rude performers leave town by now. So there it was, but I couldn't help it. Tom and I were to sleep in the same room and bed. So, being tired, we said good night and went to bed right after supper. We climbed out of the window and down the lightning rod. We hurried to town. I didn't believe anyone would tell the king and the duke. So if I didn't hurry and tell them, they would be in trouble for sure. On the road, Tom told me how people thought I was killed. He told me how my father disappeared soon after and didn't come back. He told me about the big excitement when Jim ran away. I told Tom all about our fake kings and dukes. I told him as much about our raft trip as I had time for. As we went into town and through the middle of it, it was about 8:30 at night, a crowd of people came with torches. They were yelling and making noise with tin pans and horns. We jumped to one side to let them pass. As they went by, I saw they had the king and the duke on a rail. I knew it was the king and the duke, even though they were covered in tar and feathers. They didn't look human. They just looked like 2 very big soldier plumes. It made me sick to see it. I felt sorry for those poor, sad men. It seemed like I could never feel angry at them again. It was a terrible thing to see. People can be very cruel to each other. We saw we were too late. We couldn't do anything good. We asked some people who were walking slowly. They said everyone went to the show looking very innocent. They stayed quiet until the poor old king was in the middle of his dancing on the stage. Then someone gave a signal, and the people stood up and went for them. So we walked slowly back home. I was not feeling as brave as before. I felt a little bad and humble and somehow to blame, even though I hadn't done anything. But that's how it always is. It doesn't matter if you do right or wrong. A person's thoughts don't make sense, and they just bother him anyway. If I had a yellow dog that didn't know more than a person's thoughts, I would poison him. It takes up more space than all the rest of a person's insides, and it's no good anyway. Tom Sawyer says the same thing. Chapter 36. The Lightning Rod, His Level Best, a Bequest to Posterity, a High Figure. That night, when we thought everyone was asleep, we went down the lightning rod. We went into the small room and took out our glowing foxfire. We started to work. We moved everything away, about 4 or 5 feet along the middle of the bottom log. Tom said we were behind Jim's bed. We would dig under it. When we finished, no one in the room would know there was a hole. Jim's blanket went almost to the floor. You would have to lift it up to see the hole. So we dug and dug with small knives until almost midnight. We were very tired and our hands hurt, but you could not see much work. Finally, I said, "This is not a 37-year job. This is a 38-year job, Tom Sawyer." He did not say anything, but he sighed. Soon, he stopped digging. I knew he was thinking for a while. Then he said, "It's no good, Huck. It will not work. If we were prisoners, it would. Then we would have many years and no hurry. We would only dig for a few minutes each day when the guards changed. Our hands would not hurt. We could keep doing it year after year and do it right. But we cannot go slowly. We must hurry. We have no time. If we dig like this one more night, we would have to stop for a week. Our hands would need to get better. We could not touch a knife sooner." "So, what will we do, Tom?" "I will tell you. It is not right and it is not good. I would not want people to know. But there is only one way. We must dig him out with picks. We will pretend they are small knives." "Now you are talking," I said. "Your ideas are getting better, Tom Sawyer," I said. "Picks are good, right or not right. For me, I do not care about what is right. When I try to take a person, or a watermelon, or a book from Sunday school, I do not care how it is done. I just want my person, or my watermelon, or my Sunday school book. If a pick is the easiest thing, I will use it. I do not care what the police think." "Well," he said, "using picks and pretending is okay in this case. If it was not, I would not agree. I would not watch and let the rules break, because right is right and wrong is wrong. A person should not do wrong when he knows better. You can dig Jim out with a pick without pretending because you do not know better. But I cannot because I do know better. Give me a small knife." He had his own knife, but I gave him mine. He threw it down and said, "Give me a small knife." I did not know what to do, but then I thought. I looked around among the old tools. I found a pickaxe and gave it to him. He took it and started to work. He did not say a word. He was always very particular, full of rules, so then I got a shovel. We dug and shoveled, one after the other. We worked hard. We did it for about 30 minutes. That was as long as we could stand up, but we had a good big hole to show for it. When I went upstairs, I looked out the window. I saw Tom trying hard with the lightning rod, but he could not do it. His hands hurt so much. At last he said, "It's no good. It cannot be done. What do you think I should do? Can you think of a way?" "Yes," I said, "but I do not think it is the usual way. Come up the stairs and pretend it's a lightning rod." So he did it. The next day, Tom stole a metal spoon and a brass candle holder from the house. He wanted to make pens for Jim from them. He also stole 6 candles made of animal fat. I stayed around the small houses where the black people lived. I waited for a chance and stole 3 metal plates. Tom said it was not enough, but I said no one would see the plates Jim threw out. They would fall into the weeds under the window hole. Then we could take them back, and he could use them again. So Tom was happy. Then he said, "Now, the thing to think about is how to get the things to Jim." "Take them in through the hole," I said, "when we finish it." He just looked at me as if he thought I was stupid. He said something about no one ever hearing of such a silly idea. Then he started thinking. After a while, he said he had figured out 2 or 3 ways, but there was no need to choose one yet. He said we had to tell Jim first. That night, we went down the lightning rod a little after 10. We took one of the candles. We listened under the window hole and heard Jim snoring. So we threw the candle in, and it did not wake him. Then we started with the pick and shovel. In about 2.5 hours, the job was done. We crept in under Jim's bed and into the room. We felt around and found the candle and lit it. We stood over Jim for a while. He looked strong and healthy. Then we woke him up gently. He was so happy to see us that he almost cried. He called us sweet names. He wanted us to find a tool to cut the chain off his leg right away. He wanted to leave without losing any time. But Tom showed him how unusual that would be. He sat down and told him all about our plans. He told him how we could change them quickly if there was danger, and not to be afraid at all, because we would make sure he got away. So Jim said it was okay. We sat there and talked about old times for a while. Then Tom asked many questions. Jim told him that Uncle Silas came in every day or 2 to pray with him, and Aunt Sally came in to see if he was comfortable and had enough to eat. Both of them were very kind. Tom said, "Now I know how to do it. We will send you some things through them." I said, "Do not do that. It is one of the most foolish ideas I have ever heard." But he did not listen to me. He just kept going. That was his way when he had his plans ready. So he told Jim how we would have to secretly give him the rope ladder pie and other big things through Nat, the black man who fed him. Jim must be careful and not be surprised. He must not let Nat see him open them. We would put small things in Uncle's coat pockets, and Jim must take them out. We would tie things to Aunt's apron strings or put them in her apron pocket if we had a chance. He told him what they would be and what they were for. He told him how to write a journal on his shirt with his blood and all that. He told him everything. Jim did not understand most of it, but he said we were white people and knew more than him. So he was happy and said he would do everything just as Tom said. Jim had many corncob pipes and tobacco, so we had a very good, friendly time. Then we crawled out through the hole and went home to bed. Our hands looked like they had been chewed. Tom was very happy. He said it was the best fun he ever had in his life. He said it was the smartest fun. He said if he could find a way, we would keep doing it for the rest of our lives. We would leave Jim for our children to help escape. He thought Jim would like it more and more as he got used to it. He said that this way it could last for 80 years, and it would be the best time ever. He said it would make all of us famous who helped. In the morning, we went to the woodpile. We cut the brass candle holder into small pieces. Tom put them and the metal spoon in his pocket. Then we went to the small houses where the black people lived. While I distracted Nat, Tom put a piece of the candle holder in the middle of a corn cake that was in Jim's pan. We went with Nat to see if it would work, and it worked perfectly. When Jim bit into it, it almost broke all his teeth. Nothing could have worked better. Tom said so himself. Jim did not let on, but he thought it was just a piece of rock or something that sometimes gets into bread, you know. But after that, he always poked his fork into his food 3 or 4 times before biting. And while we were standing there in the dim light, 2 of the dogs came out from under Jim's bed. More and more dogs kept coming until there were 11 of them. There was hardly any room to breathe. Oh no, we forgot to close that small room door. The black man Nat just yelled, "Witches," once. Then he fell onto the floor among the dogs. He started to groan as if he was dying. Tom quickly opened the door and threw out a piece of Jim's meat. The dogs went for it. In 2 seconds, he was out and back again. He shut the door. I knew he had closed the other door too. Then he went to work on the black man. He talked to him gently and petted him. He asked him if he had imagined seeing something again. He got up and blinked his eyes. He said, "Master Sid, you will say I am foolish. But if I did not believe I saw almost 1,000,000 dogs or devils or something, I wish I would die right here. I did for sure. Master Sid, I felt them. I felt them, sir. They were all over me. Oh no, I just wish I could get my hands on one of those witches just one time, only just one time. That's all I would ask. But mostly I wish they would leave me alone, I do." Tom said, "Well, I will tell you what I think. Why do they come here just when this runaway black man is having breakfast? It is because they are hungry. That is the reason. You make them a witch pie. That is what you should do." "But oh my, Master Sid, how will I make them a witch pie? I do not know how to make it. I have never heard of such a thing before." "Well then, I will have to make it myself." "Will you do it, dear?" "Will you? I will clean the ground under your feet, I will." "All right, I will do it since it is you, and you have been good to us and showed us the runaway black man. But you have to be very careful. When we come, you turn your back, and then whatever we have put in the pan, do not let on you see it at all, and do not look when Jim empties the pan. Something might happen, I do not know what. And most importantly, do not touch the witch things." "Touch them, Master Sid? What are you talking about? I would not put my finger on them, not for $100,000 billion. I would not." Chapter 37. The Last Shirt. Mooning around. Sailing orders. The witch pie. We fixed everything. Then we went to the backyard. There was old boots, rags, broken bottles, and old metal things. We looked and found an old metal washpan. We fixed the holes in it to bake a pie. We went to the cellar and took some flour. We wanted to make breakfast. We found 2 small nails. Tom said a prisoner could use them to write on the wall. We put 1 nail in Aunt Sally's apron. It was on a chair. We put the other nail in Uncle Silas's hat. It was on a shelf. We heard the children say their mother and father would visit the runaway's house. Then we went to eat breakfast. Tom put a metal spoon in Uncle Silas's coat pocket. Aunt Sally was not there yet, so we waited a little. When she came, she was angry. She was red in the face. She could not wait to eat. She poured coffee with one hand. With the other hand, she hit a child's head with her sewing tool. She said, "I looked everywhere. I do not know where your other shirt is." My heart felt bad. A piece of bread went down my throat. I coughed. The bread flew across the table. It hit one child in the eye. The child cried loudly. Tom looked a little sick. For a short time, things were very crazy. I would have run away if I could, but then we were okay. It was a surprise that made us feel bad. Uncle Silas said, "This is very strange. I do not understand. I know I took it off because you only have 1 shirt on." Listen to him. "I know you took it off. I know it better than your memory. It was on the clothesline yesterday. I saw it, but it is gone. That is the truth. You will have to wear a red shirt until I can make a new one. This is the 3rd shirt I have made in 2 years. It is hard to keep you in shirts. I do not know what you do with them. You should learn to take care of them at your age. I know, Sally, and I try my best, but it is not all my fault. I do not see them or use them unless I wear them. I do not think I have lost one when I wore it. Well, it is not your fault if you have not, Silas. I think you would have if you could. And the shirt is not the only thing gone. A spoon is gone. That is not all. There were 10, and now there are 9. The calf took the shirt, I think, but the calf did not take the spoon. That is for sure. What else is gone, Sally? 6 candles are gone. The rats could have taken the candles, and I think they did. I wonder why they do not take the whole house. You always say you will close their holes, but you do not. If they were not foolish, they would sleep in your hair, Silas. You would never know. But you cannot blame the rats for the spoon. I know that. Well, Sally, it is my fault. I admit it. I have been careless, but I will close those holes tomorrow. Oh, do not hurry. Next year is fine. Matilda Angelina Araminta Phelps. The sewing tool hit, and the child quickly took her hands out of the sugar bowl. Just then, the black woman came into the room. She said, "Madam, a sheet is gone." "A sheet gone? Oh, no. I will close those holes today," Uncle Silas said, looking sad. "Oh, be quiet. Do you think the rats took the sheet? Where is it lies?" "I do not know, Miss Sally. It was on the clothesline yesterday, but it is gone now. I think the world is ending. I have never seen anything like this. A shirt and a sheet and a spoon and 6 can—" "Madam," a young black girl said, "a metal candle holder is missing." "Go away from here, girl, or I will hit you with a pan." She was very angry. I started to look for a chance to leave. I thought I would go to the woods until she calmed down. She kept being angry. Everyone else was quiet. At last, Uncle Silas looked foolish. He took the spoon out of his pocket. She stopped, with her mouth open and her hands up. As for me, I wished I was far away, but not for long, because she said, "It is just as I thought. So you had it in your pocket all this time. And maybe you have the other things there too. How did it get there?" "I really do not know, Sally," he said, trying to say sorry. "Or you know I would tell you. I was reading my Bible before breakfast. I think I put it in there without knowing. I wanted to put my Bible in there, and it must be true, because my Bible is not in my pocket. But I will go and see. If the Bible is where I left it, I will know I did not put it in. That will show that I put the Bible down and picked up the spoon and— Oh, for goodness sake, give me a break. Go now, all of you, and do not come near me again until I am calm." I would have heard her even if she had spoken to herself. I would have listened to her even if I was dead. As we walked through the living room, the old man picked up his hat. The small nail fell out onto the floor. He just picked it up and put it on the shelf above the fireplace. He said nothing and left. Tom saw him do it. He remembered about the spoon. He said, "Well, it is no use to send things with him any more. He is not good at remembering." But he helped us with the spoon without knowing it. So we will do him a favor without him knowing it. We will close his rat holes. There were many holes in the cellar. It took us an hour, but we did a good job. Then we heard steps on the stairs. We put out our light and hid. Here came the old man. He had a candle in one hand and some things in the other. He looked like he was thinking about other things. He walked around to all the rat holes. Then he stood for about 5 minutes, taking wax off his candle and thinking. Then he slowly turned to the stairs, saying, "Well, I really cannot remember when I did it. I could show her now that I was not to blame for the rats, but never mind, let it go. I think it would not do any good." And so he mumbled upstairs, and then we left. He was a very nice old man, and he always is. Tom was bothered about what to do for a spoon, but he said we had to have it, so he thought. When he figured it out, he told me how to do it. Then we waited near the spoon basket until we saw Aunt Sally coming. Then Tom started counting the spoons and putting them to one side. I put one spoon up my sleeve. Tom said, "Why, Aunt Sally, there are only 9 spoons still." She said, "Go play and do not bother me. I know better. I counted them myself." "Well, I have counted them twice, Auntie, and I can only find 9. She looked very impatient, but of course she came to count. Anyone would. "I declare to goodness there are only 9, she said. "Why, what in the world? Oh, bother the things, I will count them again." So I put the spoon I had back. When she finished counting, she said, "Oh, these difficult things, there are 10 now." She looked angry and bothered. But Tom said, "Why, Auntie, I do not think there are 10. "You foolish person, did you not see me count them?" "I know, but—" "Well, I will count them again." So I took one, and there were 9 like the other time. Well, she was very angry. She was shaking all over, but she counted and counted until she was so confused. Sometimes she would start counting in the basket for a spoon. So 3 times they were right, and 3 times they were wrong. Then she grabbed the basket and threw it across the house. It hit the cat, and she told us to leave her alone. She said if we bothered her again before dinner, she would hurt us. So we had the extra spoon. We put it in her apron pocket while she was telling us what to do, and Jim got it, along with her small nail, before noon. We were very happy with this. Tom said it was worth twice the trouble. He said now she could never count those spoons correctly twice again, and she would not believe she counted them right if she did. And he said that after she counted her head off for the next 3 days, he thought she would give up and want to hurt anyone who asked her to count them anymore. So we put the sheet back on the line that night. And we took one from her closet. We kept putting it back and taking it again for 2 days. Soon she did not know how many sheets she had, and she did not care. She was not going to worry about it anymore. She would not count them again, not to save her life. She would rather die first. So we were fine now about the shirt and the sheet and the spoon and the candles. This was thanks to the calf and the rats and the confused counting. And about the candle holder, it was not important. It would be forgotten soon. But that pie was a big job. We had a lot of trouble with that pie. We made it in the woods and cooked it there. We finished it at last. It was very good too, but not all in one day. We had to use 3 washpans full of flour, and we got burned in many places. Our eyes hurt from the smoke. This was because we only wanted the outside crust. We could not make it stand up. It always fell apart. But of course we thought of the right way at last. We cooked the ladder too, in the pie. So then we stayed with Jim the second night. We tore the sheet into small pieces and twisted them together. Long before morning, we had a nice rope that you could use to hang a person. We pretended it took 9 months to make it, and in the morning we took it to the woods. But it would not go into the pie. It was made from a whole sheet, so there was enough rope for 40 pies if we wanted them, and plenty left over for soup or sausage or anything you like. We could have had a whole dinner, but we did not need it. All we needed was enough for the pie, so we threw the rest away. We did not cook any of the pies in the washpan. We were afraid the metal would melt, but Uncle Silas had a good metal warming pan. He liked it a lot. It belonged to one of his old family members. It had a long wooden handle. It came from England a long time ago. It was hidden in the attic with other old pots and things that were special. not because they were worth money, because they were not, but because they were old family things. We took it out secretly. We took it to the woods, but it did not work for the first pies because we did not know how. But it worked well for the last one. We put dough inside it. We put it in the hot coals. We put the rope inside. We put a dough top on it. We closed the lid. We put hot coals on top. We stood 5 feet away with the long handle, feeling cool and comfortable. In 15 minutes, it made a pie that looked good, but the person who ate it would need many toothpicks. That rope ladder would make them sick. It would give them a stomach ache until next time. Nat did not look when we put the special pie in Jim's pan, and we put the 3 metal plates at the bottom of the pan under the food, so Jim got everything. As soon as he was alone, he broke open the pie. He hid the rope ladder inside his bed. He made some marks on a metal plate and threw it out of the window, out of the window, out of the window. Chapter 38. The Coat of Arms. A skilled superintendent. Unpleasant glory. A tearful subject. Making the pens was a very hard job. The saw was also hard to make. Jim thought writing on the wall would be the hardest. Prisoners have to write on the wall. Tom said Jim must do it. All prisoners write something and make a coat of arms. Tom said, "Look at Lady Jane Grey. Look at Guilford Dudley. Look at old Northumberland. Huck, what if it is hard? What will you do? How will you avoid it?" Jim must make his writing and coat of arms. They all do. Jim said, "Tom, I do not have a coat of arms. I only have this old shirt. I need to keep the journal on that." Tom said, "Oh, you do not understand, Jim. A coat of arms is very different." I said, "Jim is right. He does not have a coat of arms." Tom said, "I know that, but he will have one before he leaves. He will leave correctly. There will be no mistakes." So Jim and I worked on the pens. Jim made his from brass. I made mine from a spoon. Tom thought about the coat of arms. After a while he said he had many good ideas. He picked one. He said, "On the shield we will have a gold line in the bottom right, a cross in the middle, a dog lying down, under the dog's foot, a chain for slavery, a green triangle at the top, 3 lines on a blue background. The points will be jagged. The crest will be a runaway black man, black, with his bag over his shoulder. You and I will be the supporters in red. The motto is Maggiore fretta, minore atto. I got it from a book. It means the more haste, the less speed." "Wow," I said, "but what does the rest mean?" He said, "We do not have time for that. We need to work fast." "Well," I said, "what are some of them? What is a fess?" "A fess is—" "You do not need to know what a fess is. I will show him when he needs to make it." "Tom," I said, "I think you could tell me, what is a bar sinister?" "Oh, I do not know, but he must have it. All noble people do." That was how he was. If he did not want to explain something, he would not. You could ask him for a week, and it would not change. He finished the coat of arms. Now he planned a sad message. He said Jim needed one, like all prisoners. He wrote many messages on paper and read them. 1. Here a sad heart broke. 2. Here a poor prisoner, alone, ended his sad life. 3. Here a lonely heart broke, and a tired spirit rested after 37 years alone. 4. Here, alone and without friends, after 37 years of hard time, a noble stranger died. He was the natural son of Louis XIV. Tom's voice shook when he read them. He almost cried. When he finished, he could not decide which one Jim should write on the wall, They were all so good. But finally, he said Jim would write all of them. Jim said it would take a year to write so much on the logs with a nail. He also did not know how to make letters, but Tom said he would draw them for him. Then Jim only had to follow the lines. Then Tom said, "The logs will not work. Dungeons do not have log walls. We need to carve the writing into a rock. We will get a rock." Jim said the rock was worse than the logs. He said it would take too long to carve into a rock. He would never leave. But Tom said I would help him. Then he looked at our pens. It was very hard and slow work. My hands did not get better. We were not making much progress. So Tom said, "I know how to fix it. We need a rock for the coat of arms and sad messages. We can do two things with one rock. There is a big grindstone at the mill. We will take it. We can carve the things on it. We can also file the pens and the saw on it." It was a good idea. It was a big grindstone. We decided to try. It was not midnight yet. We went to the mill, leaving Jim to work. We took the grindstone. We tried to roll it home. It was very hard. Sometimes we could not stop it from falling. It almost crushed us every time. Tom said it would get one of us for sure. We got it halfway. Then we were very tired and sweaty. We saw it was no use. We had to get Jim, so he lifted his bed and took the chain off the bed leg. He wrapped it around his neck. We crawled out through our hole and went there. Jim and I pushed the grindstone easily. Tom watched us. He was the best at watching. He knew everything. Our hole was big, but not big enough for the grindstone. Jim took the pick and made it big enough. Then Tom drew the things on it with a nail. Jim worked on them with the nail as a chisel and an iron bolt as a hammer. Tom told him to work until his candle ran out. Then he could go to bed and hide the grindstone under his straw bed. Then we helped him put his chain back on the bed leg. We were ready for bed, but Tom thought of something and said, "Do you have any spiders here, Jim?" "No, sir. Thankfully I do not, Tom." "All right, we will get you some." "But, dear, I do not want any. I am afraid of them. I would rather have rattlesnakes." Tom thought for a minute and said, "That is a good idea, and I think it has been done. It must have been done. It makes sense. Yes, it is a very good idea. Where could you keep it?" "Keep what, Tom?" "A rattlesnake." "Oh my goodness, Tom, if a rattlesnake came in here, I would break right through that log wall with my head." "Jim, you would not be afraid after a little while. You could tame it." "Tame it?" "Yes, it is easy. Every animal is thankful for kindness. They would not think of hurting a person who is kind to them. Any book will tell you that. Just try for 2 or 3 days. In a short time, it will love you. It will sleep with you. It will not leave you for a minute. It will let you wrap it around your neck and put its head in your mouth." "Please, Tom, do not talk like that. I cannot stand it. It would let me put its head in my mouth for a favor, right? I bet it would wait a very long time before I asked it. And more than that, I do not want it to sleep with me." "Jim, do not be silly. A prisoner must have a pet. If a rattlesnake has never been tried, then you will get more fame for being the first to try it than anything else you can think of." "Tom, I do not want that kind of fame. If a snake bites Jim's chin off, then where is the fame? No, sir, I do not want that. Come on, can't you try? I only want you to try. You do not have to keep it if it does not work. But the trouble is already done if the snake bites me while I am trying. Tom, I will do almost anything that is not unreasonable. But if you and Huck bring a rattlesnake in here for me to tame, I will leave. That is for sure." "Well then, let it go. if you are so stubborn about it. We can get you some garter snakes. You can tie buttons on their tails, then they will look like rattlesnakes. I guess that will have to do. I can stand those, Tom, but I wish I did not have to. I never knew it was so much trouble to be a prisoner. Well, it always is when it is done right. Do you have any rats here? No, sir. I have not seen any. Well, we will get you some rats. Tom, I do not want any rats. They are the most annoying animals. They make noise and walk over you and bite your feet when you are trying to sleep. No, sir. Give me garter snakes if I must have them. But do not give me rats. I hardly have any use for them. But, Jim, you must have them. All prisoners do. So do not fuss about it anymore. Prisoners always have rats. There is no case without them. And they train them and pet them and teach them tricks. They become as friendly as flies. But you have to play music for them. Do you have anything to play music on? I only have a comb and a piece of paper and a Jew's harp. But I do not think they would like a Jew's harp. Yes, they would. They do not care what kind of music it is. A Jew's harp is good enough for a rat. All animals like music. In prison they love it, especially sad music. You cannot get any other kind from a Jew's harp. It always interests them. They come out to see what is wrong with you. Yes, you are fine. You are set up very well. You should sit on your bed at night before you sleep, and in the early mornings, and play your Jew's harp. Play "The Last Link is Broken." That will get a rat quicker than anything else. After 2 minutes, you will see all the rats and snakes and spiders and other things start to worry about you and come. They will swarm over you and have a great time. Yes, they will, Tom, but what kind of time is Jim having? I do not see the point, but I will do it if I have to. I guess I better keep the animals happy and not have any trouble. Tom waited to think. Then he said, "Oh, I forgot one thing. Do you think you could grow a flower here?" "I do not know, Tom, but it is very dark in here, and I do not need a flower anyway. It would be a lot of trouble." "Well, try it anyway. Some other prisoners have done it." "One of those big tall weeds would grow in here, Tom, I guess, but it would not be worth half the trouble it would cost." "Do not believe it. We will get you a small one. You plant it in the corner over there and grow it. And do not call it a weed. Call it pitchiola. That is its real name when it is in prison. And you should water it with your tears." "Why, I have plenty of spring water, Tom." "You do not want spring water. You want to water it with your tears. That is how they always do it. Tom, I bet I can grow one of those weeds twice as fast with spring water while another man is starting one with tears." "That is not the idea. You must do it with tears." "It will die in my hands, Tom. It surely will, because I hardly ever cry." So Tom was stuck, but he thought about it. Then he said Jim would have to try his best with an onion. He promised he would go to the cabins and put one in Jim's coffee pot in the morning, secretly. Jim said he would just as soon have tobacco in his coffee. He complained so much about it, and about the work of growing the weed, and playing music for the rats, and being kind to the snakes and spiders. This was on top of all the other work he had to do on pens and writing and journals. It made being a prisoner more trouble and worry than anything he had ever done. Tom almost lost his patience with him. He said Jim had more chances to become famous than any prisoner in the world, but he did not appreciate them. They were wasted on him, so Jim was sorry. He said he would not behave like that anymore. Then Tom and I went to bed. Chapter 39. Rats, Lively Bedfellows, the Straw Dummy. In the morning we went to the village. We bought a rat trap made of wire. We brought it back. We opened a rat hole. In about an hour, we had 15 big rats. We put the trap in a safe place under Aunt Sally's bed. While we were getting spiders, a small boy named Thomas Franklin Benjamin Jefferson Alexander Phelps found the trap. He opened the door to see if the rats would come out. They did. Aunt Sally came in. When we came back, she was standing on her bed, very angry. The rats were running around. Aunt Sally hit us with a stick. It took us 2 hours to catch 15 or 16 more rats. These rats were not as good as the first ones. The first rats were the best. We got many spiders, bugs, frogs, and caterpillars. We almost got a hornet's nest, but we did not. The hornets were at home. We stayed there for a long time. We thought they would get tired, or we would. They made us tired. Then we put some medicine on our bodies. We felt better, but we could not sit easily. So we went to find snakes. We caught about 24 garter snakes and house snakes. We put them in a bag in our room. It was supper time then. We were very hungry, but when we went back, the snakes were gone. We did not tie the bag well, but it was okay. The snakes were still somewhere near the house. We knew we could get some again. There were many snakes around the house for a long time. You would see them falling from the ceiling. They often landed on our plates or on our necks. Aunt Sally did not like snakes. She hated them. If a snake fell on her, she would stop what she was doing and run away. She would shout very loudly. She would not touch a snake, even with tongs. If she found a snake in her bed, she would jump out and scream as if the house was on fire. This bothered the old man. He said he wished snakes were never made. Even a week after all the snakes were gone, Aunt Sally was still scared. If you touched her neck with a feather, she would jump. It was strange, but Tom said all women are like that. He said they were made that way. We got hit every time one of our snakes bothered her. She said these hits were nothing compared to what she would do if we brought more snakes. I did not care about the hits, but I did not like having to catch more snakes. But we got them, and other things too. Jim's room was very lively when the animals came out for music. Jim did not like spiders, and spiders did not like Jim. They would try to bother him. Jim said there was no room in his bed because of the rats, snakes, and a grindstone. He said he could not sleep because it was so lively. He said they never all slept at once. When the snakes slept, the rats were awake. When the rats slept, the snakes were awake. So one group was always under him, and another group was on top of him. If he got up to find a new place, the spiders would try to get him. He said if he got out this time, he would never be a prisoner again, not for money. After 3 weeks, everything was good. The shirt was sent early, inside a pie. Every time a rat bit Jim, he would write in his journal while the ink was fresh. The pens were made, the words were carved on the grindstone, the bed leg was cut in half. We ate the sawdust, and it gave us a very bad stomachache. We thought we would die, but we did not. It was the hardest sawdust to digest. Tom said the same. We had finished all the work. We were all tired, especially Jim. The old man had written to a plantation below Orleans to get their runaway worker, but he got no answer. There was no such plantation. So he said he would put an advertisement for Jim in the St. Louis and New Orleans newspapers. When he said St. Louis, I felt cold. I knew we had no time. So Tom said, "Now for the anonymous letters." "What are those?" I asked. "They are warnings to people that something is happening. Sometimes it is done one way, sometimes another. But someone always spies and tells the leader." When Louis XVI was going to leave, a servant girl did it. Anonymous letters are a good way too. We will use both. It is common for the prisoner's mother to change clothes with him. She stays and he leaves in her clothes. We will do that too. But Tom, why do we want to warn anyone? Let them find out themselves. Yes, I know, but you cannot depend on them. They have always let us do everything. They are so trusting and foolish, they do not notice anything. So if we do not warn them, no one will stop us. Then all our hard work will be for nothing. Well, Tom, I would like that. No, he said, looking annoyed. So I said, but I will not complain. Whatever suits you, suits me. What about the servant girl? You will be her. You will go in the middle of the night and take that yellow girl's dress. Why, Tom, that will cause trouble in the morning. She probably only has that one dress. I know, but you only need it for 15 minutes to carry the anonymous letter and put it under the front door. All right, I will do it, but I could carry it in my own clothes. You would not look like a servant girl then, would you? No, but no one will see what I look like anyway. That has nothing to do with it. We just have to do our duty. Do not worry if anyone sees us. Do you have no principles? All right, I am not saying anything. I am the servant girl. Who is Jim's mother? I am his mother. I will take a dress from Aunt Sally. Well, then you will have to stay in the room when Jim and I leave. No, I will fill Jim's clothes with straw and put them on his bed. This will look like his mother in disguise. Jim will take the black woman's dress from me and wear it. We will all escape together. When a special prisoner escapes, it is called an evasion. It is always called that when a king escapes, for example. The same for a king's son. So Tom wrote the anonymous letter. That night, I took the yellow girl's dress. I put it on. I put the letter under the front door, as Tom told me. It said, "Beware, trouble is coming. Watch carefully. Unknown friend." The next night we put a picture on the front door. Tom drew it in blood. It was a skull and crossbones. The next night we put a picture of a coffin on the back door. I have never seen a family so scared. They would not have been more scared if the house was full of ghosts. If a door closed loudly, Aunt Sally jumped and said, "Ouch!" If anything fell, she jumped and said, "Ouch!" If you touched her when she was not looking, she did the same. She could not be still. She thought something was always behind her, so she was always turning around suddenly and saying, "Ouch!" Then she would turn back and say it again. She was afraid to go to bed, but she did not dare to stay up. So Tom said it was working very well. He said he had never seen something work so well. He said it showed it was done correctly. So he said, "Now for the big plan." The very next morning at dawn, we got another letter ready. We wondered what to do with it. We heard them say at supper that a black person would watch both doors all night. Tom went down the lightning rod to look around. The black person at the back door was asleep. Tom put the letter on the back of his neck and came back. This letter said, "Do not betray me. I want to be your friend. A dangerous group of bad men from the Indian Territory are going to steal your runaway black person tonight. They have been trying to scare you, so you will stay in the house and not bother them. I am one of the group, but I have changed and want to live an honest life. I will tell you their evil plan. They will sneak from the north along the fence exactly at midnight with a fake key. They will go into the black person's room to get him. I am supposed to blow a tin horn if I see danger, but instead I will make a sound like a sheep when they get in. Then, while they are freeing his chains, you can slip there and lock them in. You can kill them slowly. Do only what I am telling you. If you do something else, They will know something is wrong and make a big noise. I do not want any reward. I only want to know I have done the right thing. Unknown friend, 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 friend. Chapter 40. Fishing. The Vigilance Committee. A lively run. Jim advises a doctor. After breakfast, we felt good. I took my canoe and went fishing on the river. I had a lunch and a good time. I looked at the raft and it was fine. I came home late for supper. My family was worried. They made us go to bed after supper. They did not tell us the problem. They did not tell us about the new letter, but we knew about it. When we were halfway upstairs and my aunt turned her back, we went to the cellar. We got a good lunch. We took it to our room and went to bed. We got up around 11:30. Tom put on Aunt Sally's dress. He stole it. He was going to leave with the lunch, but he said, "Where is the butter?" I said, "I put some butter on a piece of cornbread." He said, "You left it there. It is not here." I said, "We can go without it." He said, "We can go with it too. Go to the cellar and get it. Then climb down the lightning rod and come. I will put straw in Jim's clothes. It will look like his mother. I will be ready to make a sheep sound and leave when you come." So he left, and I went to the cellar. The butter was big like a fist. It was where I left it. I took the cornbread with the butter. I put out my light. I went upstairs quietly. I got to the main floor. Then Aunt Sally came with a candle. I put the butter in my hat. I put my hat on my head. She saw me. She said, "Have you been to the cellar?" "Yes, ma'am." "What were you doing there?" "Nothing." "Nothing." "No, ma'am." "Why did you go there at night?" "I do not know, ma'am." "You do not know. Do not answer me like that. Tom, I want to know what you were doing there." "I have not been doing anything, Aunt Sally. I promise." I thought she would let me go. Usually she would, but many strange things were happening. She was worried about everything. So she said, "Go to the living room and stay there. I will come. You did something wrong. I will find out." She left. I opened the door and went into the living room. Many people were there, 15 farmers. Each farmer had a gun. I felt sick. I sat in a chair. They were sitting. Some were talking quietly. They were all nervous. They tried to look calm, but I knew they were nervous. They kept taking off their hats and putting them on. They scratched their heads. They changed seats. They touched their buttons. I was nervous too, but I did not take off my hat. I wanted Aunt Sally to come. I wanted her to finish with me. I wanted her to hit me if she wanted to. Then I could leave. I wanted to tell Tom that we made a big problem. We needed to stop and leave with Jim. We needed to do it before these men got angry and came for us. At last, she came. She started asking me questions, but I could not answer them. I was confused. The men were very nervous. Some wanted to start now. They wanted to find the bad guys. They said it was almost midnight. Others wanted them to wait for the sheep signal. Aunt Sally kept asking questions. I was shaking. I was so scared. I felt like I would fall. The room was getting hotter. The butter started to melt. It ran down my neck and behind my ears. Soon one man said, "I want to go into the cabin first, and now I want to catch them when they come." I almost fell. A line of butter ran down my forehead. Aunt Sally saw it. She turned white. She said, "What is wrong with the child? He has a brain fever. His brains are coming out." Everyone ran to see. She took off my hat. The bread and the rest of the butter fell out. She grabbed me and hugged me. She said, "Oh, you scared me. I am so glad it is not worse. We have bad luck. When it rains, it pours. When I saw that butter, I thought we lost you. I thought it was your brains. Dear, dear, Why did you not tell me that is what you were doing there? I would not have cared. Now go to bed. Do not let me see you until morning." I was upstairs very fast. Then I was down the lightning rod very fast. I ran through the dark to the lean-to. I was so worried I could hardly speak. But I told Tom quickly that we must leave now. We could not lose a minute. The house was full of men with guns. His eyes got big. He said, "No, is that true? Isn't it great? Huck, if we did it again, I bet I could get 200. If we could wait until—" "Hurry, hurry," I said. "Where is Jim?" "Right next to you. If you reach out, you can touch him. He is dressed. Everything is ready. Now we will leave and give the sheep signal." But then we heard men coming to the door. We heard them open the lock. We heard a man say, "I told you we would be too early. They have not come. The door is locked. I will lock some of you in the cabin. You wait for them in the dark and kill them when they come. The rest of you go around and listen if you can hear them coming." So they came in. They could not see us in the dark. They almost stepped on us. We quickly got under the bed. We got under it well. We went out through the hole. We were fast but quiet. Jim first, me next, and Tom last. This was Tom's plan. Now we were in the lean-to. We heard footsteps nearby outside, so we moved quietly to the door. Tom stopped us there. He looked through the crack. He could not see anything. It was too dark. He whispered that he would listen for the steps to go further away. When he touched us, Jim must leave first, and he would be last. So he put his ear to the crack and listened. He listened and listened. The steps were always moving outside. At last, he touched us. We left. We bent down. We did not breathe. We did not make any noise. We moved quietly towards the fence in a line. We got to it well. Jim and I went over it, but Tom's pants got stuck on a piece of wood on the top. Then he heard the steps coming, so he had to pull hard. It broke the wood and made a noise. As he dropped down and started to run, someone yelled, "Who is that? Answer, or I will shoot." But we did not answer. We ran very fast. Then there was a rush and gunshots. The bullets went past us. We heard them yell, "Here they are!" They ran to the river. "After them, boys, and let loose the dogs." So they came, very fast. We could hear them because they wore boots and yelled. But we did not wear boots and did not yell. We were on the path to the mill. When they got close to us, we went into the bushes. We let them go past. Then we went behind them. They had locked up all the dogs. They did not want to scare away the robbers. But now someone let them out. They made a lot of noise, but they were our dogs. So we stopped until they caught up. When they saw it was only us, they just said hello. They ran ahead towards the shouting and noise. Then we went fast again. We ran after them until we were almost at the mill. Then we went through the bushes to where my canoe was tied. We got in and paddled very hard towards the middle of the river. We did not make more noise than we had to. Then we went easily and comfortably to the island where my raft was. We could hear them yelling and barking at each other along the river bank. The sounds got softer and stopped when we were far away. When we got onto the raft, I said, "Now, old Jim, you are a free man again. I bet you will never be a slave again." Jim said, "And it was a very good plan, Huck. It was planned well, and it was done well. Nobody can make a plan that is more mixed up and great than that one." We were all very happy, but Tom was the happiest because he had a bullet in his leg. When Jim and I heard that, we did not feel as brave as before. It was hurting him a lot and bleeding. So we put him in the tent. We used one of the Duke's shirts to bandage him. But he said, "Give me the cloths. I can do it myself. Do not stop now. Do not waste time here. The escape is going so well. Work the oars and let her go. Boys, we did it perfectly. We truly did. I wish we had handled King Louis XVI. There would not have been Son of St. Louis ascend to heaven, written in his book. No, sir, we would have sent him over the border. That is what we would have done with him, and done it very easily too. Work the oars, work the oars. But Jim and I were talking and thinking. After we thought for a minute, I said, "Say it, Jim." So he said, "Well then, this is how it looks to me, Huck. If he was being set free and one of the boys got shot, would he say, 'Go on and save me. Never mind about a doctor for this one'? Is that like Tom Sawyer? Would he say that? You bet he would not. Well then, is Jim going to say it? No, sir, I will not move a step from this place without a doctor, not if it takes 40 years. I knew he was good inside. I thought he would say what he said. So it was all right now. I told Tom I was going for a doctor. He made a big fuss about it. But Jim and I did not change our minds. So he wanted to crawl out and set the raft loose himself, but we did not let him. Then he told us what he thought, but it did not help. So when he saw me getting the canoe ready, he said, "Well then, if you are going, I will tell you what to do when you get to the village. Close the door, blindfold the doctor tightly, make him promise to be quiet, put a bag full of gold in his hand, then lead him around all the back streets in the dark, then bring him here in the canoe. Go around the islands, search him and take his chalk from him. Do not give it back to him until you get him back to the village. Otherwise, he will mark this raft so he can find it again. That is what they all do." So I said I would. I left. Jim was to hide in the woods when he saw the doctor coming until he was gone again. Chapter 41. The Doctor. Uncle Silas, Sister Hotchkiss, Aunt Sally in trouble. The doctor was an old man. He looked very nice and kind. I woke him up. I told him my brother and I were hunting yesterday. We were on Spanish Island. We slept on a raft we found. Around midnight, my brother kicked his gun in his sleep. The gun fired and shot him in the leg. We wanted the doctor to go there and help him. We asked him not to tell anyone. We wanted to surprise our family that evening. "Who is your family?" he asked. "The Phelpses down there," I said. "Oh," he said. After a moment he asked, "How did he get shot?" "He had a dream," I said, "and it shot him." "A strange dream," he said. He lit his lamp and got his bags. We started to go, but when he saw the boat, he didn't like it. He said it was big enough for one person, but not safe for two. I said, "Oh, don't be afraid, sir. It carried all three of us easily." "What three?" he asked. "Me and Sid, and the guns. That's what I mean." "Oh," he said. He put his foot in the boat and rocked it. He shook his head. He said he would look for a bigger boat, but all the other boats were locked. So he took my boat. He told me to wait for him, or I could look for other boats, or maybe I should go home and get them ready for the surprise. But I said no, so I told him how to find the raft. Then he left. I had an idea soon. I thought, what if he can't fix the leg quickly? What if it takes him many days? What will we do? Stay there until he tells everyone? No, I know what I will do. I will wait. When he comes back, if he says he needs to go again, I will go too, even if I have to swim. We will tie him up and keep him. Then we will go down the river. When Tom is done with him, we will give him money and then let him go. So I went into a pile of wood to sleep. When I woke up, the sun was high in the sky. I ran to the doctor's house, but they told me he had left during the night and was not back yet. I thought, this is bad for Tom. I will go to the island right away. I hurried and turned the corner. I almost ran into Uncle Silas. He said, "Tom, where have you been, you rascal?" "I haven't been anywhere," I said, "just looking for the runaway person, me and Sid." "Where did you go?" he asked. "Your aunt was very worried." "She didn't need to be," I said, "because we were fine. We followed the men and dogs, but they ran faster than us. We lost them, but we thought we heard them on the water, so we got a boat and went after them. We crossed over but couldn't find them, so we went up the shore until we were tired. We tied up the boat and went to sleep. We woke up about an hour ago. Then we came here to hear the news. Sid is at the post office to see what he can hear. I'm going to get some food for us. Then we are going home." So we went to the post office to get Sid. But just as I thought, he was not there. The old man got a letter from the office. We waited a while longer, but Sid did not come. The old man said, "Come along. Let Sid walk or boat home when he is done." But we would ride. I could not get him to let me stay and wait for Sid. He said it was no use. I had to come along so Aunt Sally could see we were all right. When we got home, Aunt Sally was so happy to see me. She laughed and cried. She hugged me. She gave me a light scolding. She said she would do the same to Sid when he came. The house was full of farmers and their wives for dinner. They talked so much. Old Mrs. Hotchkiss was the loudest. Her tongue was always moving. She said, "Sister Phelps, I looked in that cabin. I think that person was crazy. I told Sister Damrell, didn't I, Sister Damrell? I said, he's crazy. Those are my exact words. You all heard me. He's crazy. Everything shows it. Look at that grinding stone. Do you want to tell me that someone in their right mind would write all those crazy things on a grinding stone?" Here, someone broke his heart. And here someone walked for 37 years. And all that, the natural son of Louis someone, and such nonsense. He's completely crazy. That's what I said at first, in the middle, and always. That person is crazy, crazy like Nebuchadnezzar. "And look at that ladder made of rags, Sister Hotchkiss," said old Mrs. Damrell. "What in the world could he want with that?" Those were the exact words I was saying just this minute to Sister Utterback. She will tell you herself. She said, "Look at that rag ladder," and I said, "Yes, look at it. What could he have wanted with it?" She said, "Sister Hotchkiss," she said, "but how did they get that grinding stone in there anyway? And who dug that hole? And who—" My exact words, Brother Penrod. I was saying, "Pass that molasses, please." I was just now telling Sister Dunlap, how did they get that grinding stone in there? Without help, mind you, without help. That's it. Don't tell me. There was help, and there was plenty of help, too. 12 people have been helping that person, and I would make every single person on this place tell me who did it. And furthermore, I said, 12, you say? 40 couldn't have done everything that's been done. Look at those knife saws and things, how carefully they were made. Look at that bed leg sawed off with them, a week's work for 6 men. Look at that person made of straw on the bed. And look at, you may well say it, Brother Hightower. It's just as I was telling Brother Phelps himself. He said, "What do you think of it, Sister Hotchkiss?" I said, "Think of what, Brother Phelps?" He said, "Think of that bed leg sawed off that way." I said, "Think of it. I bet it never sawed itself off. Someone sawed it. That's my opinion. Take it or leave it." "It may not be worth much," I said, "but that's my opinion. And if anyone can start a better one," I said, "let him do it. That's all." I told Sister Dunlap, I said, "Why, goodness me, there must have been a house full of people in there every night for 4 weeks to do all that work, Sister Phelps. Look at that shirt, every inch of it covered with secret writing done with blood. There must have been many of them working on it all the time. Why, I would give $2 to have it read to me. And as for the people who wrote it, I would whip them until— People to help him, Brother Marples. Well, I guess you would think so if you had been in this house for a while. Why, they have stolen everything they could find, and we were watching all the time, mind you. They stole that shirt right off the line. And as for that sheet they made the rag ladder out of, there's no telling how many times they didn't steal that. And flour and candles and candlesticks and spoons and the old warming pan and almost 1,000 things I don't remember now, and my new dress. And Silas and I and my Sid and Tom were watching day and night, as I was telling you. Not one of us could see or hear them. And here at the last minute, they just came under our noses and fooled us. And not only us, but the robbers too. And they actually got away with that person safe and sound, with 16 men and 22 dogs right on their heels at that very time. I tell you, it beats anything I have ever heard of. Why, spirits couldn't have done better or been smarter. And I guess they must have been spirits, because you know our dogs, and there are no better dogs. Well, those dogs never even found their tracks once. You explain that to me if you can. Any of you. Well, it really is amazing. Goodness alive, I never— So help me, I wouldn't have been house thieves as well as— Goodness gracious sakes, I would have been afraid to live in such a— Afraid to live. Why, I was so scared I hardly dared to go to bed or get up or lie down or sit down, Sister Ridgway. Why they would steal the very— Why, goodness sakes, you can guess how worried I was by midnight last night. I hope to goodness if I wasn't afraid they would steal some of the family. I was so scared I couldn't think straight anymore. It looks foolish enough now in the daytime, but I said to myself, there are my 2 poor boys asleep upstairs in that lonely room. And I declare to goodness I was so worried that I crept up there and locked them in. I did, and anyone would. Because, you know, when you get scared like that, and it keeps going on and getting worse and worse all the time, and you get confused, and you start doing all sorts of wild things. And after a while you think to yourself, what if I were a boy and was up there and the door isn't locked and you— She stopped, looking a little surprised. Then she turned her head slowly. When her eyes met mine, I got up and walked away. I said to myself, I can explain better why we were not in that room this morning if I go and think about it a little. So I did. But I couldn't go far, or she would have sent for me. When it was late in the day, everyone left. Then I came in and told her that the noise and shooting woke me and Sid. The door was locked. We wanted to see what was happening, so we went down the lightning rod. Both of us got hurt a little. We never wanted to try that again. Then I told her everything I had told Uncle Silas before. Then she said she would forgive us. Maybe it was all right anyway. It was what you might expect from boys, she said, because all boys were a bit wild as far as she could see. So as long as no harm came from it, she thought she should be thankful that we were alive and well, and that she still had us, instead of worrying about what was past. So then she kissed me and patted me on the head. She became quiet, thinking, and soon she jumped up and said, Why, goodness gracious, it's almost night, and Sid isn't here yet. What has happened to that boy? I saw my chance. So I quickly said, I'll run right up to town and get him. No, you won't, she said. You'll stay right where you are. One lost person at a time is enough. If he's not here for supper, your uncle will go. Well, he was not there for supper. So right after supper, Uncle went. He came back around 10, a little worried. He had not found Tom's tracks. Aunt Sally was very worried, but Uncle Silas said there was no need to be. Boys will be boys, he said. You will see him turn up in the morning, safe and sound. So she had to be satisfied. But she said she would stay up for him for a while anyway, and keep a light on so he could see it. Then when I went to bed, she came with me. She brought her candle. She tucked me in. She mothered me so well that I felt bad. I felt like I couldn't look her in the face. She sat down on the bed and talked with me for a long time. She said what a wonderful boy Sid was. She did not seem to want to stop talking about him. She kept asking me if I thought he could have gotten lost, or hurt, or maybe drowned. She wondered if he might be somewhere suffering or dead at that moment, and she not with him to help him. And so tears would silently fall, and I would tell her that Sid was fine and would be home in the morning for sure. And she would squeeze my hand, or maybe kiss me, and tell me to say it again, and keep on saying it, because it made her feel better. She was in so much trouble, and when she was leaving, she looked down into my eyes so steadily and gently, and said, "The door isn't going to be locked, Tom, and there's the window and the rod, but you'll be good, won't you? And you won't go for my sake." Goodness knows I wanted to go very badly to see about Tom. I intended to go. But after that, I would not have gone, not for anything. But she was on my mind, and Tom was on my mind. So I slept very little. Twice in the night I went down the rod. I walked around to the front of the house. I saw her sitting there by her candle in the window with tears in her eyes, looking towards the road. I wished I could do something for her, but I couldn't. I could only promise that I would never do anything to make her sad again. The third time I woke up at dawn. I slid down. She was still there. Her candle was almost out. Her old gray head was resting on her hand. She was asleep. She was asleep. She was asleep. Chapter 42. Tom Sawyer Wounded. The Doctor's Story. Tom Confesses. Aunt Polly Arrives. Hand out them letters. The old man went to town early. He could not find Tom. Both of them sat at the table. They were thinking and said nothing. They looked sad. Their coffee got cold and they did not eat. After a while the old man asked, "Did I give you the letter?" "What letter?" "The one I got yesterday from the post office." "No, you did not give me a letter." "Oh, I must have forgotten it." He looked in his pockets. Then he went to find where he had put it. He got it and gave it to her. She said, "It is from St. Petersburg. It is from Sis." I felt like a walk would be good for me, but I could not move. Before she could open the letter, she dropped it and ran. She saw something. I saw it too. It was Tom Sawyer on a bed. The old doctor was there, and Jim, in her dress, had his hands tied behind him. Many people were there. I hid the letter quickly. I ran. She ran to Tom, crying. She said, "Oh, he is dead. He is dead. I know he is dead." Tom moved his head a little. He said something that showed he was not thinking clearly. Then she put her hands up and said, "He is alive, thank God. That is enough." She kissed him quickly. She ran to the house to get the bed ready. She told everyone what to do very fast. I followed the men to see what they would do with Jim. The old doctor and Uncle Silas went with Tom into the house. The men were angry. Some wanted to hang Jim. They wanted to show others not to run away like Jim. They said Jim caused much trouble and made a family scared for days. But others said no. They said he was not their slave. They said his owner would come and make them pay for him. This made them a little calmer. People who want to hang a runaway slave are often not the ones who want to pay for him. They said bad words to Jim. They hit his head sometimes, but Jim said nothing. He did not let them know he knew me. They took him to the same small house. They put his own clothes on him. They tied him with chains again. This time, not to a bed leg, but to a strong hook in the bottom wood of the house. They tied his hands and both legs. They said he could only have bread and water to eat. This would be until his owner came or he was sold. They filled our hole in the house. They said 2 farmers with guns must watch the small house every night. A big dog would be tied to the door in the daytime. They finished the job. They were saying goodbye with some bad words. Then the old doctor came and looked. He said, "Do not be too rough on him. He is not a bad person. When I found the boy, I saw I could not take the bullet out alone. He was too sick for me to leave him to get help. He got worse and worse. After a long time, he was not thinking clearly. He would not let me come near him. He said he would kill me if I wrote on his raft. He said many wild, foolish things. I saw I could not do anything with him, so I said, 'I need help.' Just then, this man came out from somewhere. He said he would help, and he did. He did it very well. Of course, I thought he was a runaway, and there I was. I had to stay there all day and all night. It was a difficult situation. I had 2 sick people with fever. I wanted to go to town to see them, but I could not, because this man might run away. Then I would be blamed. But no small boat came close enough for me to call, so I had to stay there until morning. I have never seen a better or more loyal helper. He risked his freedom to help. He was very tired. I could see he had worked very hard lately. I liked him for that. Gentlemen, a man like that is worth $1,000 and kind treatment. I had everything I needed. The boy was doing as well there as he would have at home, maybe better, because it was so quiet. But I was there, with both of them. I had to stay until morning. Then some men in a small boat came. The man was sitting by the bed, sleeping, with his head on his knees. So I quietly signaled them. They came quietly and took him. They tied him before he knew what was happening. We had no trouble. The boy was also in a light sleep. We covered the paddles and tied the raft. We pulled it very nicely and quietly. The man did not make any noise or say a word. He is not a bad person, gentlemen. That is what I think about him. Someone said, "Well, that sounds very good, doctor, I must say." Then the others also became a little kinder. I was very thankful to the old doctor for helping Jim. I was glad it matched what I thought of him. I thought he had a good heart and was a good man when I first saw him. Then they all agreed that Jim had acted very well. They said he deserved some attention and a reward, so each of them promised, openly and truly, that they would not curse him any more. Then they came out and locked him up. I hoped they would say he could have 1 or 2 chains taken off because they were very heavy, or that he could have meat and vegetables with his bread and water, but they did not think of it. I thought it was not good for me to get involved, but I thought I would tell Aunt Sally the doctor's story somehow. I would do it after I got through the problems ahead of me. I had to explain how I forgot to say that Sid was shot. This was when I was telling how he and I spent that bad night looking for the runaway man. But I had much time. Aunt Sally stayed in the sick room all day and all night. Every time I saw Uncle Silas walking around, I avoided him. The next morning, I heard Tom was much better. They said Aunt Sally had gone to get some sleep, so I went quietly to the sick room. If he was awake, I thought we could make up a story for the family that would be believed. But he was sleeping, and sleeping very peacefully. He was pale, not red-faced like when he came, so I sat down and waited for him to wake up. In about half an hour, Aunt Sally came in quietly. I was surprised again. She told me to be quiet. She sat by me and started to whisper. She said we could all be happy now. All the signs were good. He had been sleeping like that for a long time. He looked better and more peaceful all the time. She thought he would surely wake up with his mind clear. So we sat there watching. Soon he moved a little. He opened his eyes very naturally. He looked around and said, "Hello. Why, I am at home. How is that? Where is the raft?" "It is all right," I said. "And Jim?" "The same," I said, but I could not say it very bravely. But he did not notice. He said, "Good, great. Now we are all right and safe. Did you tell Auntie?" I was going to say yes, but she spoke up and said, "About what, Sid?" "Why, about how the whole thing was done." "What whole thing?" "Why, the whole thing. There is only one. How we set the runaway man free, me and Tom." "Goodness, set the run. What is the child talking about? Oh dear, out of his mind again." "No, I am not out of my mind. I know what I am talking about. We did set him free, me and Tom. We planned to do it, and we did it, and we did it very well." He had started talking, and she did not stop him. She just sat and stared and stared. She let him talk. I saw there was no use for me to speak. "Why, Auntie, it cost us much work. Weeks of it. Hours and hours every night while you were all asleep. And we had to steal candles, and the sheet, and the shirt, and your dress, and spoons, and tin plates, and small knives, and the warming pan, and the grinding stone, and flour, and so many things. You cannot imagine how much work it was to make the saws, and pens, and writings, and other things. And you cannot imagine half the fun it was. And we had to make pictures of coffins and things, and secret letters from the robbers, and go up and down the lightning rod, and dig the hole into the small house, and make the rope ladder, and send it in a pie, and send in spoons and things to work with in your apron pocket. Oh my goodness! And fill the small house with rats and snakes and so on for Jim's company. And then you kept Tom here so long with the butter in his hat. You almost ruined the whole plan. The men came before we were out of the small house. We had to rush. They heard us and shot at us. I got hit. We dodged out of the way and let them pass. When the dogs came, they were not interested in us. They went to the most noise. We got our boat. We went to the raft, and we were all safe. And Jim was a free man, and we did it all by ourselves. Wasn't it great, Auntie? Well, I never heard anything like it in my life. So it was you, you little rascals, who have been making all this trouble and made everyone crazy and scared us almost to death. I have a good mind to punish you right now. To think, here I have been, night after night. You just get well, you young scamp, and I will really punish both of you." But Tom was so proud and happy, he just could not stop talking. His tongue just kept going. She was talking too, very angrily. Both of them were talking at once, like many cats. And she said, "Well, enjoy it all you can now, because I tell you, if I catch you bothering him again—" "Bothering who?" Tom said, stopping his smile and looking surprised. "Bothering who? Why, the runaway man, of course. Who do you think?" Tom looked at me very seriously. He said, "Tom, did you just tell me he was all right? Hasn't he gotten away?" "Him?" said Aunt Sally. "The runaway man? No, he has not. They have him back, safe and sound. He is in that small house again, on bread and water, and covered with chains until he is claimed or sold." Tom sat straight up in bed. His eyes were hot. His nose moved like a fish's gills. He called out to me, "They have no right to lock him up. Hurry, do not lose a minute. Let him go. He is not a slave. He is as free as any living thing on this earth." What does the child mean? I mean every word I say, Aunt Sally. If someone does not go, I will go. I have known him all my life, and so has Tom there. Old Miss Watson died 2 months ago. She was sorry she was going to sell him down the river. She said so, and she set him free in her will. Then why on earth did you want to set him free, since he was already free? Well, that is a question, I must say, and just like women. Why, I wanted the adventure of it, and I would have walked in deep blood too. Goodness alive, Aunt Polly! If she was not standing right there, just inside the door, looking as sweet and happy as an angel, I would not believe it. Aunt Sally jumped for her. She almost hugged her head off. She cried over her. I found a good place for myself under the bed. It was getting very hot for us, I thought. I looked out. In a little while, Tom's Aunt Polly broke free. She stood there looking at Tom over her glasses. She was making him feel very small, and then she said, "Yes, you had better turn your head away. I would if I were you, Tom." "Oh dear me," said Aunt Sally. "Has he changed so much? Why, that is not Tom, it is Sid. Tom's, why, where is Tom? He was here a minute ago." "You mean, where is Huck Finn? That is what you mean. I think I have not raised such a rascal as my Tom all these years, not to know him when I see him. That would be a strange thing. Come out from under that bed, Huck Finn." So I did it, but I did not feel brave. Aunt Sally was one of the most confused-looking people I ever saw, except one, and that was Uncle Silas, when he came in and they told him everything. It made him feel drunk, you could say. He did not know anything else all day. He preached a prayer-meeting sermon that night that gave him a great reputation. No one in the world could have understood it. So Tom's Aunt Polly told all about who I was and what I was, and I had to tell how I was in such a hard place that when Mrs. Phelps thought I was Tom Sawyer, she spoke up and said, "Oh, go on and call me Aunt Sally. I am used to it now, and there is no need to change." That when Aunt Sally thought I was Tom Sawyer, I had to accept it. There was no other way. And I knew he would not mind, because it would be fun for him, being a secret. He would make an adventure out of it and be perfectly happy. And so it happened. And he pretended to be Sid. He made things as easy as he could for me. And his Aunt Polly said Tom was right about old Miss Watson setting Jim free in her will. So, sure enough, Tom Sawyer had gone and taken all that trouble to set a free man free. And I could never understand before, until that moment and that talk, how he could help someone set a man free with his upbringing. Well, Aunt Polly said that when Aunt Sally wrote to her that Tom and Sid had come all right and safe, she said to herself, "Look at that now. I might have expected it, letting him go off that way without anyone to watch him. So now I have to go and travel all the way down the river, 1,100 miles, and find out what that person is doing this time, since I could not get any answer from you about it." "Why, I never heard anything from you," said Aunt Sally. "Well, I wonder why I wrote you twice to ask you what you meant by Sid being here." "Well, I never got them, sis." Aunt Polly turned around slowly and seriously. She said, "You, Tom." "Well, what?" he said, a little annoyed. "Do not what me, you rude thing. Hand out those letters." "What letters?" "Those letters. I promise. If I have to grab you, I will. They are in the chest, there now, and they are just the same as when I got them from the office. I have not looked at them. I have not touched them, but I knew they would cause trouble, and I thought if you were not in a hurry, I would. Well, you do need a beating. There is no mistake about it. And I wrote another one to tell you I was coming, and I suppose he. No, it came yesterday. I have not read it yet, but it is all right. I have that one. I wanted to bet $2 she had not, but I thought it was safer not to, so I said nothing. Chapter 43. Out of Bondage, Paying the Captive. Yours truly, Huck Finn. I talked to Tom alone. I asked him about his plan for getting Jim free. Jim was already free. Tom said his plan was to take Jim down the river on the raft. They would have many adventures. Then they would tell Jim he was free. They would take him home on a steamboat. They would pay him for his time. They would tell people in town. Everyone would cheer for Jim. Tom and I would be heroes. But I thought things were good the way they were. We got Jim out of the chains fast. Aunt Polly, Uncle Silas, and Aunt Sally saw how Jim helped the doctor with Tom. They were very happy with Jim. They took good care of him. They gave him a lot to eat. He had a good time and nothing to do. We went to Tom's room. We had a long talk. Tom gave Jim $40. It was for being a patient prisoner for us. Jim was very happy. He said, "Huck, I told you. I told you on Jackson Island. I told you I have a hairy chest. That means something. I told you I was rich before, and I will be rich again. It is true. Here it is. Don't talk to me. Signs are signs. I knew I would be rich again, just like I am standing here now." Then Tom talked. He said, "Let's all three leave here one night. We can get supplies. We can go on exciting adventures with the Native Americans in the territory. We can go for a few weeks." I said, "That sounds good to me, but I don't have money for supplies. I can't get money from home. My dad probably came back. He probably took all the money from Judge Thatcher and drank it." Tom said, "No, he didn't. It's all there. $6,000 and more. Your dad hasn't come back since. Not when I left anyway." Jim spoke quietly. "He's not coming back, Huck." I asked, "Why, Jim?" "Never mind why, Huck, but he's not coming back." I kept asking him. Finally he said, "Do you remember the house floating down the river? There was a man inside, covered up. I went in and uncovered him. I didn't let you come in. Well, you can get your money when you want it, because that was him. Tom is almost well now. He has his bullet on a chain around his neck. It's like a watch. He always looks at the time. So, there is nothing more to write about. I am happy about that. If I knew how hard it was to write a book, I would not have done it. I will not do it again. But I think I need to leave for the territory before the others. Aunt Sally wants to adopt me and make me civilized. I don't like that. I have been there before." The end. Yours truly, Huck Finn.